Hello. Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. I nearly said that wrong because I'm ill. My throat is sore, but my body feels good. It doesn't. I've got a temperature. From the second I said Wisła, it felt wrong, and I had to sort of take the nearest slip road. You know, it's like those things where trucks going down really steep hills, and they've got those little pull-away sections where they can slam their brakes on. Yeah. It's not great, is it? I had so much to say, and I will continue to say it as well. But first, before I do anything else, I'm going to give you points out. I think, honestly, let's see. Actually, oh wow, surprising amount of belief. Obviously, didn't see the bit about me being ill on the stream notification. I mean, to be fair, who actually reads those? Lord Richard, thank you for the 67 months while I hand out some points.
Yes, Krakow edition went well. Happy birthday to both of you, sick heart.
Oh, thank you, Lord Richard. That's extremely kind of you, my friend. Let me just choose this outcome. Will he mess up the intro? Yes. Yes, he will. You hate to see it. Magic feat as well with the tier 2 at 5 months. I love to see it.
5 months of watching the world's okayest streamer struggle with intros.
There needs to be a league, like a tally of... I think what we should do, starting from today, we'll tally up the intros successfully. It's 1-0 to you. Since you're my ops now, chat. I've decided. As of now, you're officially my ops, right? Let me turn that down a little bit. Oh, dear. Right. Now, where did I get to? There was definitely a resub. SDI Harold, thank you very much for the 60 months during the intro as well. You love to see it, my friend. Oh, I'll be honest with you, Hazard. I'm mentally good as always. Oh, not good as always, but good. But unfortunately, physically, not so much. Yesterday, I was totally fine. Actually, felt really good yesterday. Had a banging good run. Felt amazing. And then about 5 o'clock, I felt this little tiny tickle in my throat, and I went, oh, bugger, no. So it started to get a little bit worse, and I thought, oh, God, not like January, please. I can't do this again. Thankfully, it kind of just stabilized like that. So essentially, I've just got like what appears to be just a really minor cold. I mean, more cams. It actually means less, but there's a reason why, and I'll explain it in a minute. I figured something out, and it looks quite good. But the tactics batshit, obviously. And yeah, so when I woke up this morning, it was a case of stuffy as hell nose. Vitamin C. Yeah, I have to be careful, basically. I need to start having my vitamin C in the evenings, because I used to drink vitamin C in the mornings, but I can't do that anymore because of my medication. So I have to start drinking that in the evening and remembering to do so. But it's just sort of stuffy nose, your default cold settings, nothing crazy, just that. But as it happens, I think it's stabilized, which is the crucial thing. It's not got any worse. I've got my throat spray, and I've also got some Sudafed spray for the nose. That stuff, I'd never had this stuff before until about a couple of weeks ago. Holy shit, that is good stuff. It really does the job. And as someone that's always suffered with like nose and sinus problems, why have I never tried this before? Bimon, thank you very much for the follow. As well, Vitamin. See you in the VODs, Jinjo. What was it you said in the Discord? It was something to do with the VODs, and I can't... Oh, it was to do with my Spurs prediction. Because of course it was. Wow, that prediction took forever to come through. Vitamin. It wouldn't surprise me greatly if... Oh, it's all the Vitalis. Wait a second. I just wondered if there was a sneaky little extra spelling in there or something. Yeah, this is just like your default Sudafed thingy, but it's... Oh. Forgive me. See? Blame the brain. You're going to have to carry me, chat, today and be at your zany best. I'm joking, of course. I would never ask you to do that. My plan today is just literally burn out all of my energy in 4 hours and then just absolutely crash. That's my plan. I've got the new skin. Now, it isn't the newest skin. It's the 3.1.1 or something. The only thing it's missing is something on player profiles. So Mr. Cini put out another one last night, if I recall. But it is the latest version upwards of that. So it has all the same stuff as before, but there's a couple of tiny little tweaks that are missing. I'll update that again. But I didn't fancy redoing the entire thing again. Yeah, for all you know, I didn't look anything up there. I could have shown you. You know what? Just for that, I'll show you that. Runny nose, yeah, 100%. It progressed straight to runny nose stage, super quick. Real name fixing, yes, I do. I hadn't got it on last stream because I'd forgotten that it was a thing, but it is now back on. Just to give you an example, we signed a guy from a Brazilian side who were listed as MFC, for example, but now they are listed here as Midisol. I went ahead and signed Ribeiro, by the way, because he looks quite okay, to be honest. AC3.
Good morning,
Thank you for the 11 months.
Whatever this virus is that is going about has ruined me. Proper set my asthma off and been signed off work for a week, so you and Wisła can keep me company.
Streamliner said that super weird. The way she said asthma, she said it like asthma. She said it like a British person swearing. My asthma. Oh yes, I got asthma, don't you know? That sucks. As an asthma sufferer myself, I feel that pain. Luckily, I tend to get it more seasonally these days, but that still sucks. So, chill, drink a hot beverage, or warm beverage, and let us console you with our dulcet tones. And by that, I mean me and StreamNana via chat. How easy to install skins? I mean, put it this way, it's not as easy as it is on a previous FM, but I think once you've done it a couple of times, it does get quite simple, because really most skins are just going to be a series of bundled files that you put into a folder that I have bookmarked. I believe Zims has a really good guide for how to do it, specifically related to the Mr. Teeny skin. So while it's certainly more complex than it was, it's definitely not as complex as perhaps it seems, I guess. All I would say is give it a go, because if it doesn't work out, you could just re-verify the game files and it'll be back to normal anyway. So there's really no downside to giving it a go. A honker save? Did I? I don't know. I don't think I did, but I remember FC Honker being... They were a team that I remember seeing quite a lot of back in the day. Wait, that's... There they are. Wow, did they get dumped out? I actually had no idea that happened to them. That's... Oh, they've got a regen. Hello. Ice 21. I was hoping to be like 17. Oh. Nasty ear infection. Oh, mate. That Pog would be feeling very what's the word I'm looking for here? She would feel that. Pog currently has an ear infection as well. She's quite prone to it, and she's trying to get the doctors to do a bit more investigation, because she shouldn't be getting ear infections this frequently. So she's hoping to get in to see a proper... Oh, is it an ontologist? An EN? No, ear, nose and throat doctors, but I think there's also an I forget what it's called. Doc would know. Managed in Finland. I mean, I have managed in Finland before. Have I ever done it on stream? Yes, of course I did. I managed HJK, but we try to forget about HJK because that save went about as badly as my usual. Etymologist. Probably not etymologist, I don't think, but you never know. Wait, does it really not recognize it if you type it in like that? Oh, there it is. Hang on, so Grand bodø comes up, but not bodø, even though they have the same spelling of bodø. Weird. Physical study of being. So probably... not likely to be a good idea if she gets in to see an ontologist. She rocks up. She's like, hey, ear. And he's like, yeah, but have you considered why we're here? And she's like, well, because of the medical appointment. He's like, no. On a deeper level, you know? Really let that sit with you. And when you leave the room, am I still here? Throwing a bit of solipsism out on the corridor there. Grandpa, it's just a bigger bodø. There's always a bigger bodø. So I've learned. What's Benfica? No. Wait, which competition was that? Is he playing in... For some reason, I thought he was playing in Poland. I have no idea why. Somethingology. Agreed. Ear is just like an opinion, man. You're like a cube. You're hushing my vibe, bro. Orologist. I probably do. I suspect it's more that I didn't know the word for it at all, and that just came into my head. Schrodinger's ontologist. Otologist. Right. So I wasn't far off. Like, one letter, to be fair. I get half points if this was a quiz. It's not a quiz, and you can't award points. Ooh. Hell yes. What year is this? So I was going to ask the question, but I was like, no, I'll look and see if there's a context clue. There wasn't. That's dope. Hang on. Are you managing Schlonsk? Because if so, that's even cooler. Right, the big question. Firstly, 6 p.m. kickoff. Are you going to throw it to them? That is the question. Because I know that I would be massively conflicted were I in a situation just like that. Logos hard's worse to say. Otorinolaryngologo. Ooh. It has a nice ring to it. If only I could say it properly. Oh, he changed in January. Ah, that's why. Because in this save, he stayed in Poland, of course. Yeah. So it's basically the same, I guess. In Russian, you would just add G on the end, right? Or to make it sound like it's English. Wow. Why throw? I guess. Actually, the main reason I would throw in a situation like that is because rep. In 2041, the rep that you would gain for them winning the Champions League is probably more valuable to them than it is to you. It depends. They may have won stuff in the past and their rep might be massive anyway, but the rep gain that they could get is probably the last factor. That's what we've always had, this philosophical debate on stream in the past about what would ever happen if we found ourselves in that situation. Sadly, we've never been in that position. Let's have a look at their squad, because we have to talk about bodø. I've got on my notes here, because I watched all the highlights this morning of literally every single Champions League game, because I was like, I need to discuss this stuff. I like how much of their squad they've actually still got there, which is crazy. Ear person, what a guy. Go and see ear person, don't mind. That's not really, that's more Yorkshire than Lancaster, isn't it? My sister used to live there, not Yorkshire, Lancaster. So this is their current squad, which is likely to be relatively similar, I would have thought. They don't appear to have lost. I mean, they've got Kasper Høeg. They've still got Håkon Evjen. I can still see Jens Petter Hauger in there. They've still got... Where's the guy that's called the penalty? Oh, they've also got Ollie Didrik Blomberg in there too. Oh, Weekend Numbers on YouTube. Views are up 22%. Hell yeah. That's also, think about the percentage viewership gain on the videos, Rob. I don't know how long the videos are. That's quite important too. Percentages are quite useful to have. You want to sort of know, because obviously a longer viewer percentage, a longer view time is good, but if the video's really long, sometimes it can actually be a net negative. I'm over it. I have another bold prediction, but this one's a legit one. I reckon if bodø continually get drawn as their first leg at home in the Champions League, I reckon they make the final. Because it seems to be that they can just dominate teams in the home games because of the environmental factors. They're an incredibly good team as well. They can utilize that to get these leads and then just play on the break in the second leg. And I genuinely think if they continually get that first leg, at least at home through the coming rounds, because I feel like they're going to go through now, I think they go all the way. Now, I don't know who they're likely to play in the next round. Is it Real Madrid that they would play? Because that might be more of a task, but I still don't know. I don't know if Real Madrid could do it. Oh, it's already decided. Oh, really? That kind of sucks. Oh, Arsenal. Oh, that would be... I still feel like if they were to get the home game first against Arsenal, they could cause them problems. Genuinely. They just keep surprising people, and it's not even close. That being said, I feel like Sporting possibly aren't as good a side overall as Inter, even though they obviously qualified better. So maybe this isn't the best representation, but they're just putting down results. They're guaranteed to play home first. In that case, I'm just calling it. I'm saying they go all the way. Semi-final will be away first. Or in that case, that's probably the one where they would step off. But even so, even them reaching the quarter-final is an insane achievement for Norwegian football in general, because it's the style in which they've done it. It isn't just like the fact that they've got there. They haven't got there yet, but I think they likely will do. Arsenal play home in the second leg every round. So they get that as an advantage. Usually I suppose that would be, but I feel like for a team like bodø, it probably isn't. Atleti Barca away. Yeah, I suspect that would be maybe a bridge too far if they were having to play the away game first. But you never know. There's actually a manager called Michel Bodø as well, who's just make the players' heads slightly smaller. That would be fine too. But making everyone else better. That's kind of what we've had happen a lot in these types of saves. The lose at St James's Park. I'll tell you what, Sam, I was nearly right about that. I had 1-0 Newcastle as my prediction, and if bloody silly nonsense in the box in the 94th minute hadn't stuck a leg out, I could have been right. Admittedly, I predicted Anthony Gordon to score the goal, so perhaps I shouldn't have gone quite as deep as that. Personality anymore on staff. I believe you can. It's just on this... Oh. You can, but it's on this page. But also you have to know more about it. I still think Newcastle played pretty well. Barcelona looked a little open in places. That is his haircut. I see. Maybe when he went to his barber, he could only get like a shrunk picture. So the barber took it a little bit too literally and just chopped the whole lot off, like full-on topiary style. Hedge trimmers across the top. About the Barca fan, you mean the one that went to the Exeter City game? Yes, I did. Incredible. It was Exeter Leyton Orient or something, wasn't it? Incredible scenes. It's one of those things that you just don't think would happen in the modern era. But I guess... Then again, I saw a TikTok last night of a couple that were driving from Reading to the Cambridge Theatre in London and accidentally drove to Cambridge. I just don't understand. At some point, surely you go, no. London's way bigger than this. Like, it's incredible. That being said, maybe that Barcelona fan just wanted to take in a bit of the culture down at St James's Park. So the wrong way at Paddington. That is quite a mistake still. I like the fact that, because he actually did go to the game as well though, didn't he? I like that he made the most of it, because he could have just been like, oh mate, I've had an absolute mare there, but in Spanish, of course. But instead, no, he got... I respect that. Right. Anthony Kinski, I felt so bad for him. Oh, he actually is still at Spurs in this save, incredibly. Although he is asking to leave for a new challenge. I wouldn't count your chickens there, Antonin, just yet. Having Google Maps, I guess, but... Surely at some point, brain takes over and goes, something ain't right here. I guess it's the question is how long the delay is on that. Should have sacked you. Oh, you think it's just one of these things that gets spread, rumours-wise, and then it just gets run like wildfire? That's an interesting topic as well. I was going to say, I thought Paddington was mostly for the West country, generally speaking. Because usually, for me, if I'm getting a train up north from London, it's always like Euston or King's Cross or somewhere like that. Although King's Cross can often do the east as well, like Liverpool Street. And then you got Waterloo generally going south. That was always my sort of experience with it back in the day. Not that I've done a lot of that recently, of course, but my ex used to live in Southampton, so Waterloo was always the station she used to get the train up to. How's the National League stand? So I felt so... When I saw the first goal, I thought to myself, it can happen to anybody, right? Euston is north. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Because I usually get the train to King's Cross from here, but I guess I'm actually more northern than I thought. So from the accent, as you can tell, I'm extremely northern. And Van der Ven slipping for the second goal, and just, it's... What I would say is, obviously the keeper has to shoulder some blame for the situation, but also the manager too, for picking him in this game in the first place, and then yanking him off. It's like, oh, cool, yeah. I don't know, it just seems a little bit... It's not great man management, shall we say. It doesn't bode well, particularly as I predicted they'd win, which was a stupid idea, I must admit. Oh. It's named after... Is it? I actually had no idea why it was called that. Won't the crowd mumble along with me? Hello, Pep. All is all right. I'm a little unwell, but that's okay. We're going to push on through today because I've got things to show you. Sipping in that... Yeah, I noticed that... Like, obviously, I only saw like 5-6 minutes of highlights from it, right? But it seemed like a lot of slipping was happening in general. But I suppose you've got to be aware of that, right? It's... What I would say is, the Griezmann touch for, I think it was Atleti's 5th goal, is one of the best touches or passes I've seen all season. I had to fully... I was watching it earlier downstairs. I actually stood up when I saw it, because I was like, if this goes in... The little, like, I don't know if it was... Almost sort of touches it over his own head straight into the path of Alvarez. It was unbelievable. Terrible hair that Griezmann has. Great touch. Awful hair. But, you know, not when he's perfect, right? It's... Yeah, I felt bad for him. I still don't think they'll get relegated because I do just think they will randomly win a couple of games. But West Ham and Forest's form has certainly picked up a little bit lately. I think if Forest Forest beat Fulham, which they could very well do because we're a bit shit again lately, anything could change at that point. Simply since they host the NFL game. Really? What would cause that, though? Like, would it be something they did to the grass? Because it looked like there was a lot of slipping, just all over the place. And unfortunately, the keeper just got 2 bads of it. Obviously, Van der Ven got 1 as well. But... A friend of mine, as you already know, he he communicates with me during Spurs matches solely through sad Simpsons gifs, and it was just like photo, gif throughout that first half. Overwatered it? Possibly, but I guess the problem with that is that you end up affecting both teams. You'll also note that we've gone a little bit more into the future. I decided to sort of progress a bit of the transfer window off stream because we had a lot of league games to cover and not a lot of money to actually spend on players outside of the centre-backs we were looking for. I did take a couple of swings on a few more guys, but ultimately I sat there for about 3 hours yesterday just scouring the database trying to find some player that could do what we wanted that guy to do. And truthfully, we're in a bit of a pickle where that guy just simply doesn't exist right now, or rather, if he does, he's not a player that we can realistically sign. So, that's fine. The call is going to come from inside the house. I did, however, get that Hernandez guy because I figured, fuck it, why not? After we got him scouted, I figured I'd have a little look. Yes. You see the tactic? Oh, did it show up? Damn it. Spoilt it. I'll explain in a bit. Yeah, so I did pick up that guy. Mostly because we liked him and he was 6'7", and I thought, you know what? For the price that he was available for, outside of his heading ability, I don't think he's that bad. And I felt like we could do with a bit of depth on that one. So with 20 jumping reach, 15 acceleration, resolute personality, likes a short pass, I like him enough to drop £6.5 million on him. So I figured, fuck it, why not on him? There was one other guy I did sign too, which I think I already showed you, actually, Ribeiro. And then a few sort of random guys for the memes. Hello? FM? Oh, is this a new bug? That's fun. There we go. Got them in the end. Freebies, I picked up a couple of freebies as well. But that's about it. And then I saw some outs. I think I did sell a couple more guys to random Polish sides, but again, relatively small fees. Nothing kind of crazy going on there. That being said, yeah, 20 jumping reach. He gets up for the headers, but he ain't going to likely score a lot of them, which is fine. As far as I know, the new skins are working. I mean, I haven't used this skin much, but it seems to be working just fine for now. I don't even have the latest version of it thus far, and it seems to be okay. So that's something. I still think that Adrian and Abdullahi are the guys for the time being. Misclearances. What's going to likely happen is that he'll probably be less accurate with his clearances. But I have got him working on his heading, and ultimately, I can't do any better than that with the signings. Like, we cannot find a better player than him, realistically, that we could actually sign. That's all we could really do. I have updated the skin, by the way, so if you do exclamation mark skin, it will take you to the very latest version. So, even technically more advanced than the one I'm currently using as such. I also signed Love More Simon, but I think that was ages ago that we picked him up. So tactically, this is what I decided to do for the memes. Basically, I sat to myself and I said, right, okay, who are our best 11 players within reason? How can I put them into a tactical shape that uses them whilst also maintaining the same idea as what we already do? I.e., basically none of the actual instructions are any different, right? So, I've tested this in a few games. I'll show you because the combined one is a little bit different. So in possession, it's this. So when we actually have the ball, we have 3 midfield playmakers. And the reason for this is quite simple. These guys play this incredible interchangeable like touching play in the midfield that just seems to just tear teams apart, right? And they also don't cluster in the 6-yard box in the same way that you see with a lot of our other tactical styles, because they're obviously a lot more deep. Now, I do have forward runs on some of them to get them in there occasionally, but it's not as frequent, which means that they tend to create better spaces, more passing triangles and whatnot. Montperouse therefore goes out to the left-hand side here to allow a bit of space for these guys on the edge of the box and to cause chaos. But wait. Outside of possession, it gets a little bit more interesting, because what I did was I basically had both of the standard centre midfielders go as wide screening midfielders that essentially move out to the wide areas to try to condense those areas outside. That seems to look quite nicely. And then Hjertedal, the middle of them, just drops back. So it does eliminate the need for that defensive midfielder centre-back garbage, basically. And also, because of that, it meant that I could then move the wing-backs back to playing as full-backs when we're out of possession, just to sit them a little bit deeper so they didn't get caught out as much. The other fun thing I like about it is that Montperouse out of possession is central, but then when we get the ball back, he moves out into the wing area. Yeah, now, obviously, Europe is a very different story. So I don't think it'd probably work in Europe, but you never know. What I wanted is a tactic that would allow us to be a bit more dominant in games where... Oh, yeah, the visualizer, yeah. I'll show you. So... You can see here that as we progress up the pitch, Montperouse then sits inside. These guys kind of operate like that. He sits slightly deeper for some reason. No good anymore. No. I didn't say that. I just decided to space down the right wing. Possibly, but remember, out of possession, it's that. So the right wing and the left wing are essentially the same out of possession. That's the point. The idea was basically, can I make a system that basically just uses our best players and puts the best foot forward on the pitch at any given time? So no, it wasn't a case of the other tactic not working. It was just I wanted to see if there was anything else I could do that would be capable of doing something interesting. And I'll show you the results I've got with it. The first game I played with it was against Brookbet, this one here. So you see that it scores more goals, crucially. It creates more shots, not always high quality shots, but it does score more goals while it's doing it. So we've had a 5-1, a 4-0, and a 4-1. It does have the ability to concede a goal occasionally, so it's a little bit less defensively stable, obviously, as you could probably tell, but it has more creative opportunities attached to it. So just to sort of show you the stats for these sort of games, 16 shots on target, 27 shots in total. Also, look at this, 45 plus 2 and 46. The game is just sort of burst into life in this one. So it creates a decent amount of opportunities. I did make a few little tweaks here and there as well on that. This one, similar kind of story. Katala looks absolutely goated in it as well. It creates more chances for the strikers. And then the most recent one against Piaskovica, similar kind of stuff. Just loads of shots on target. We tend to score in bursts with it for some reason. But there you go. So I figured we'd give that a go at some point today, because why the fuck not, eh? So, there was a fuck up as well. I'm still tinkering at the moment. Yeah, the league looks pretty good this season. I think just being able to get a little bit of a start has been helpful. Also, it allowed us to play a roller a little bit more, because I didn't think there would be any room for him in our team because he's another number 10. Turns out there actually is, even though Obradovic, of course, will be back soon as well. So despite the fact we had all these number 10s, all of them could play as CMs, so they can. So that's one of the benefits of the way that we ended up signing those guys. I know, one of my favourite little quirks in football. Oh. Think of Kinski, the compelling monster story of Werner Herzog have managed. There's a short on YouTube. Please kill Mr. Kinski. Wouldn't be worth offing. Oh my god. Some of the stories you hear around like the way film production is crazy. I've been listening to a podcast recently about the Twilight Zone disaster. And I knew kind of vague things about it, but I did not know how absolutely awful that was. Exactly, Summer. That is the point. I was starting to feel like people might come into stream and go, oh, that looks like a tactic you've got there, Matt. I don't want that. One of my favourite things of the previous save was people coming in and going, that can't possibly work, and me going, look at the league table. So this one is, we'll test it out in a game in a minute so I can actually show you what it's like, because we've got a few league games before our first Champions League matches. Players get better. Well, I suppose what I would say to that is that this was our 4 games at the start of the season without the tactic. So 2-0, 4-0, admittedly. 2-0, 2-1. And these are the results with it. It's a small sample size, of course, but basically it scores more, concedes a little bit more too, but it's more fun, crucially. What went wrong? Oh, I think I remember hearing about that back in the day. Doing at PSG. They're having a bloody lovely time is what they're doing at PSG. I do have notes about that game as well, because I feel like the biggest thing that PSG have done, obviously they've won the Champions League now, they've got superstars, but they're superstars that are not like bigger than the club superstars. They are players that seem like they fit the system and are good because of that, rather than players that are signed based on name brand alone. And it felt like it took PSG the longest time to figure out that maybe that's what they should be doing and have a whole culture at the club again, it seems like. The first 32 seconds. I didn't watch any of it because it was on extremely late, but what I did see is one of the worst goaltender interference calls of all time. Deserve to lose 3-1. Ooh. Any thoughts as to why you might think that, Inferno? Big teams playing in the second tier. Fairly well. They are doing okay so far. In fact, Lech Poznan have kept 7 clean sheets in 8 games. It's insane. Christoph, thank you for the 16 months. Hope you're having a wonderful morning. Oh, so yeah, they're doing okay. As for Europe, we did lose a team, unfortunately. Somebody let us down. I didn't even notice it until before stream today. I was like, oh shit, I should probably check out what's going on with that. Yeah, it didn't go well. Well, it did, for the most part. Kraków was, a week tomorrow for your stag do. Mate, what have you got planned? Because I tell you, it is a brilliant city. I really want to go back. Yeah, they're dominating the second tier for the most part. Although, Zagłębie Sosnowiec are doing okay as well. Affiliate side are doing cool. They are the 4th best team in the league, technically, according to the predictions. So, maybe they'll finally get in the playoffs this year. Who knows? Score the second goal. Jorgensen should... Yeah, I must admit, Jorgensen didn't look especially... He looked a bit... crisp hands. It wasn't strong hands for a lot of their chances. It seemed like it got through him a little bit. Next to fighting a ball boy. See, I didn't get that stuff in the highlights, which is annoying. So, as for the teams that went out... It's just one team that went out. Would anyone like to guess who that team was? Because I can give you the breakdown of the European setup this year, and it's a little bit weird. In fact, I don't think we've ever had a breakdown of the teams in Europe quite like the one that we've got for this season, which could either be really good or really bad. Had a pass them out from the back. And they have a lot of keepers. You think one of them would know how to do it by now, right? But apparently not. So, Cracovia did not go out. It was, in fact, our boys... And you went to see who they went out to. It was Piast Gliwice, I believe. Oh, no, it wasn't Piast Gliwice. My apologies. I've slandered them for no reason. It was Pogon. It was Pogon. Kuziemka's lads. They lost on penalties to Levadiakos, a Greek side, where they were 3-1 up from the first leg. And Kuziemka scored in the game and scored a penalty in the penalty shootout. But Ryan Fosso's penalty was enough to see them be knocked out. So, unfortunately, they went out in the third qualifying round of the Conference League, which means we have no teams in the Conference League this season. Which is a weird one. I don't think I've actually had that before, with no teams in the Conference League. Because, fun fact, all the others are in the Europa. Literally all of them, except for us, of course. All 3 of the others all got into the Europa League group stage. One of them, obviously, by dropping down. The other 2 just went straight in, practically. Not straight in, they had a playoff round to get through. But yeah, so the Europa League this year is going to be a bit stacked with Polish sides. They lost to who? In it. when they were 3-1 up, I saw them be 3-1 up after the first leg and then just didn't think about it again because I thought, oh, they're easily through. Nice, we'll deal with it the next round. And then they just didn't. 3 streets away from Wisła Stadium. Ooh, okay. Wow, that's a little bit far outside the city then. Well, not outside the city. It's a longer walk to like the cool stuff, I suppose. But you're near Wisła Stadium. Definitely worth a look. You'd be amazed at how big it is and the infrastructure they've got there. The club shop is amazing. No one know the difference. True. All I need is Darnell Nurse to push them into the goalkeeper and then problem solved. I couldn't believe that he got a game misconduct for that. Outrageous behaviour. But I'd rather have that happen in regular season than in the conference finals, right? So yeah, unfortunately that was the situation with those guys. There he is! I was about to mention that actually. So yes, chat. Hadrian is fine. I spoke to Hadrian yesterday. I mean, he can explain for himself, but basically, just like ultimately, if FM isn't interesting to people because FM is FM, right? I could totally see why you'd have that opinion, my friend. I'm sorry that I didn't manage to respond. I saw it right as I was finishing work. Chat were worried, you see. I'm excellent with the piece. I'm genuinely really good. Screw this Hadrian guy. Actually, speaking of this Hadrian guy, I'm pretty certain that he moved clubs this summer to Cardiff. Don't know how you feel about that. Also, the new regen face is at least a mustache, I guess, is something. Yeah, that wall's not going to build itself. Yeah, I don't know, Hadrian. So basically, with the latest update, all the players' faces have changed. Gone are the mustaches for most guys, but now are some fantastic hairstyles. Yeah, you've had a loan spell to many different teams in Narm, but I don't blame you, honestly. It actually changed the ethnicity on certain players. We had a guy called Sohail Stapelfeld, and it just changed his ethnicity. He went from being like a pasty German guy to being a full-on, like he was fully dark after he moved to Freiburg. Just out of nowhere. And unibrows for days, of course, yeah. Oh, what was this save jinxed? My Christ. Twitch, let me scroll! Motherfucker! There we go. Ooh! Oh, I like that. That's cool, actually. We were talking about restrictive saves last stream, about the idea of like, I really like the idea of a Regenaire save at some point. It's just, I want to see something like that. Steph Curry here? Yeah. It's just giving all sorts of, he's not even bad. Finally getting some game time at least, now at Cardiff City. That's season stats, Matt. I meant career stats. After playing 0 games. Oh wait, no, he was there technically last season as well. I think that might have been at the very end of last season, so it technically doesn't count. World-building stuff, you don't see the stuff. I totally agree. They have made, I mean, obviously you'll know. I feel like some of the changes they made with this latest patch have alleviated that a little bit, but it's still slow progress. I noticed that last stream, chat was seeing things, and I was even seeing things, that we wouldn't normally see. Like Premier League transfers were just appearing in our feed in a way that we were actually able to, like, see. Oh, you're actually unemployed right now. I need to give you a new shortlist thingy, as it happens. That's a good, I'm glad you looked that up actually, so we can get you back in. Opponent is doing. So, I'll tell you what. It's actually going pretty fucking well. I'll show you this because I was going to show chat this anyway. Coefficient wise, kind of chefing. Last 2 years we've gone up to 7th place. Because we've had a 17.9 and a 19.3 season, which is huge. It's part of the skin that I'm using, Hadrian, that it changes the font slightly. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan. I think I prefer the default ones, but I kind of get by with it, I suppose, with a little help from my chat. The thing I really like the most, actually, of the latest patch is the thing that shows you other fixtures in the competitions you're already in. Little stuff like that makes a huge difference. The second they bring back screen flows, though, is when it really does start to pop off. Oh, thank you for the 43 months, my friend. That's very kind of you. Shout out to Daddy Bezos. Or in this case, Daddy Hadrian.
Also, have some Daddy Bezos money because it's there.
Vauxhall Motors only bought players whose names contain Vauxhall cars. That is unbelievable. That's up there with my Santa thing that I'm still sorting out in the background. I love that kind of stuff. Constraints make characters. They just do. But as for how we got these 2 seasons, basically, 2 years ago, Jagiellonia reached the Europa League final by themselves, and then they lost to Club Brugge. Last year, we reached the Europa League final and lost to Newcastle, you'll be pleased to know. As a result of that, though, we got lots and lots of points for 2 seasons, which has really bumped us right up the coefficient charts. However, we now have had 2 successive Europa League final losses. And with 3 teams in the Europa League again this year, there's every chance we can do it again. So yeah, unfortunately, he's not joined anyone, Jonesy, yet. And we've now got about 10 guys that were sort of rotating around for the time being, trying to get them some clubs. It's not going well with some of them. Even Harvard Pasta in his... I wonder how many of you's regens have changed the most in terms of like the looks of the players. Losing the Europa League final, yeah. I mean, Cracovia haven't lost in one yet. There's every chance. They can still make it happen. So we are still obviously on the final day, I think, of the main transfer window, but we've still got obviously time left on our one for us to get a few more players in. But we don't have a lot of cash available to us, of course, even though we spent quite a lot. Oh, sorry, even though we sold quite a lot of players, the cash has not really been forthcoming this season. I do have a transfer room in set up. And there was a couple of players I wanted to show you guys because I feel like because of our transfer budget being lower now, it stopped showing us, with a few exceptions, the really expensive dudes. And there are a few players in here that are somewhat intriguing. So I have got some scout reports out on a few of them. This guy being one of them, but I believe Salcedo also looked quite good for maybe one last little splishy splash before the window shuts. There's another Andorran dude here, but I've been burned before on Andorran centre-backs. I don't want to make that mistake again. If ever became Pope, what name would you choose? Actually, what an incredible segue this is about to be. Wait for it. Because I actually met the Pope, and by that I don't mean I actually met the Pope, I mean I got a picture with the Pope, or a collection of popes, I should say. 1 second. This is the perfect segue, and you have no idea how much you've set me up for this. Right. Okay. Nick Pope. No. Spot the odd one out. And yeah, I realise I've just given you guys an insane meme template here, but that's okay. It's fine. They're definitely real guys. Just me and the boys. Hanging out. Poping. Cooper, take off the Pope hat. Look scared. As would you be. We went to the Wax Museum in Krakow and I had to. It was... Pope, 3 popes on a stream to the bar. This is the FM show. More realistic than me. Because... I don't know. I think it's the lighting, basically. But as soon as I walked around the corner and I saw this, I was like, Pog, just, you know what to do. It's... If you ever are in Krakow, get yourself to the Wax Museum. Make it happen. Where's Nick Pope? He's actually under the sofa. I look edited in. I promise you I'm not. Round the next corner was Osama bin Laden. I'm not a very lifelike man. Classic brand risk. Drop the link. I don't have a link. It's on my Instagram, if that helps. I thought that's what you were actually referencing for a second. As for my name, I don't know what I'd choose as my name if I was the Pope. Would it be really boring if I just meant... Oh, the Gyatso link. You're right. I literally do have a link, don't I? Of course. Right, fine. Episode of Friends. You're right, there is a link. Oh, God. Is this going to be the new elevator meme? I kind of knew that going in, but I figured it was too good of an opportunity not to show you it. So, unfortunately, Andy, I've signed a couple of centre-backs. One of them I like, but there's issues with them, basically. We're just simply not going to be able to find the player that I think we want. If we didn't get that guy, the original guy, the Iranian German, we're going to have to look from within pretty much. And that's okay. We've got guys. I do like Adrian, though, as a player. But I'm not opposed to signing one more anyway with the money that we have left, because we do have some options in here. I still like this guy, except for the fact that he can't jump. But I do have a habit. I do think he's a very good player regardless, and I am tempted to pick him up anyway, because everything outside of that is absolutely insane for 19 years old. And I do wonder if he might be that one guy that we could make an exception for, even though he can't jump, to save his life. Pontifex will do each episode, rate them based on various categories. So is it like a Pope tier list? Pope Yellow first of his name? No, there was at least 7 before me. I don't know what you're talking about. What about Pope Cardius? That could work. Cardinal. No, that would be a bit weird. That would be confusing for everybody if it was Cardinal Pope. Barely have any Polish-born players. That's actually surprising. Oh my God, have they... Impressive. Genuinely impressive. Because ours does not look like that at all. I assume it's because you're obviously further into the future than we are. But either way, that's still incredibly impressive. I kind of want to buy him. If he doesn't want stupid money, I'd be tempted for the memes. Oh my God, that's such a low wage. Wait, that's such a low wage. I mean, he's convinced me. I think he does have a release clause too of £2 million. If I just offer them 1.7, for 1.7 million pounds, I know he can't jump, but I feel like he can do almost everything else. which admittedly is a huge drawback, particularly if you're going to play a back two. Can't pass very well, though. But I just wonder... Or the loan farm does well. He's got 22 Argentina under 21 caps as well. Cardinal Pope. Vatican's... Yes, exactly. Assistant to the regional Pope. It could work. Get me in there. Oh, they do, Chucho. Some of them are better than others. The Michael Jackson one is especially terrifying. Because, again, they're sort of hidden around the walls. So you'll go into a room and you can't really see anything. And then you turn to your right or left and there's just a giant waxwork figure. And they're all basically the same height. Tom Cruise, taller than me. Who knew? He's just very good, isn't he? If we could just get him to grow... He doesn't dive into tackles. I just kind of wanted to sign someone at this point. Based on how good they were at poping. Interesting. I didn't realise there was... I suppose it was... Isn't it more of a diplomatic... I don't really know what you do as a pope other than ride in a really cool car with like a bubble in it that looks a little bit like that car that Homer Simpson made in that one random episode. There was Sabadell dude as well. I kind of want more information on these guys. I don't think they're going to move the needle on us too much. There was one guy that had quite high CA, if I recall, other than him, of course. No, he's 23. This guy. Ludwig Wieland. The aggression is a little on the low side, and I think I'd want to get him scouted properly to sign him, to be truthfully. I think, particularly with the money we have available, which isn't a great deal anymore, I might just sign that one guy and be happy with it. Because we haven't lost any. Pope yellowish. Yeah, it's fine for when the jaundice sets in. Kiss a bald head. I mean, I'm not opposed to that. No one's ever asked me to, but if the time and a place were right, I think I could partake in such activities. Attempted papal assassination in the Cars universe. Yes. Isn't there another, like, theory where it's like certain things exist in the Cars universe, which means technically 9/11 happened in the Cars universe, or something wild like that. John Diss, that could work. Dropping tracks left and right. Can't be considered terribly successful, I guess. But maybe they could have success in death. They could be a martyr for something. Although, I guess if you're a pope, that's sort of the last thing you'd want, right? Iggy Penny. Oh, now then. I forget where Ignatius is. I believe he wasn't. Yes, he was one of the many players that are at the hospital right now. But I think there's 4 or 5 of you now that are at Zagłębie Sosnowiec. I don't know why they all are. I don't know if Hadrian had anything to do with this. Probably not. But there's this one random second tier side that just love picking up Patreon regions, and I don't know why. I know it's a public skin. Basically, it's Mr. Teeny's skin, Hadrian. It's got a scouting mod that Saz made for it originally, and then that got folded in with permission from Saz into Mr. Teeny's full skin. It is incredible. I really like the scrollable player profiles. It's the only thing that's missing from the one I'm using right now is the pros and cons panel is not in here just yet, but that's in the one that's on that skin link. I just didn't have the latest version. It just makes the game so much more usable. And the loan screen. Oh, something else you'll love, Hadrian. I automated the loan farm extensions, and I also automated the transfer in setup pages because I'm boring like that. Kermit the Frog being responsible for it. He has always had that look in his eye, to be fair. He strikes me as the type. Can't jump, but actually, tell you what, Ignatius is pretty decent as well. 3-year contract. It is, but it had to be done. Because it is just a massive time save more than anything else when extending loans. Although our loan farm, I think, has actually shrunk a bit this year. Down to 131. A lot of players got released that weren't very good. But what I would say is, now looking at this, you'll note that the best ravage ratings on our players, the loan farm, are all pretty much playing in playable leagues, which I think is a real sign that the loan farm is getting stronger again. He's, I mean, he could have looked very different before. So basically, the transfer in was not simple, but it was a lot more simple, because basically what I did is, like, it's an auto hotkey script that presses coordinates on the screen once I figured out where everything was supposed to be, but it can only do it for my very specific setup. I'm going to make a UI and all that, but that's a little bit later down the road. Oh, James Madison. Yeah, I kind of see what you mean, actually. The loan extension one is a little bit more complex, because it actually relies on image search within auto hotkey to actually find the loan buttons on the screen. So that one, again, is a little bit more complex, but it does work. I've tested the proof of concept. Leg 6 out 10 already. Hell yeah. The Florida's... Found Rob Beckett is just his... Not just Rob Beckett. Rob Beckett and he teeth. That's more of a package deal, right? But men's and women's uniform league structure, dates, numbers of games, transfer windows, and a bunch of other stuff. Absolutely burning through 40 seasons. Wow. Okay. I need to hear more about this. This is exactly the kind of shit I love. Just waited to try to use it yesterday with a brand new save. Otherwise, it wouldn't have worked because they broke custom databases for a bit, which is fun. Absolutely hell yeah. Mushroom Man, 100%. I'm thinking of perhaps even starting a new channel for one of my particular special interests, just so I can make that happen a little bit more and find another channel, a literal channel for my channeling. Hello, Steve. How's it going, man? He's Argentinian too, which means I could probably hit him with the full shabam of goodness. Get him on an 8-year contract. I think he's going to live in the Lone Farm. I think most things are at this point, right? I'm pretty certain that my stream's actually a part of Disney now. They got bought out in one of those deals. Re-verify the new... Oh, really? Interesting, because they published the hotfix that did seem to reference it, so I wonder if there was something going on there. What would be cool? I don't know yet, honestly. Haven't really decided. It's coming back to that thing we were talking about where I wanted to make a video talking specifically about football teams' names and suffixes and prefixes and nerdy shit like that. That kind of real quirky shit. Because I just want to try to... I don't know. I like that stuff. I find it interesting researching it. And I'd like to maybe make some content around that. But I don't think it's appropriate for the other channels, per se. Oh, I did go back in for that Alfredo Mana guy. But upon him saying no to my deal again, the club have since been just turning down every single bid I put in on him now, which I just find kind of funny. Because they're like, no, you turned down the contract, so therefore we need more money now for some reason. Just under 5 minutes. Oh my god. It is a little tough, because obviously you have to pay for the loans. Also, I've just realised that nobody bid on any of our main players on deadline day in Europe, which is really odd, unless it's still to come. But I don't think it can be, because this is our registration thing, right? Yeah, I might call this like football anthropology or something. Because I just want to kind of branch out into something that's interesting to me on the side. And give me something to put some energy of things I find interesting. Oh, this is incredible. Perfect. No notes. Oh, good Christ. I love the attention to detail into sort of actually trying to frame their heads up. Perfect. That's the thumbnail for the next podcast episode. I'll tell the lads tonight. Oh, sensational work, James. This is... That can't be beaten. It's the simple stuff. Let's just get a bit closer. I'm so pasty. I'm the same colour as the bloody robes. Oh, that might be the meme of the month, if not more. I've got to try and register a squad, haven't I? Help. Just make sure I've got everyone I actually want. You're allowed. You're allowed. You're in. You don't need to be in. You're in. I'll swing back around in a minute and add back people that probably should be in there when perhaps they shouldn't be. So Bellingham needs to be in there. Shockley's already in. You're under 21. You're already in. Jesus Christ. Oh, dear. Open this before putting on the screen. Oh, good lord. Right. This one might be one that you have to click yourselves, chat, just in case. Actually, not briefly. You knew what it was going to be anyway. That was what I had in mind the second I actually saw the actual picture itself. 8-hour round trip. Oh, my days. That is supremely... Good effort, though. Hell of an effort. Larden pick. Which is just in my face because of the haramble that we're about to play. I'm a football terrorist. Also, this guy... I don't even remember when we signed him, but a lot of these guys have been developing quite nicely further down for some reason. That's all of my number 10s, yeah, ganging up on me, and I don't blame them. I've been poor. Wait, Simon Banks not in? Yes, he is. I'll have to adjust this in a minute, but there's definitely... So Domashevic doesn't count. Pisani is a fringe player. Redon... Wow, Redon... Actually, he probably would sit out, wouldn't he? Casadasas, Lunga's in. You, for some reason, are in. I don't quite know why. Holy shit. Oh, there's not more. I'm actually surprised you didn't go down the route of just putting Willian's head on all 4 of them, including myself. That was where my brain would have gone with that, given the opportunity, to be fair. Hello, Paul and Ray. Hope you're well, my friend. Don't mind me. I'm just chilling with my Pope friends. It's fine. Rusty, it's fine. You got to blow the rust off. I'm waiting for Bay Hudson to just arrive with something outrageous. That's right in his wheelhouse. Requires moving a lot of the field. I know. And the reason I did that was because it was part of my plan to play that absolutely wild Wall of Death system that I've been cooking up. But I figured we need some wingers for making that work. And that time is not yet on the wingers. Right, who's coming out of the squad that doesn't need to be in here? You do need to be in there. You do need to be in there. You don't need to be in there. You are quite good, actually. Who are you? Ah, another number 10. Just what we needed. Sure, I might just leave out that extra number 10 for a moment. Aguirre, it's a similar story, I suspect. It'll allow us to put the other guys back in. Job's in. Is that enough? Or have I got one more spot now? I think I can actually put one more guy in. Ah, you're right. Left wing 10 as well. In that case, maybe he can come back in. What's the injury, though? 4 days. Is that allowed? That is allowed. So at the moment, I've got more goalkeepers than I actually need, in fairness. But I suspect that... Oh, Diakite's back. That's good news. Average FM experience, especially at the moment, yeah. Oh, I can't wait to see it. I not got bored of our tactic, but I decided that it wasn't quite batshit enough. I didn't get enough people questioning my sanity upon seeing it, and that is always a bad sign. This is why we have a memes channel. Yes. JT... Yeah, I'm trying to find out which keeper to take out. Because De Campo has to be in. This guy's not in at all. Windles doesn't need to be in. Diakite, we could probably keep him in instead. And then bring in someone else that isn't a goalie. Perhaps. Maybe we could even bring in a Aguirre. I don't know. Coffee, he's already allowed in. Harry Wilson. That would make sense. Mostly because he'll kick off otherwise, more than anything else. Torres, Damašević is in. Pisani and Redondo. Ooh. Ranjbar doesn't need to be registered. I feel like it's actually relatively okay. I feel like most people that I'd want in the squad are just already in the squad. And we've got enough homegrown guys that there's no one here that's standing out as being, oh my god, this player must be in the squad. I think we've got enough depth. Am I allowed to register anyone else, or will it not let me? Can I put Aguirre back in? No, I can't. So that's the maximum. I'm actually okay with that. I don't think anyone's going to kick off about it. There's a lot of players not registered, but I think they're all going to be good eggs about it. Caution start. Ooh. Oh, yes. Wait, I'm trying to figure out who even moves where. So, I physically can't conceptualize who is moving where to make that happen. Left striker is the left mid. Oh, of course, yes. Why didn't I? How silly of me. Add yours. Oh, good lord. You know when you got top text, bottom text that were... Oh, I realize you can't actually see it. My apologies. Oh, God, we're big. My cousins. Note to self, don't drink water right before you open those links. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, my tactic isn't as batshit as that, but I am excited to show how it works, chat, though, because it does contain 3 midfield playmakers, which I just find fun. They want Grasser. He's quite good, isn't he? I think I might reject that for the time being. I don't want to pay as much money as that. I did go and look at transfer out as well, and Minsky was one of the players that was wanted there, so that will help. We got a few more loanies out as well. I am tempted to still do the old Pushtinir Pormitsa. Oh, this screen is so much better. The one thing as well about this screen, because we're in the Polish Cup, obviously, we're now getting data about the early rounds, so we would have actually spotted those B team progressions and crazy cup results way earlier. It's just little things like that that make a huge difference to me. Now all they need to do is keep me a little bit more in touch with the main game world, and we'll be good to go. I think we've still got another game after. Yeah, our next Champions League game isn't for ages yet. Guess what Matt is doing? Oh, good lord. League playing against teams in other countries. Really? Huh. You can usually just tell, can't you? Or is there a bit of the first start of that I missed? Because that's always the chance of that too. Automate creating custom name pools. Of course you did. That actually sounds amazing, to be honest. I've got a couple of weird editor videos I want to make now because I keep coming up with little ideas. And I'm like, oh, that would be interesting. One thing I want to do is basically create 2 identical clubs in League 1 or League 2 or whatever. Like, have every single factor about them be completely identical, including the players, and just basically see what random chance can do to 2 teams over a longer period of time, even if every variable is exactly the same at the beginning. It's 10 minutes work. I love the automation of things. Automate the boring stuff is the dream. That's all I was basically doing for the script that does the transfer room in stuff, for example. Now then, Obradovic probably isn't fit to start this game, so I'll have to go with the same lineup I've been using a lot recently for this. I don't think that requires any real changes, does it? Unavailable. I think the bench is okay. Anyone else on there that probably should get a... probably not even good enough for the bench at this point, right? So, you're going to get a taste of this, and against an opponent that should give us the space to make this work. There's a few things to watch for, mostly just how much these guys get touches of the ball and some of the lovely little triangles that they play. Let's go. Let's actually play a game. It's only taken me nearly an hour to get to playing a game, so forgive me for that. We had a lot to talk about, and we still will. I want to try and burn through a good chunk of champions. I haven't even shown you our Champions League fixtures. Oh my god, chat, I'm so sorry. After this match, remind me, and I will show you our Champions League fixtures. Unfortunately, it's not an easy set. Not that there really is ever an easy set in the Champions League, but this one is similarly not an easy set. I believe our easiest game is Club Brugge. So revenge, at least. Is Alex Greenwood still in charge there? I didn't actually see. Yeah, watch this be the first game that we absolutely suck ass in now. I think I have this on dynamic at the moment because I was watching more plays. I'll turn it to key after this match just so you get an idea of the way that the plays and the build-ups work. But the crucial thing to note is the way that the midfielders are no longer clustering in the 6-yard box in the way that they were prior, because that was always the biggest problem. We'd get all these players forward, but then there'd be no one to actually link the play up nicely, whereas now they drop into the midfield, they spin in behind, they do get into some good positions at times, as you can see, but look how much more spread out they are in the penalty area, taking up those spots on the edge of the box, keeping the pressure on teams. That means that they clear the ball. We're there to try and do something about that. It's another save already. I would be very surprised if we don't end up with at least 20 shots in this game, usually around about 10 or so on target. And it's the kind of tactic I feel like that, despite some of them being quite low quality chances and pot shots on the edge of the box, we will have the occasional game where just those chances are just going to go in. And that's cool. We'll go on. Big Eds to start things off. Nope. Oh. I have not seen that type of highlight before. That was a wild chance. Oh. I feel a little lightheaded still. I think that's just a classic case of I'm ill. It does look like Alex Greenwood's tactic is very similar to the one that we were playing before. But you can see that already in 6 minutes, there's been a lot of chance creation. Straight off the bat, that's kind of poor. It does still have the ability to get caught out, though. Oh, no. Please don't get red carded. I thought he was going to get sent off then. Maybe I will put it on key highlights. The problem with dynamic is it does show you things like that that are just completely irrelevant to the game. The amount of highlights I saw when I was testing things like this on dynamic was dumb, because it was just finding things. Only a warning. I know that has to be at least a yellow card, if not a red, but we've got away with that one there. The other thing I like about it is well, that was weird. Okay, sure. I thought he might have been last man too. Yeah. The other thing I like about this system is that it seems to produce good ratings for basically every player on the pitch. I don't know why their guy at the back post isn't marking Naeem. I guess he thought, oh, he's only a fullback. No one will care about him. And then he's just completely left alone, and it's 1-0 to Wisła. New map men. I saw that, but I wasn't sure it was like a proper map men thing. I thought it was like just like a not a proper video, to be fair. So I might have to go back and not rewatch that, but like start watching that. I suppose that's the problem when you break from format slightly. Have they done that before? Because I don't feel like I've seen that kind of thing before. I'm surprised they haven't, honestly, just because it is, mapmen and geoguessers. Oh, we're just absolutely peppering them. You get a lot of blocks, and obviously on the defensive side of things, it does take a little while for... we're going to get more bookings and yellow cards, is what I would say. Oh, good lord. That could have gone badly. That reminds me, the board have now given us some space for 4 more scouts, which means something else we need to do today is get 4 more scouts, do a bit of map menery ourselves. He cheated. Tut-tut. What is the actual concept? Is it just them playing GeoGuessr? Or is there something more to it? Which are more regular? Yeah, I guess it's just that their videos probably take a very long time to make because they are exceptionally high quality. And you can see that there's so much effort that's gone into the scripts for them and all the little cutaways and things. I really respect YouTubers that's their vibe. I feel like for me, my favorite YouTube content these days is either that type of thing where it's like really, really well crafted, not even a high production value, just you could tell that everything's been thought about and it's been really constructed in a careful and thoughtful way, or the sort of stripped back, more authentic, nothing is really edited that much type of content as well. I like both equally. It's the in-between stuff I tend to find a bit of struggle with. Naughty Nutty, thank you for the 5 months, my friend. Maybe we can finally score a second goal to get this game a little bit out of the way. Oh, here we go. Go on, Johnny. He's through. It's Catalan. It's blocked again. They have to travel to the... Oh, that could go very wrong. I love that. Did they win one? Oh my god. 91st minute equaliser. And then Malaga scored an entire team. It's not very fair, is it? Ah, bonjour, my friend. Welcome in. How are you on this fine... And by I say fine, I mean quite literally it's just fine, isn't it? It's just a bit grey out there. Hello, Mando. What's the... Without spoiling like the most recent one, when they did it before, what was the outcome in terms of where they had to travel? Because that does sound wild. Is anyone kind of struggling out there? Catalan's actually struggled a little bit, which is odd because he's normally the one player that kind of cooks in this system style. Possession looks good though. The shot numbers is what I'm looking at though. 11 shots in the first half, 6 on target. It's these kind of numbers that I'm enjoying seeing. Senegal and Barbados. Wow. No, Spurs have not been interested in Catalan this summer. Not anyone really. In fact, the only bids I've really seen this summer for our players were a bid on Hertha Dahl of 70 million from a Saudi side, and Inter also bid 91 million on Peña, but neither of them kicked off about it for some reason. And nobody's really come back again. I wonder if we're in that wonderful little period of a save where the players, the reputation of the club, now that we're in the Champions League especially, has reached a point where there's less teams that are now going to seem like they're ideal options for us to sell players to. So as a result, we get a couple of years of being able to keep our squad together without upsetting everybody all the time, which is nice. Smoker, thank you for the follow. I used to be one. But then I stopped, and God, just as well, because my throat would be in tatters today. Doesn't it just, Hadrian? It just... The best way I've been describing the Mr. Teeny skin to people is that it puts things where you think they should be for the most part. A lot of things that were moved around seemingly without rhyme or reason have sort of been put back in their rightful places, I guess. Right, little change here. Watch this be the first game that we now don't score 4 goals in. It'd be very typical, wouldn't it? We'll get Joby on. Might change both the front line, actually. Get Dudu and Suarez in. Other options have we got off the bench? Herrera, maybe? Tomashevic, perhaps? That is 5 subs, to be fair. We're winning the game, so I don't really care that much, but... Skin now. Yeah, there's quite a few, actually, out there. There's loads of skins. The one I personally use is Mr... They all have... Actually, I say they all have similar things. They actually don't these days, do they? They've managed to... People are differentiating themselves quite a lot with the skins now. Whereas before, there was a limited amount of things you could do with them. Oh, God, please not like this. Alex, don't do this to me. We've won every... No! The Seashells scored against us. We've won every league game so far, and now Alex Greenwood is going to be the one to take it away from us. He can play it, but not very well. But the good thing about this slight tactical tweak is that it doesn't matter anyway, because he can now play as a centre-back for us too, which I think he might even honestly be better there. Looking like a... yeah, it improves the look of quite a few screens. The loan screen, for one. It can't yet add functionality per se, but I feel like people will find that sort of stuff out. It's crazy how quickly that sort of thing is unraveling. I might even throw out attacking. Go a bit more aggressive for the end of this game, because it is frustrating that we've not actually created as much as we have done in all the other games I've played like this. I think we've had at least 20 odd shots in every single one of those games. And there's still time. I still think we could win this game. We tend to score in bursts with it for some reason. In almost all of the matches I've played with this tactical setup, we get like 3 goals in about 5 minutes. And I don't quite know why that is. It's Montparnasse. And he's missed the target. Ay, ay, ay. A lot of Peter Walton is hidden through. Whatever do you mean? I'm very confused. Etiquette's... Yeah, it's wild that wasn't in there to begin with, but not an issue I've run into so far. Obviously, I couldn't... Oh, Clates. That is a hell of a correction. That also makes a lot more sense. I was thinking, is there a new YouTuber? Who's this flouter fella? We're just going to end up drawing 1-1 now, aren't I? God. It's like when you build a pristine ship and then you launch it and then it falls on its side as it's being launched and then the wine bottle smashes everywhere and we draw 1-1. Of course. Oh. The tabling game, yeah. That's the... Obviously, it's nice to be able to have the latest scores and the live table actually in the non-highlight screens. For a 1-1, I know. It's typical, isn't it? It's what happens when you restart FM. It's fine. We'll do much better in the next game. He said, hoping that we would, in fact, do much better in the next game. I think, for me, what the issue was, the strikers had their first sort of bad performance in this. they've actually linked the play up really nicely so far. Like, the XG creation has been really good and really well spread. But for some reason in that game, they just didn't do it. That's true. I don't know if you can do that, because obviously, if you missed it last stream, all of our tracksuits are now bright red, but to the point where they look like they're wearing onesies about to board the Polar Express. It's gone are the pink tracksuits, now these are here. I also kind of hate the fact that GKS are doing so well, after I specifically hoped they would get relegated this season. Also, nice to see, of course, that 2 teams that are in Europe this year are going to be struggling, because that's just the Polish way at this point. Champions League fixtures, thank you. This right here, just being able to see the results after a match. So we can look through and see interesting goal scorers. You can see lone players doing bits. It's that sort of stuff that keeps you immersed. It's best lone player on loan. It's actually not who you'd think. I was looking before stream, so I do know that. But first, Champions League fixtures. So we have Rapid Wien away from home. It's definitely getting there. I think I'm excited as to what can be done from here, because it feels like this is just the beginning of this kind of stuff. And given that it's taken us, 4 months to get to this point, I'd be really curious to see what some of the stuff people are cooking up that will be prevalent in, say, the summer. Real Sociedad at home, Athletic Club at home, Bayern at home, see what I mean about not easy, Sporting away, Club Brugge away, Inter at home, Liverpool away. It's one of the set of fixtures of all time. We basically need to be getting points in those first 3 games. Let me just think about this. Rapid Wien, we've got to be trying to win that. So I'm going to say 3 points there. I reckon we beat one of Athletic Club or Real Sociedad, but draw the other one. So that's 7 points. We lose to Bayern probably. I reckon we draw against Sporting. That's 8. Club Brugge, I think we should win 11. And we lose those 2. I still feel like 11 points is doable for us this year, which would totally get us through. I love the idea of the ship of Theseus in general. It's just, I use the analogy of the Theseus's ship in so many ways that people don't always understand, because it is just it's just a great analogy, basically. I just love using it. Haven't used it for a while, but there'll come a time when it will be functional. It's also our first game without a win all season, annoyingly. Just that it was like, yeah, it pulls you back in. Won the final as well. Good God. How many points have you got this season? Because obviously your final is all Poland as well. You must be mid-20s as far as points, surely. Which is incredibly good. I think that we'll probably have some problems in certain games as well. But that's okay. Like last year, we had a few games that maybe we should have won that we didn't win. Ultimately, we got to the final. And really, the final was one of those games as well. We should have won the final. So, best player out on loan stars-wise, obviously that's not always the representative of that. I believe it was actually a centre-back called Kamora. Just add him in here. Now, a lot of players are kind of tight. Oh, technically, there's a few guys that are... Wait, that's not right, is it? Has this adjusted itself? I think it has, actually. Ironically, I think it's adjusted our squad levels, possibly because Montparousse has got even better. But at the moment, some of our best players out on loan are Saul Aranda. Unfortunately, he's got a hip injury. Oh, no, sorry, a hernia. So he's going to be out for a while, which is a real shame. So expect Brookbet to not be so good this year because of that. As for CA-wise, at least, there's Jose Antonio. Maybe he doesn't have the ceiling, but he's on loan at Radomiak, so he's pretty good as well. Physical at 5'10". He's got decent jumping reach, though. And then there's also this dude here, Alejandro Beitia, who's on loan at Pogon. Now, these are some good quality players we've got in the loan farm right, but the one that was really standing out to me earlier, who seems to have disappeared a little bit. There he is. So he was top of the pile earlier. He had 3-star CA when I checked before stream, and he was the only player that actually had 3-star CA, of the loanees at least. And you can see again, reasonably good player. In fact, tackling's not amazing. Weirdly, the things that stand out actually aren't his pure defensive numbers. Like his heading is fine, his markings, his tackling's a bit gash as well. But he's a great technique man, great passing ability. And he seems to be doing okay. I'm actually not sure, Metalface. I believe the Mad Scientist is working on one, or has one coming out soon, which is an O1 database, maybe? Because I believe we were going to try and get him on the podcast. Recall him. I don't actually think he's that good for us, because realistically, his heading is only 11, his marking is only 12, and his tackling is only 11 as well. He's got good positioning, and he's fairly tall, but I don't think he'd get in the team over players that are more well-rounded defensively. If he had better defensive stats too, attributes as well, I think that would make more sense, but ultimately, he's playing for Radomiak, and is clearly doing something good, because he's part of the reason that they've had those 2 seasons in Europe, I believe. Certainly played for them in Europe last year. Hello, Michael. How's it going? How's things at SI Towers? But yeah, that's the current situation with that. I will persist with that tactic for the game against Cracovia and rest players for the game, of course. We're 10 unbeaten at least, which is something. We're also at that stage now where we're scouting some of another new contract. See, David, 1, you have 4 years left on your contract, so obviously that's not happening. And 2, I'm still tempted to sell you if the right money comes along. We've got guys. Let's see if he'll do it. Go on, Dusan. Oh, lovely. The old gaslight them with Dusan Abramovich strategy is certainly working out tremendously for me at the moment. A huge fan of that, if nothing else. Right, sick. Just wonderful. Do you know what, Mike? I could almost hear and feel the sarcasm through the screen. Tell me I'm wrong. Oh, God. Your boy's going to be so hydrated today, it's ridiculous. I bloody hate sore throats, though. It is just, particularly with this job, one of those things where, yes, you should definitely just chill and not say anything for a bit. And it's like, cool. My job is to talk for 4 hours straight. Screw for next season. Yeah, so I heard they might potentially be getting another deduction, which, I mean, realistically, could they overcome a 15-point deduction? Possibly, but they're going to have to build a squad for it, and I just don't know if they... It's, as always with these situations, I just hate it for their fans, that it's all too common in football. It feels like at any given time in English football, there is a story like this ongoing, and when one finishes, another one begins. There seems to be never a period of peace, if you like, where there isn't a team that's going through something like this and is being absolutely rinsed by the 7k wage cap to... Yeah. And... like, obviously, if you get relegated and you're actually quite a decent side, but the thing is, they've been so shit, obviously, in the Championship because they can't afford anybody. In the League One, obviously, it could be different, but not if they've got the... like... yeah, it's not what you want. Oh, Tim, it was the best, honestly. Would highly recommend it if you ever get the chance to go to Krakow, or Poland in general, but specifically Krakow, because that's where I was. Wait, really? Hang on. Is he actually kicking off about this? Wow. I mean, I'll tell him he can leave if they put in a bid, but... 6 million? All right, then. Sure. I won't actually sell him for 6 million to them. That would be mad behaviour. No one wants to pay that. Yeah. I mean, because they're taking over not just the club, but presumably they're taking on the club's debt. Like I said, Andy, I picked up a couple of guys, but ultimately, my favourite one is probably Thomas Hernandez. But he doesn't have a particularly good heading ability. Thankfully, he's 1,000 feet tall, so it's less of an issue. But he was probably the best I could realistically find. I don't really like his aggression either. But he is very tall and can actually run fast, which is a bit of a surprise. Usually players that are that kind of height don't have the pace to go with it, but he kind of has. But he was pretty much the best we could find, since last stream, that is, at least. James Ward G. William. That's so many names. Love to see it. I appreciate the follow. It's just been... drop the fee for them. I usually just knock it down. There isn't like a set amount I do. I usually just scroll my mouse down until a point when I'm happy with, but I'm usually aiming for about half what they're offering. Unfortunately, what sometimes happens is that if I reject a bid because I'm just not a fan of that particular deal, they start bidding more and more, and I'm like, no, lads, money is not the problem here. I would let him go for the money. It's like with Ranjbar. Like, they wanted to buy Ranjbar off me, and I was like, I don't know if that's really the right move. For Lino. Ultimately, he's not found a loan, so I'll just go in here and scrap that down a little bit, just to knock a bit of extra cash off for them if he wants to go, because he's clearly not great. 22 as well. These are the kind of guys that they might be able to find use for, and I feel like clubs are way more interested in our players than they were in previous Building a Nation saves. Like, so much more interested they are in buying our players. I sounded like Yoda then, and I don't know why. Used to have an excuse as well. Then backed out when they realised it wasn't being seen as a good deal by the media. They were showing across with his family around the facilities, and they were on the phone with... oh my god. So this is... hang on, so Ravens, that would be Baltimore, right? And that's NFL. Forgive me, my knowledge of that is proper, like, sparse. Yeah, that's some shitty behaviour. Basically, my logic is that if a player has reached 22, because that's one of the older loan farm guys, and they're not in the loan farm by that point, if I can give them a cut price deal to another club, they either play for them or they become part of a secondary loan farm. Because one of the things that's a little bit underrated in building a nation is actually your downpipe, I suppose. Okay, that's an interesting auto mod thing. I'm not really sure what to make of that. But the other players that you get, like when you get these guys out on proper transfers, sometimes the other clubs themselves actually start loaning them out themselves, and you end up with like a secondary loan farm of players that you used to have out on loan yourselves, and sometimes that can be very, very fruitful indeed. So that's why when I'm often, but usually it is just a case of, will this player likely play wherever they are? Is this guy even playing? How many games has Sané made? Wow, what a signing he was. So Bayern sign him off of us, and he's literally made 0 first team appearances ever since then. I mean, we don't actually need him anymore, but still, that's why is he even in here? I guess he's just on my shortlist still, right? Presumably. Let's see. Right, we'll have that. Oh, just one more time. So, was it just because the media were saying it was a bad deal? Because surely at that point you can't back out. Got big matches, I imagine. We have him scouted enough that we should be able to see. 22 years old. Performance, right? Wait. Oh, is it further down? Where is it? Oh, wait. Pros and cons. God, that's really hidden. Holy shit. Susceptible to injuries. And enjoys big matches. Failed a medical. Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough then. That will certainly... See, this is the thing. From an outside perspective, I know nothing about any of this, and thus it's so hard to form an opinion, and therefore I won't, on a situation I know nothing about. Yeah, that's annoying, actually, that he's a consistent performer and he enjoys big matches, which does kind of show. Oh, I see. Right, okay. So it's one of the sort of things that gets out early and then people end up running with it. I get it. Failing medicals doesn't seem to be all that common in football. There was a player that failed their medical at Milan, wasn't there? And I can't remember who it was recently, in fact. Although, in fairness, Milan do have incredibly strict... Mateta, yeah. They have incredibly strict... Was it? Because the Milan lab or whatever have like ridiculously stringent guidelines or whatever with regards to their own medical... And like, to be fair... Probably not the worst idea. It possibly does stop them from... I mean, obviously, they're still going to sign duds as well. Yeah, it's just quite... Is this all to Milan as well? I mean, it doesn't seem to be the worst idea. Right, how many of these guys are actually... Extensive, reasonable. Higher risk, yes. But that's clever. It's usually knee injuries and stuff, isn't it? Yeah, with Boniface, I assumed it was. Ah, wait, was this the other guy I was intrigued by? Yes, there was this fella. He's 21, and I'm still not entirely convinced, but he's very cheap. And I don't hate the idea of him either, potentially before the window gets there. From Pato. Well, the thing is, it's been around for a while, so I guess every one of these is going to make mistakes. I suspect that what happens is that statistically they just make less mistakes than other teams. Was Boniface the guy that was at Bodø back in the day? Or was that another dude with the same name? Because I definitely remember Bodø having a fella called Boniface back when we were managing in Norway back in the day. They're all marginal at the moment still, actually, so I might just send those guys around again. Because I don't think he's going to immediately improve us, but he'd probably be a signing I'd look to go and get anyway. Then Leverkusen, of course. Doesn't seem to work out that well for players that leave Bodø. Like, to the point where some of them just come straight back again. As if we're going to have to do that. Future Champions League winner in it. But presumably they'd have to beat Newcastle in order to do that, actually. Not possible. Actually, while you're here, what did you think of the game last night? Because I had you guys down for a 1-0 win, which I was very nearly getting. If it wasn't for those meddling legs in the box. Right, anyone in here that is intriguing? You're expensive. You're fully scouted now, at least. You're right, that was Tuesday. In my head, since last stream, is all one thing. Yeah. Seems like the English side's trying to shut... I have so much to say on so many different games. I have so many notes, man. Jesus. Having smaller nations here as well. That's... Christ. How would you even go about doing that, James? Because obviously you can't really loan them loads of players anymore. Well, not anymore because of the loan rules. Yeah, that aggression isn't amazing on him, is it? He's decent. It's the £12 million. He does have 2 Brazil caps. But it is the £12 million. What kind of makes him a bit more... If we'd found him earlier in the window when we had more money, there would definitely be more to that. Although I will still... Really? I'll still shortlist him because I am intrigued by him quite a lot. Full well the situation they decided they were going to back out because... Oh, I see. But I guess, like, how much do you know a situation until you do a proper, full-on, deeper medical? I get distracted. It's fine. Look, my next note. Well, let's see. We've got Newcastle. We did talk about Arsenal briefly, but Leverkusen... I still think Arsenal win the home game. There you go. Sorted. Anton, how's it going, man? Trying to do early. I guess so. I guess in my head, I'd be like, oh, why am I strengthening the competition and whatnot? That's the guy at Manchester City. That's the guy at Liverpool. Why are we getting these guys in here? Nuno Semedo at Sabadell. He's the guy I looked at before, I think. He's very good mentally, but technicals are a little bit on the low side on him there. 52 million for you at Barca. Why am I getting... Yeah, most of these players are actually a little bit unaffordable. I'm guessing it's because there are a lot of them listed for loan. And most of the good players are the ones that are still going around for a little bit longer. But we've got a decent amount on the list now. Because I went and looked at a few amateur players again. Because I figured, fuck it, why not? So I had a little look through. So I think our recruitment focus list now is... Oh, it's only 111. But there's a lot of amateur guys in there. Oh, dear. Okay, so, chat, I'm going to have to ask all the rather strange messages we're getting in chat today for some odd reason. They have a little bit, Hadrian. Things are just, yeah, very odd today. A lot of first-time chatters with a lot to say. A lot of words being said. Pascal as well. He's another player I'm quite excited about. If he could tackle. I don't know about that yet, Mike. I'm monitoring the situation. To quote Ferrari or someone, we are checking. Yeah, this is the thing. Hadrian, look what you've done. If you hadn't taken an interest in FM again, you know? Okay, right, so. What else was I going to say? We talked about that one. Oh, we haven't even talked about the Manchester City game either. Like, Valverde, that was apparently his first ever hat-trick. Except they're ignoring the fact that he scored a hat-trick against us in the Champions League. Just summon them. Unzip the case. A good idea. I like the fact that you've got a sheath for it, Mike. I respect that. That's, you respect your craft. The third goal. Oh, my God. Actually, his first goal as well. Like, is incredible. It's the long ball over the top. But it's the first touch that he takes to go past Nico O'Reilly is outrageous. And they were, Mushroom Man. You just didn't see it. The little touch around the goalkeeper and the tight angle as well. He has a lot to do still, despite the chance presenting itself to them, right? It's incredible. Right. Let's do a full rotation, because obviously we're playing in the Champions League next. Oh, the Wisła goal. Yeah, that was fire as well, actually. Are they swapping positions? No. Oh, thank God. For a second, I thought they'd swap positions. No, they should. They're definitely not swapping positions. Full control of my heart. He's a fast man, isn't he? Yeah, it was the third one as well, though. The several different touches was... Oh, he's a very good footballer, isn't he? Just an exceptionally good footballer. But I think for me, City just seemed to be defending with... I mean, I know they like a high line, but they felt very vulnerable with it. Oh, more so than normal in that game. And Real Madrid clearly identified that issue because City were just constantly caught out over the top. It's like they'd kind of taken an attitude that they play against the non-Real Madrid team and just gone, it's fine, Real Madrid will just let us do that. And then Real Madrid didn't. It could have been more. Like, if Donnarumma hadn't saved that penalty, which was a bit of a shit pen, to be fair, but it's one of those ones where if it goes in the other corner, people go, it's a brilliant pen, isn't it? I suppose that's the thing. If you try something and you win, everyone goes, it's brilliant. But then if you draw 1-1 against Ruk Hrzhov, suddenly it's a very different story. Sleepy Obelisk. Good name. Thank you for the follow. O'Reilly shot there. Oh my God, the little toe. Yeah, insane. He's a very good goalkeeper. Right, I want next match. Luck. It ain't luck though, is it? It's ultimately... It's like when they say, he's hit it right at the goalkeeper. It's like, yeah, because the goalkeeper has stood in the correct spot. Like, positional. It's the hot takes. Hey, I've still got hot takes. I still think Burnley finished below Wolves this season. I'm standing by it. Wolves are doing me proud. Right, for God's sake, Matt, change the damn team. We're going to go full rotation for the Champions League. Diakite starting here is actually kind of good. Maybe start Seaman Bank here for a bit. Coffee, Damašević, Araya, Bellingham, Herrera, Arola, Kurant and Duru. Okay. Probably not going to do that. We'll do... Where's he gone? Where has he gone? Is Suarez in... Oh, he's right there. How dare he? Spurs for Millwall? Maybe. I think Wrexham might well be not getting in the playoffs. Southampton... And this isn't just me saying this because, you know, they beat us. Southampton look quite good. And seem to be finally chefing something up to the point where they may have the momentum, and Wrexham feel like they might just fall short. It's still an insane season for them, to be fair. I agree, Kima. I don't think they'll finish very well, but I don't think they'll actually be as close as... What was it I said? That I think that they're going to be as close to the relegation zone as they are now will be the closest they come. Wonder Kids. We are in the process of signing... Did that guy actually get confirmed? We found an Argentinian centre-back a while ago, actually, that I've now come back around to the idea of signing, but I don't think he's agreed the contract yet. He's brilliant in every single area, except he's 5'10" and has 7 jumping reach, which otherwise known as a centre-back in FM26. But I'm willing to overlook these factors because everything else is so good. Wolves Monday night. I actually think that's the type of game that will just randomly end up being a very comfortable win for Brentford. You've been a little bit too on the other side of mid lately, and generally with clubs like Brentford and Fulham and Bournemouth and Brighton and all these teams, they're never bad for very long, and they're never good for very long either. We are the most inconsistent patch of teams. I think Sunderland probably come out of that bracket as well. There's a little gaggle of 7 or 8, or maybe 5 or 6 teams in the middle of the Premier League that on any given weekend could go up to 7th and then all the way back down to 14th again, because they're just the mushy middle, the Bermuda Triangle of mid. Another point. I mean, Igor Tudor does worry me as their manager. I honestly wonder if they'd have been better off just sticking with Thomas Frank at this point. Oh, there you go. Consistently inconsistent. Yeah, the height of inconsistent. No, unfortunately not, Kima. Such was my anger about our loss in the Champions League. Sorry, the Europa League final. I actually sold both of our starting centre-backs. A burn the boat strategy, if you will. So, Luis Eduardo's gone back to Brazil. Forget who to. And Ilian Rodriguez, I believe, has actually gone to Lechia Gdansk for £1.8 million. Because I decided that, you know what, I didn't even want them around the club. Mostly because their squad status is that they'd established themselves as were a little bit too high for what I actually wanted them to be playing for us anymore. And I figured it would be easier to just take the cash and not have to worry about it later. Get Redknapp in there, yeah. He can manage from the window of his Range Rover. Be fine. I do, but then the problem is now, if you're Spurs, do you stick or twist? Do you sack him and go for another manager for the end of the season? And if so, who is that? Or do you just go from within, give it Ryan Mason? Like, oh yeah, actually, where is he managing a first team club these days? I always forget. He's just the guy that they seem to roll out. Yeah, so Rodriguez actually happened off stream. I progressed a few games after stream just to try to get us a bit further forward. And yeah, we got the bid and I thought, actually, maybe now's his time. Fiber West Brom. No, that kind of makes... Hang on, didn't they... West Brom have also since hired and fired their next manager, right? Because they brought a guy from the MLS who then didn't win a game, if I recall correctly. Look at me with the West Brom Championship knowledge. I forget who it was. Was his name Matt something? I might just be being a bit... The boiler mask was in tear. He had a leak, did it? It's gone... Is he actually? Eric Ramsey, in that case, not in any way. Why do I recognise the name Eric Ramsey? I feel like... I recognise his name for some reason beyond just ex-Man United coach. Was he obviously, presumably he was a player at some point, but... Wow, we're just throwing the ball straight to them. Well done, lads. Amazing work. I'm probably not going to run this tactic in the Champions League game against Austria Wien. Although if we were to get a good lead, I'd consider it, because I suspect that they're a better team than Krakow, even though they're probably... Oh. Well, that's the thing, Kima. I decided to... Because of the way that the Champions League is... There's certain not gaps, but like clubs in the season where I can do those off stream entirely, which means we're able to watch more games on stream but still cover the same amount of ground. Now, obviously, we're not going to watch every league game today, but I wanted to show the chat the new system against Rook, and this is the derby, so I figured that's a good enough game towards the top that we probably should be watching it. It might be that I was thinking, do you know what it is? In my head, it was actually because I was thinking of Neighbours and Ramsey Street. That's actually the logical, like, why my brain was doing that. Watch Loughborough Uni. I don't know much about Loughborough Uni, other than they have a really high recruitment, youth recruitment score. Or they certainly did. Oh, dear. Alf Ramsey. Maybe? Alf was actually in home and away. Wrong one. Like, one fight. Yeah. Speaking of, I actually had time to sit down and watch the full battle game between Tampa and Buffalo the other day. My goodness. Hockey's good, innit? It's so good. That was bad. This is not good. This is Recursion all over again. We have been a bit poor to start with and given them a chance. But it is a rotated team. And now Duru's hurt himself. Amazing. But it's fine. It's Ramadan time. Let's go. More of that, please. Less of us against the Oilers. As much less of that as possible. Called Kabaddi. I have, yes. Forgive me if this is incorrect, because it probably is. Kabaddi is, I believe, the one where they have to actually they have to hold their breath and say Kabaddi while they're moving, or something like that, right? And Duru nearly scores while being injured. Go on, have another go. Ah. Amara Diouf, the fact that he's still there. Do you know why I think he's still there, Kima? Because he has a ridiculously high transfer value for Poland. Our players are obviously worth loads. But the other clubs, they tend to sell a lot of their players on really small release clauses, and as a result, they lose them for 5-6 million here. So, for example, Bugenhagen's gone to Dortmund in this save for 12 million, which is a lot. A lot of that's in clauses, though. But Amara Diouf doesn't have a release clause and is worth like £25 million. So if Cracovia did sell him, which I'd be totally fine with, obviously, then they actually get an absurd amount of money. Oh, for God's sake, wow. They get an absurd amount of money out of it. But yeah, he's also the top scorer in the league right now too. Hello, Willems. The slappy one. Yeah, I don't exactly know the rules per se. I just know that it's very, what's it called? Transworld Sport. That show that used to be on Channel 4 on a Saturday morning. Are they actually? They were one of the teams I considered doing for the, when I was going to do that Youth Academy challenge thing, but I went with Beaconsfield in the end because for some reason, if you actually try to play as Loughborough, it doesn't count their youth rating properly for some reason. Or it didn't in 24 at least. Transworld Sport was the best show, man. Like, the amount of sports I just didn't know existed until I watched that. Oh, crap. Now Suarez is down. Oh, what a goal! Andres Herrera. Ooh. We're going to see more bangers when we play this style of tactic as well, because it does give little pot shots from the edge of the box in situations like that. That is beautiful. Isn't playing, you just ignore that. Generally speaking, yes. Because what often happens with that, Steve, is that, if that's a lovely touch, if they're not playing and their loan comes up for extension at the end of the season, they will refuse the loan or the club will decline to make an offer anyway. You very rarely get players going back to clubs that they haven't played at. So as a result, my logic is they might get an injury and they may force their way in at the end of the season. If they don't, then it's fine because they'll just come back anyway. That's sort of... That's why I'm also totally happy with the fact that we've got a load of guys often at Push near Paul Mitzer who... Admittedly, not all of them could possibly play, but we're sort of sending them a load of them to see who actually does play, and then the others will just come back at the end of the season anyway. Oh, the build-up. Oh, the build-up. See, it creates some lovely little passing triangles when they get going there. Oh, lacrosse. I didn't realise that was big enough in the UK to have like a thing. But I guess every sport at university. Plus, Loughborough Uni is like a proper sports uni, right? I think, isn't it one of the best sporting universities in the country? It's Tomashevic hits the post now. Suarez on the rebound. It's these little patterns of play when teams get tired against this style of play. I do not understand it, but in several of the matches, we've seen goals being scored in like clumps, basically. Wait, did I not just take him off? Oh shit! I thought I took him off as well. Or are we still waiting for the thing to go through? In that case, he'll come off at half time. Keeper's not done brilliantly there, though, has he? But 3-1 now. Couple of quick ones right on the stroke of half time. Love to see it. Is it really? Is there a reason? Obviously, there has to be some kind of reason for that. I'd just love to know what it is. How have they only had... We've had 2 goals in first half stoppage time. This tactic loves a first half stoppage time goal. That's about the 4th or 5th one we've already scored. Suddenly, the game looks a lot more nice when you consider this. What we don't want, though, is another injury. And I may have to play Job Bellingham up front here and then bring in Big Nige. Araya's a bit tired too, actually. Not Araya. Oh, no, it is Araya. We've got Arola and Araya. Might just freshen... No, he's already in the team. I forgot how many CMs we've got. Actually, we do it like this. That way, make sure I'm bringing someone off the bet. Oh, you can't do that at half-time, can you? That sucks. Well, it's that extra time. Oh my days, look at that XG. You must have been fuming when they get a red card and you think, perfect, we're sorted, and then they equalise. But that must be at least 30 points, right? 2 versions of Kabaddi. So the one I think I saw was the team-based one. They were sort of holding on to each other. Like almost the opposite of tag. I must admit, I didn't really understand it, but then, as if we've been done again. So he told you we could concede more goals. Wait, was Marc-Andre ter Stegen managing that? Oh, that's a fun thing for you, Hadrian. The things you did with, oh, yes, we have Harry Wilson and Joe Bellingham. Last season, we had Ollie Watkins up front for us as well. 3 first names. We conceded to him last season, too. We had a reason for the change. Basically, Andy, I wanted to figure out a way to play our best players a bit more frequently, and decided that the only way to do that was to play some absolutely mad nonsense against like the league games where there's a bit more fun. And so essentially what it means is that we're now way better going forward, but more shaky at the back, as you've seen in this game. As we've just conceded another one. It's 3-3, and Nikola Iliev and Diakite's crying. Cheers, lads. Diakite's crying. But yeah, so in this save currently, Hadrian, there are 2 female managers managing in the Polish league. We've got Marta, who's managing... Wait, where is Marta managing now? Because she left her job, didn't she, to move to another club? And... who was the other one? Oh, Alex Greenwood, who is managing Ruk Herzhov and took a point off of us about a week ago. Okay, we probably should pick this up a little bit. We've not been very good in this game, to be fair. Yeah, I forget who Marta's managing now. Is it... I can't remember. Oh, shit, no, please, not like this. We were 3-1 up going at a half-time. We're getting a bit cooked on set pieces here. Diakite's not had the best day. Oh, okay. Oh, my God. So off the keeper. Do you know what? Part of me should, but I actually don't think this is his fault. What do I look like? Tudor to you? No. I was more of a Stuart. That's more my era. So a goal in the 47th minute, the 49th minute, the 48th minute, and then the 49th minute. Football's fun, isn't it? Right. It doesn't help that we've had to make 2 subs through injuries as well in this game. But I guess this is why you play the B team for matches like this, so they can afford to get injured. And also, as it happens, we've got so many strikers that it might not matter too much if these guys are... Well, it would, because substitutions and all that, but still... Let's go. 4-3 to us now. It's going to make the league games a lot more entertaining, that's for sure. Lunga, back across. It's surely... No, it's still not in the back of the net. Oh. How... I mean, they've had chances too, in fairness. Oh, God, he's getting a bit cooked here. So 62. Hernandez is not having a good day. Jaden Malumbi's Inter. It's not as good as Jamal Lowe's Inter. Never forget. Christian Benteke's Radomia. Oh, that's incredible. We've not quite reached the stage where we've got those types of managers available yet. But we have taken... We've made sure to take a load of them on. So that, in theory, we should be able to get those guys when the time arrives. Wow, our bench is not strong, is it? This might be a Harry Wilson moment. Something for Big Hazard. Yeah, this is... Krzyżanowski for a rare appearance? We did have some fun managers in Malta, but I would say that Poland has already been more crazy, even in the short spell that we've been here. Oh, yeah, there were some weird players too. We obviously had Mauro Riccardi rocking up at Brookbet, which was fun. Who else was it? There was a guy that was further down the leagues too. Oh, Christ. Was he at Katowice? No. Was it Katowice? There was another player whose name escapes me. What is that for a ball? Custom water databases. Both Berlin and Southampton were English 9th tier naturally. Holy shit. I guess that does make sense though, because they've got to start paying that back, and I can't imagine it's easy for them to drum up money if you've rechanged the whole thing. So how does that actually work, this giant database thing that you've built? Sorry, chat. It's Vaseline time. Got to lube the lips up for what is going to be a celebratory 4th goal here. I can feel it. If I could open the damn thing. Man struggles to open up Vaseline tub. More at 11. Oh, actually, go on. Oh, bang it. You know you want to. Harry Wilson. Oh, no. I actually can't open it. My nails are too short. That is what she said. I mean, possibly. It's going to have to be a twisty job. We're going to need to get some WD-40 on my Vaseline, but I'd need the Vaseline to open the WD-40. It's a proper conundrum here. It's Theseus's Vaseline. It's not. Krzyżanowski is essentially third choice. And without injuries, he's not likely to see much of the pitch. But that's a really disappointing draw. But actually, in a way, we can't really complain. Still got a lot of shots and a lot of shots on target, though. However, hey, I've built this tactic, can't wait to show chat, hasn't gone amazingly in the 2 games we've played so far, on account of us winning neither of them. Just about got that in the league. This was a rotated side, at least. But we did throw away a game. So, not great. In it, we bought these toothbrushes yesterday. Because I just wanted to get a new electric toothbrush. And trying to get into the pack of toothbrush heads I bought for it was mega difficult. Everything was... It was like... You know when you go to a supermarket and they've got a cabinet now that's got locked things within it when it's like alcohol or certain over-the-counter medication. It was like that with toothbrush heads. I thought I needed to... Like a safe cracker just to get into my toothbrush. It was well protected, I'll give them that. Yeah, the board would not like that. And as it happens, it stops them from catching us. But... I mean, games in hand for the other teams. Thankfully, the usual suspects are still doing idiotic things. So actually, here's Marta. Who is Marta managing these days? Caesar Brookbet. Right, that's who it was. And of course, Lucas Podolski just randomly left. So Ben Wayne, sadly, is not in my database. Which is unfortunate, because didn't he score the winning goal for Port Vale against Sunderland in the FA Cup? Maybe? All I remember is I was randomly in a toilet in Poland and that just flashed up on my phone. And I went, that's that guy. Every league is 12 teams. It's groups of 12. Wow. 22 leagues a season. So, okay. So it just gets like more and more pyramid-y. That's kind of sick. Italy's jealous. You want to watch out. She left Wedger for Brookbet. Yeah. Honestly, given how it's going, might not have been the worst idea in the world. Italy has it too, of course. How could they not? What's improved deal for Suarez? No, thank you. Particularly not with... Oh, it's only a tight hamstring. It's a couple of days out. It's fine. They'll be all right. We're just going to walk away from that. He'll complain, or he might not, actually. Might just sack his agent, which would be much improved. All 100... Oh, that's incredible. My Timo dream? There was a database you could get back in the day that was kind of like that. It was like Timo's stuff for every single league, but there was absolutely zero attention paid to accuracy. It was just purely vibes. And the idea was just to turn on as many leagues as possible. I can't remember who it was. Because maybe Timo's were like that at some point, but his stuff has been much more well-researched recently. Where does our window show? Is there anyone new in here? Oh, there is. Wendell. And a guy called Norbert. Which apparently I'm already scouting. They either can't jump or they can't head. Trying to find a guy who's anywhere in between those two things is the difficult part. After the transfer window, we do usually engage like that, but ultimately we couldn't really wait on signing that guy because I suspect that they would have gone after him anyway, and we needed to sign a centre-back this summer, so I couldn't really afford to. But yeah, I agree. When you go after players outside of windows, it does seem that you get less competition. Not always. Sometimes they do get involved, but not as often. New contract here. We've just discussed this, bud. I already said no. I don't know how well he gets on with Obradovic, but let's find out. Everyone loves Dusan, or is scared of him. Either or. 82 game Bolivian second. Incredible. Hadrian, I think back on 24, was trying to figure out the exact amount of games that you could max out it. As in the exact amount of games that was the most you could get to play in one league season before the game shits itself. And I forget what number you got to in it. Wasn't it over 100? Or something like that. Int result 1. I actually don't know. I haven't used this result yet today, or we'll be using it in a bit. Not for the next game, of course. 127 games. That's very cool. There's a lot you could do with that. Did GKS get? They won as well. Christ, the gap's back to 2 points. Corona just put 6 past Wodge, with Christian Goya grabbing 4. Where do they keep finding these lads? Oh, he doesn't even have a release clause either. 700 grand. Love to see it. Scored 1 goal in... Wait, hang on. He's a... Their DM got 4 goals for them in their last game. That's over to... It is. It's like the Irish schedule, but every single week. What could possibly go wrong? It just seems like there's a lot of goals going around in our league, which is never a bad thing. Keeps the league entertaining, at least. Like, particularly Wodge. We've only played 9 games. They've 29 goals. Oh my days. That's exceptional. Like, we've scored a lot of goals this season. 27 in 9. That's averaging 3 a game. Wukash Wodge have conceded 29 goals in 9 games. That's over 3 goals a game. Their schedule must be... How did they even win a game? So they lost 2-1, 5-1, 4-0, 1-2-0 instead, 2-1, 1-0, got a bit better, then 4-0, 5-2, 6-1. It's not what you want. On the plus side, it makes it incredibly entertaining for the league table graphics that I get to make. It's always nice seeing a team that's just completely shat the bed in some ways, especially when it's not who I thought it was going to be. Yeah, just think who they're going to sign to try to develop this. I don't know if they even still have the Tycoon. They've not been as forthcoming as you'd expect. Oh god, not you as well. More opportunities to feature in the first team. You're a breakthrough prospect, bud. You're worth a lot of money, but ultimately... Hang on. A concern with its agreed playing time. You're a breakthrough prospect. Surely your playing time is whatever it says it is. So even when you give them the correct playing time, they then complain because they want more. Let's see. Opportunity to impress. Well, you've signed the contract with that playing time. Silly boy. And now the club will get my back. But it's fine. We skip those meetings now. You can see... Oh, can you? In that case, let's have a quick little gandery at... I don't know why whichever watch appears on the top there, but it's useful. Oh, no, we were looking at Wukash, wasn't we? Wasn't we? So they have 400k in transfers available. They have spent 4.5 million in this window, allegedly. Oh, fun fact, they signed Giacomo Stabile because Lech Poznan got relegated. So now Stabile, our former player, is actually at Łódź instead. And then they've also got... Oh, even more fun fact. You're going down with the Łódź. Hate to break it to you, Andrew, if you're still here, but you've picked the wrong move there, Sonny Jim. Yeah, actually, it'd be good to see if anyone's got loads of money. I know there have been some big sales, but a lot of them are backed up in clauses. Better rather than breakthrough. Yeah, and which is fine, but the problem is when you give a player playing time that is less than the role that they're on, they kick off. And then when you give it them, when it's the exact amount they've already agreed in the contract, they kick off. It's like, no player ever comes to you and asks for less playing time. That's all I'm saying. The form has not been amazing. I'm not saying it's your fault, but there's a very strong chance it's your fault. You are single-handedly relegating a football team. How does that feel? I hope you're proud. Cheers, Marta's crying. Marta didn't even manage them. It was the other one, wasn't it? Right, let's see what the others have got. So Motor have got 560k available, have spent very little. Hang on, let me just move to the left so you can see a bit better. Piast have got very little money at all, actually, and have signed nobody. That confuses the shit out of me. Yeah, they kick off and want a new contract. It's sort of... Which, a lot of that makes logical sense. I just feel like it happens too often. It mostly just, as always, comes down to the fact that the game is just... The squad statuses are just very inconsistent. You needed a break. In fairness, maybe you were just fleeing a sinking ship. You knew that Legia were going to be in trouble again this year. Austrian Club Lask? I haven't, no. What's the news? What's cracking with the Lask? Pogon have got £3.2 million, but they have actually sold some people. So, they bought Van den Bale from us for 1.4 million, but they also sold this guy, weirdly, to Lechia. Which is odd, because they're in Europe and... Oh, no, they're not. They were at the time, that weird. That was a strange one for me. Maybe the reputation's just higher. Polonia Beaton actually spent 2 million quid. They're taking it a bit seriously. They brought Lewandowski. Wait, didn't he just play for us? And loads of loanees from us too, which is always a good sign, which might be why they're doing a bit better. Starting to play with the surname Wanker. Is it pronounced Vanker by any chance? I mean, it has to be, I presume, but still. What's his first name? This is make or break. Radomiak sold a lot of money as well. Well, not sold money. They sold to Manchester City. Gerardo Gonzalez to Manchester City for £4.5 million. They've got to start getting more money for these lads. I can't believe this. Ooh, screenshot time. Forgive me, I'm going to slide back to the right. They have a big budget. And I can see why. Wait, that's the wrong screenshot, Matt. What have you done? There we go. Oh my... Oh, FM. Hi.
So I tell the swamp dog.
So it's just got all the different... Oh, I see, because it's not like different divisions. It's groups of the same division at the same level rather than being separate leagues. That makes a lot more sense in my head. Shout out to Bridlington. Where's... Who was that team I used? I can never remember the team I used in the random promotion video. Battle King! Thank you for the follow. They're all the way up. Quite a lot of parity, actually, unless you're Anstey, I suppose. 3 bridges. Now only 2 bridges. You've had one of your bridges ceremoniously removed. He's very good. Shame they're not really spending that money. They've got £8 million available and are not spending it. They've only signed 2 dudes. One of whom was from us. Oh, sorry, my bad. I don't have the other screen on the left one of these yet. I really do need to fix that. And Rakov have got £3 million in the bank, but have sold someone, so that's probably part of the reason for that. Who have they spent that money on? Oh, they sold... Wow, a real guy. Ah, to Vichev. Michael Amior to Vichev. Oddly. Lots of real guys, actually. They're just removing all the real players. Erith and Belvedere, that was the team. I scrolled through so many teams to find the exact one that would suit what I was trying to get across with that point. And I think I settled on the right one in the end. Belvedere just sounds so wonderfully... Well, they spent all the money. Wonderfully upper class, I guess. I think it just sounds like the name of a butler. So for a reason, yeah, I was showing the budgets on the right down here. Obviously, that's our budget. I think that's... Oh, Arca have got 3 million as well. Or 2.3. Brookbet have got a little bit of money, but they must have sold someone big too. Nestor Rojas to bloody hell. I hope they have clauses. But when I make vodka, they may well do. And then... Cracovia have got 1.8 million, but there's also one more team I think I wanted to show you, which was, fuck, where's it gone? Corona as well?
64
13
months
million?
watching this pathetic little man play with his pathetic little computer men. Shameful.
Yeah.
Disgusting. What a wonderful, loving, and humble community has been developed here. Full of brilliant and helpful people. Something to be proud of. I haven't really said this enough, but it is time to say thanks for that. Thanks to me. Yes, me. I did this all. Not you. The king of the pasta. The sensational sensitive sausage sucker. Keep up the work that makes women put a restraining order on you.
Ah. You love to see it. There was me thinking you were actually being nice to me for once. I knew it was a trap. It's always a trap. Bardengo FM, thank you for the following half. Thank you for the 64 months. He got me. It was literally, you had me in the first half. Onyedika went to Wolfsburg for £10 million from Corona. But that isn't the biggest transfer. There's a better way to show you this, though, because it's... If I go to the extra class, I go into here and there...
uses cooked rigatoni as condoms.
Didn't hear it from me. Thank you for the 63 months, James. Christ. Yeah, this one here. No, wait, where is it? This one. Bugenhagen. 4.7 up front, rising to 12. So that guy, Luca Freno Bugenhagen, is now at Dortmund, but Legia have got some big old money from him too. I just really hope that this wasn't just... I mean, they've obviously clearly got proper clauses in there because they're going to owe them a lot of money. Oh. I'm really glad I actually took that Sudafed before stream today, otherwise it would just be not a great experience for the VOD. It's just with me sniffing all the time, so I do... Forgive me if I am. Sensitive sausage sucker. It sounds like a what 3 words address for a brothel. I will not elaborate any further than that. When does our window shut? Because it might be worth one last offer out of the loanable players. Because we've got a good amount of them out. Wait, I want... No, I don't want the ones on loan. I definitely specifically do want those guys. And... Wait, why is he here to... Oh, wait, hang on. I do want unavailable, don't I? There we go. That seems to hide the guys from the first team squad, crucially. Also... Our patron regen here, he will not accept a loan. We always get loan bids from him, but he never accepts them. He always turns them down in the end. Transfer. Go on, let me do it. Yes, go on. Sales overall. So Legia are obviously a top flight, so they wouldn't have actually done much beyond that. But Lech Poznan definitely did, as we know, because what's the one I'm looking for here? Oh, we got agent offers today. Right, we've got to keep an eye on that screen. Where the bloody hell's it gone? I'm trying to think of the best way to get to it. I like the fact that it changes, but sometimes it can get a bit annoying. Right, there we go. So, Legia signed a couple... They signed... Oh, it was Rodriguez. He went to Legia, not Lechia. So they signed a couple of guys from us, but they also sold, obviously, him and Emilio Lara to Corona Kielce and obviously Andre, and Jorge Palacios to Jagiellonia too. It's the second tier teams where things got a little bit more squiffy. So Jagiellonia Białystok obviously brought a few guys in, but they also sold, crucially, the big one was Alex Guerrero, who went to Las Palmas. Read more comedians here? I mean, hey, we bring the funk or something. It's just work this afternoon. You're welcome, Count Duckula. Amazing name. Also, yeah, chat, I have no idea what that weirdness was earlier today with the like such strange stuff. You should see some of the things that Automod caught. I'm sure Hadrian and Inferno would have seen it. Very odd. Sometimes things are just very strange. It's best to just move along with things. But yeah, the transfer values are definitely going up, especially on our players. But some of the other clubs have got some guys that have kind of broken through the precipices of that as well. So, for example, Amara Diouf at Cracovia is worth nearly 30 million too. Yeah, they've certainly kept a lot of their squad together, which is showing in the quality of the team. Also, look at some of the loans they've got. Corrupt and Marabesi and Valero and Galatolo. They've got some good players in this team. Galatolo less so because he's not really a loan. But... And then there's also... I've gone to the wrong league again, haven't I? I mean, they're going to run away with it. The pair of them. Lech Poznan have sold £6 million worth of players. Stabile to his... It's mostly just like bit part players. It doesn't seem like they've lost a lot of the big guys, to be fair. And it does show because, well, I mean, look. They're both absolutely cooking. They're not scoring a lot of goals, though. They have... Wait, is that 8 clean sheets in 9 games? I think it is, you know. There's just not a lot of goals being scored there for some reason. Even though they're dominant and will win the league at a canter, 12 in 9 is not a lot for a top side. Oh. But yeah, let me be the distraction from your work. That's fine. It's what I do. Ooh. Iguez. Yeah, that's fine. You can go. He can be part of their loan farm instead. I'll give you a little cut price deal on him as well while we're at it. And Wisła Płocka in for Kuranti. Okay, fair. Registration window. I think everybody, for the most part... Ooh, wait. Should check this properly, because I think there actually might be a few players that do need registering, which is rare. You better be in the squad. Right, I want to be out on loan. There we go. He's fine, he's fine, he's fine. Is Ranchbar no longer the right age for this? That might be what it is. Kamal Leclerc, he can't go in the squad, or anywhere near the squad for that matter. Ranji might kick off. He probably won't kick off, to be honest. Wait, I'm showing the whole wrong team. That'd be why. What about there were so many players there? Ramadan doesn't need to be registered, neither does Windles. Say it doesn't either. Hernandez doesn't. So I think we're okay. Pisani could be registered, surely, yeah. And you're... Wait, does Pisani need to be registered? Yes, he does. Oh. There's a couple that might kick off here. Oh, he's a squad player these days. I think he may kick off, but I don't know much we can do about that, sadly. Yeah, it's sort of... As usual, FM works against me when I say I want one thing and it goes, so we'll give you the exact opposite then. How's that feel? Because at the moment, GKS are our biggest title rival. Someone who breaks the matrix. Can't be done. Oh, I don't know if I can actually show that. I can play it, but I don't think I can show it on stream. I'm curious now, though. Hope this isn't too long. Just man watches thing that you can't see. Oh, you can click the link, of course. I don't even know what I'm looking at that point, really. To be honest. That should be okay. Right, we'll get those loans done, hopefully. Dan Byrne, what a guy. I think he's a manager in this save now. I believe. Wait, Dan? Dan Byrne? Where are you, Dan Byrne? See you later, Jesse. Have a wonderful rest of your day, friend. Surely Dan Byrne's not disappeared. He's 100... Oh, does he? It might be because of the ad boards. Yeah, I swear I saw Dan Byrne as a manager. Because we did try to appoint him, but he was not having any of it. We're living in a Dan Byrne... A Dan Byrne-less universe. Dan Byrne. I've always thought that Shadow... This is what I've been recommending people actually lately. Oh, it's 500 points. Is... The Legionnaire, or any kind of save that puts a really specific requirement. There's a second Bugenhagen. So be it the Legionnaire where you can only sign players from certain regions or counties or something like that, or clusters of countries. I like the idea of not the top 20 as well, where you can't sign players who are of the nationality of any team that's in the top 20 in the FIFA rankings at the time. Particularly as that one's a bit more fluid, because obviously nations will move in and out of that as well. Yeah, I think it's just because the game basically... It cleans up the database. So if you don't have keep history after retirement ticked, players and staff will just retire at some point. Usually if they go without having a job for a little while in the game, that's what will happen with that. Otherwise, the database would get super bloated even more so than it normally is. And that's generally what happens. You ready for C coaching license? Hell yeah. What, you're actually going to be in the game? Oh, mate. So, but what you're saying is FM27, building a nation, Denmark or Serbia or wherever we end up, we're getting you in as the coaching staff, right? Yeah, luckily, I do save points at the end of every stream anyway, so if we did have an issue with the keep history after retirement, it would at least ease that. It will make things a little bit more complex, though, for the looking forward stream at one point. Oh, absolutely. Chitchat Carnage. We were actually discussing Graceman's incredible touch earlier stream, because obviously there's a lot to discuss in that game, but for me, that was the moment that just stood out to me. Yeah, Katowice are even signing the referees now. That's the levels they're at. Wow, we've got a lot of options here. I don't know why some of them are red and some of them are not. But either way, how many actual bids is that? 49, that's fine. With the other ones being, these should all be Polish sides for the most part. Maybe a couple of Japanese sides, potentially. But I think they should largely be Polish teams. Śląska in there. Okay, those are not. Those look like Brazilian teams. Or Portuguese, perhaps. Those guys are... Okay, some non-Polish teams are in here, it looks like. Lech Poznan for Ngonga. Hell yeah. They sound Polish enough. They're not Polish enough. They're Polish, but they never seem to go to that club for some reason. They always seem to turn them down. Oh, Arendal in there too. I do still think it, Chitchat Carnage, just because the universe wouldn't give us that much fun. Sorry, Spurs fans. I feel like it's just one of those things where I think they'll just about do enough. It's certainly closer than I was expecting it to be, though. I did not think they would actually run it even as close as this. They do look like a team now devoid of confidence or any kind of plan, which is not their fault at this point. Like, Tudor is certainly not helping the situation. I think these guys are Polish sides. I should be able to accept this as well. Get a couple more out on the final day. I've heard one of the gays had to get his yes. Well, we were discussing it, but that was when there was weirdness in chat, so it kind of got brushed over a little bit. But yeah, Valverde is just an exceptional footballer. Let's see if there are any players. Watch this be where we find a goated centre-back. Oh. Lincoln versus Spurs is a competitive league match. Yeah. I'd be happy for Lincoln if they actually did. Just get up at all. That would be so sick. I remember when Lincoln won, even in the Football League. It's cool to see. Right, any B-rated player. Rida Gedda is an incredible name, but he is yet another striker. And I suspect he would want absurd money. How does he not have more caps already, for that matter? Right back at Las Palmas. Oh, we're only at the start of the day, to be fair. There's plenty more to come through. Now, what other matches? We talked about City. Didn't really discuss Liverpool very much. And I wonder if there's a reason for that, Andrew. I thought that their handball disallowed goal, admittedly, I couldn't see a lot from the highlight, but I couldn't actually see the handball in it. I assume it was in there somewhere, but it looked a little bit squiffy. That being said, I think they were perhaps lucky not to concede a second goal, because I thought that Galatasaray offside decision was a little bit sus. Purasato's in. A centre-back on deadline day, as I live and breathe. Wait, have he promised kept? What was the promise? Was the promise that he could sign for us? Who's that? I think that you'll probably do okay in the second leg. But what I would say is you looked really open defensively. It seemed like there was a lot of gaps that Galatasaray were able to quite easily exploit. I perhaps undervalued them a little bit due to the fact that they got that good result against Juve. Largely, I mean, the red card certainly played a lot of a reason in that in the first leg. So what is the reason why he's... Oh, wait, has he gone back on loan? Ah, he stayed there. Right. I probably shouldn't have done that. Either way, if we ignore the jumping reach, which is a big deal, admittedly, I like the rest of him, and he has good hair. I just want to see any team that isn't, a regular there, bottom of the Champions. My prediction is that if they keep getting drawn to play home games first, I think they'll go all the way until they stop getting the home game first. Because it just works out so perfectly for them to be able to do that, to just take teams on in the home game and then play completely on the break in the second leg, which they kind of do that in the home legs as well. Ooh, he's a little bit all right. Their window's shut, isn't it? 1.7. I mean, the problem is he'd expect to play, I guess. Breakthrough prospect. No fucking way. All right, fine. Why not? Plus, technically, we do have a little bit of a space for him, maybe. More for the loan farm, if anything else. Wait. Fuck it. For 1.7 million. Do I even have 1.7 million, actually? Now that I think about it, I think I might have, for once, actually spent our entire transfer budget. This has never happened before. We are in unprecedented waters, friends. The prime Tuesday night game is... I don't know, actually. Hello, my big forehead. Right, let's get this in here. Stepping stone, no. But I will allow you to find a loan move. Would that be nice? Yeah, you'll love to see it. Have they actually? So all the bodø fans are now going to be taking their hair off, presumably. Because naturally they've all done that as well. I actually don't... I feel like... I actually don't mind the hair guy. The United strand. I feel like sometimes people... There's a kind of crabs in a bucket thing you see quite a lot. And it's just like... Get that bag. Make the most of this opportunity. Why the fuck not? Right, is they going to go for it? He is. Nice. Good place to start a region air save. I don't know. That's the thing. I think it depends very heavily on what type of... That could be good. On what type of region air you want to do. Are you doing specific... So, if you're going to go for a country with a big pool of players and lots of like regions and towns in it, then you could be really specific. So in England, you could do counties, right? Essex region air perhaps, or subsets of regions in England or something. Or... Whereas for slightly smaller nations, perhaps you could do clusters of nations instead, where it's like Benelux or something. That's... I think if I was to do something like that, I'd probably... Because I like the challenge more. I think I'd probably do it with like Essex only or something, or Cambridgeshire, which would actually probably be much harder. Because I think there's probably more towns in Essex in the game database, just because of the clubs around there. Whereas Cambridgeshire lacks most of that, and has just got less places in it in general, right? I actually don't know who they'd even be, where they'd even have to be born for that to work. I guess Cambridge being one of the places, but, and obviously here, I suppose. What if there are any players in the database that are born here outside of the ones that we've added? Good that we've got Ribeiro alone. And it's to that same team as well. Love to see it. Extending up, yeah, those little ones as well. It's, like, yeah, there just isn't a lot of, I mean, I guess you've got Cambridge City. What other teams? Soham Town Rangers, Peterborough. I guess that counts, yeah? No, I guess it does, doesn't it? So that's March, I guess. I'm kind of curious now. I want to see if there are any players in the database that weren't added by us that are born here. Presumably you can do that now, right? It's under general. Is it place of birth? There you go. See if there's absolutely any in the entire database. 53 of them? No way. That's contains, not is. 2 of them! And one of them's a real person who just plays for them in general. There you go. Simon Grimwood. What a lad. Every chance I could just run into this guy when I'm out buying coffee. What a day to be wearing the kit as well. What you could, another idea is perhaps you do a save where you can only sign players who were born in a different country to their nationality representation. Or something. It's a bit of a pernickety one to maybe figure out, but I don't know, there's something there. I've got a whole list of these exact save ideas because if the Plymouth thing or perhaps the Santa idea does actually work out, I would like to do more stuff like that, but right now I'm still focusing on finishing the Plymouth thing, getting that video sorted. I've got some other little ideas I want to play around with, and then really start working on the running series properly. But I need a bit more born in the same month. Oh, I like that. You could, tell you what you could do, Birch. You do a March town save, or whatever the team is in March is called, and you can only sign players born in February because you just want to really mess with people. That's what I would do. Are there any other clubs that are just straight named after months? Because I know there's a team in North Korea called April 25th or 25 or something, isn't there? There's probably quite a few, actually. I think there's also a team in Mozambique that's got a month in its name. A Ross County save where you can only sign guys called Ross. There's a few things you could do with that. You could do a Keith save where you could only sign guys called Keith. That would be really tough because Keith is not that common. Is there one in Angola called August as well? Huh. So there's a few options there. Only born... Oh, you'd have to really... God, think of the other great thing about that is, Andrew, you wouldn't even actually be able to filter that in the database. Because... there's no way the game would have any idea. But Keith Andrews manager, I know, and then be slightly miffed that he actually does okay. Even more annoyingly. Back to this again. Is that guy called... I thought he was called Otter. He's just straight up called Uya. 1 vowel, please. That's all I need. He's a bit expensive. As if Sag have got another fella. Who's that B-rated guy there? 1.8 million? Ooh. I actually can't even afford these players anymore. Such is the money I've spent this window. It doesn't feel like I've signed a lot of players this window, and yet our budgets have just been decimated despite us actually selling people to fund it. Would we be able to include like Mateuses in that chemo, or would you have to keep it really strict? Franklin on loan, sure, why not? Oh, that reminds me, we haven't changed Franklin's name yet. Thoughts? So it'd have to be a double G name. Players born in the same year. Oh, I like that. So you start off with a really young squad, and then it gets older, but you can't then add new players. Oh, so you're basically relying on 1 year's vintage of being really good. That's a really interesting idea. Right, we're going to go with, what was it, George? Not spelled like that, right? Come on, George. Georginison. And getting him out on loan for a little bit, we'll develop him. There's always one. But I respect that it was only one. And it's okay, I'll let you off this time. Team's called January. It feels like it would possibly be a surname as well. Ah! Here we go. Yanishevich has agreed terms with these guys. Second tier. Finally a contract. It's one Patreon player down. Let me just make sure I haven't forgotten any more. I don't believe I have, just on the lack of movement today. No, we're all right. I dread seeing that drop to 75 and then I have to figure out who it was. Whoa! Oh no, I'm back in keyboard mode again. January. Yeah, the idea of doing like an old boys club save as well would be quite good. So you could only sign players that are like 33 or older or something, or 32. That would be really... Think of the mentals you'd have. And incredibly, there doesn't appear to be any. No name, no clubs with January in the name. There might be like variations on it though, from like other languages translated, like, you know, Janvier or whatever January is in various other languages. It's the only one I know off the top of my head. Who's this guy? Ah, he's at Girona, right. His agent may want to get him a move, but I'm not sure I can really partake in that. Can't run anymore. I don't know. If you were to focus on some guys... Oh, yes, please. Hell yes. That's amazing. Is there any last minute deals? No, literally not. Wait, 77 now? Oh, that's loans. Oh, wait, you can see the offer outs page. Wait, what? I didn't realize you could see that. Oh, my days. I honestly did not know you could see that information. Total value unspecified. Wow. But haven't we already had back the loan bids on these fellas? So it's weird that it still says awaiting offers. I might have to look into that menu a little bit more. I'd never thought to go on that page before. Or you could have... Another restraint would be things like, you could only sign players whose name is a verb or a noun or something. Like, very specifically. Or their name has to be a job. It's dumb as hell, but there's infinite number of these things you could do. There's someone called Tuesday. There you go. Yeah, I wonder if there's in the women's game, potentially, yeah? I could lead... Well, you'd find enough guys like that. I mean, basically, you just look for every single Chinese intake and you'd get loads of them, and South Korean intakes as well. You'd be able to get some good players doing that. Any Cartwrights? Impossible. Yeah? Think of all the... Actually, if you did it solely on jobs, think of the number of Smiths you'd be able to sign. You could fill your entire team of Smiths. Or, alternatively, you literally just choose a single name, and that's the only name they're allowed to have. So, Johnson or Butcher Baker. You can have the Butcher, the Baker. I haven't seen any players yet called Candlestick Maker, but give it time. So an island smaller than Britain. Or just only players born on islands. Or something dumb like that. I think this will be okay, right? Paul isn't... Yeah, and it has to be related to the team name in some way, I guess. Not sure how that would really work, but... Candlestick Maker. We're just going to find a guy called Carl the Stick Maker or something. Apparently I've slammed the team. I don't know why I've slammed the team. It's like, lads, get it together. Candle... No, that's not how you spell any of those words. I just want to leave it there for a second. I want to see where it, like, jumps off the train. Caribbean only. You say that, but... I actually think you could do quite well with a Caribbean only one, because you'd probably have to do it in England. Go back. Wait, what happened? Mateus guy? Wait. Was he on here? on this search, or was it before then? Now I'm curious. I'm just going to keep deleting letters until I see who you're talking about. Or is there not a guy? Or is it from a different screen? Was it like an agent offer? Mateus Sucker. Ah. Whoa! FM's done it again. Back again with another badly designed menu. Right. I'm not sure. People. There's some Tuckers. There's, oh, this guy here. There's Mateus Sakar. I assume that's the guy. He's not even that bad. Bro's got 4 Peru caps. What a guy. Oh, dear. Where did you see him? Like, did he come up when I typed in, like, candlestick maker or something? Sucker. There is, I believe, in the... Oh, it might be the Croatian name pool. Sucker is a surname you can have there as well. Because we had a guy on a previous save who we signed specifically because his name was funny like that. Right, I need my first wee break of the stream because I have been drinking a lot of water today due to my throat being an absolute pile of misery. But... Fun fact, we've got whiz quizzes. In fact, I've got 2 set up for you, but they're not Premier League players this time. This is La Liga players. Yes, Suka, exactly, yeah. Right, back in a second, friends. So, yeah, remember, these are La Liga players this time around. Slightly different. It was, of course, Salvatore Sirigu. Well done. I thought we'd mix it up a little bit since there is actually a list of foreign-born players, or like players that have played in the leagues that weren't. Yeah. Oh dear, my throat's gone. Oh, I do apologise if I'm a bit more gravelly today. It's I wasn't sure whether I'd be able to get through 4 hours of speaking before it started to give out. Should be okay though. Just need to lubricate my throat with a bit of hydration from our good friends at Holy. What do we do today? Yes. It's got to be blue raspberry time! Exclamation mark Holy. You know what to do. Ooh. I've got 2 spoons in this one too. That's how serious I am about it. Oh, okay. Let's take the top off. The second top. It is a little bit dice. Hang on, wait. Proper woke nonsense. No, it doesn't work. I need more gravel. I haven't even started mixing it yet. Right, here we go. Yeah, I just feel rough as all hell today. Super. Oh, nice one, Almas. I know someone else ordered some yesterday as well, which is just incredible of you lot, genuinely, for getting involved in this at all. I'm very, very grateful. Seriously, I am. Don't have dates announced yet. Oh, that sucks. I actually had tickets to see Bill Murray at one point, but I can't remember why we couldn't go. I think Pog was ill, much like me right now. Don't mind me. Search for stuff by personality. I know there are certain things you can't do. Like there was a bug at one point after the update that meant that you could no longer sort shortlists by CA and PA and things like that. Let me just wank off the man next to me while I shake this bottle up for a moment. It's good stuff. Pastore played for Palermo. I have no idea if Pastore played for Palermo, but the person in the picture was not Pastore. That was Sirigu. It's a whole new fresh batch of players. Right, what are we checking here? Pastore playing quite a few clubs, did he not? Wait, I'm looking for staff members, not players. Staff. Speaking of, we actually do need to do map men anyway, so now's probably an opportunity to... Maybe after the game, actually. Let's do a Champions League match so we can actually get some games played. What bloody hell's it gone? Staff database. I always forget that it's under recruitment. So, you wanted me to search by personality. So let's just do... I forgot this is our coach search, isn't it? Let's do... General personality is professional. Oh, there might be none in fairness, but let's just see if there's any loyal. I wonder if it's because of something I noticed earlier. You basically don't know the staff's personalities. I noticed when we looked at a staff member earlier, someone said they couldn't see it on their page, and I've realised that upon looking at staff members now, almost all of their personalities are unknown. So it isn't so much that you can't search by it, it's just that it doesn't find anything because technically it doesn't think it's there in the first place. I believe, anyway. Hello, you know. That's really annoying. I believe the Blue Raspberry's coming out very, very soon, because that's what I've just had. That's this one here, and it's very, very good. The two new ones are both up there in my top 3. Oh, wow, perfect timing for the holy thingy there. For me, it's the strawberry kiwi hydration, the blue raspberry hydration, and the cola koala energy. I love that stuff so much. It's bloody exceptional. But yeah, exclamation mark holy and SYC at checkout will get you, I think it's 5% off, and then there's also 10% off, I believe, and then you can get £5 off as well with SYC 5. John Terry is free. He is, but we know nothing about his personality. Incredibly, he's outspoken apparently. And you can't scout stuff. That feels like a proper bug where they've just completely put a fog of war over that for absolutely no reason. Oh. Just as well. Yeah, the point is, Kima, that we can't search for it, so you can't see it anyway. Wait, hang on. Wait, is it working again now? 1 second. They can't all be loyal. I think it's glitching out. Yeah, you definitely used to be able to. I think they've just accidentally applied a sort of extra fog of war to it when they didn't mean to. Oh, I've got it ticked off. I'm an idiot. I was like, wow, we fixed it. No. Some luck. To be fair, for scouts and things like that, it's not actually relevant what their personality is per se. We do need to find some scouts, to be fair. I'll get that set up for when we do, though. We'll get the scouts ready to go. That way, when we do get out of this game. It's up there with the, why are these guys all strikers? Only to realise I have the entire thing filtered as strikers. So against Rapid Veen, we're not going to use this tactic today. We're going to go with the more straightforward approach, which will require a few little tweaks, just to get the right squad set up for it. Which means... Right, who goes where? You drop to there. Hjertedal goes to there. Obradovic is back now anyway. Oh, Aguirre's not registered. Of course he's not. There's always one. Seaman Bank is back in. Get rid of the I need to get rid of the unemployed. I'm coming for you all. Let's see. Obradovic is still injured. I thought he was back. Radji might end up having a play here. Or someone is going to. Probably Bellingham, I'm guessing. But Hjertedal there. Although Pena can sort of do it. Actually, not really, he can't, because he can't play the DM part, can he? So I will play Job alongside. John Terry, maybe. Just, he's loyal to John Terry. And someone has to be. Basically, Wills, I've signed a couple of players, most of which haven't actually joined us. I tried out a new tactic, which I was really happy to show chat until me actually showing them, and then we didn't win upon me showing them the tactic. So, and that's this, in case you're wondering. It's that. It's very fun, but sadly, yeah, it didn't work out so well in the one game I've played it in, 2 games I've played it in so far, but time will tell. Because now we're playing Rapid Veen in the Champions League. That is right? Yeah, cool. Oh, dear. I mean, when I met JT, we're on a nickname basis these days. He calls me the Card. I think that's what he was calling me, at least. He seemed like a nice enough fella. Did hit on my missus. But then, it's to be expected, right? It's a badge of honour, isn't it? Oh, good. The voices seem to have calmed down a little bit now. I genuinely think what it was the brief period of me going to the bathroom for a couple of minutes and not speaking caused my throat to go, oh, we're relaxing now. And then when I tried to speak again upon coming back in, it went, no, you don't. We got some centre-backs one ring, but no one that was as good as I wanted. or I felt like was the guy. We did, however, sign a couple of younger players that I think could maybe develop into the guy, along with some of the guys we got out on loan. So I feel like the best case scenario for us this window would have been if we'd got the Iranian-German fella. But secondarily to that, and once we realised we couldn't get him, I think we've done about as well as we can out of it, to be honest. Yeah, we're not dynamic. Ooh, what's this? Is this a new bug? Right. Okay, yeah. In a new save. Oh, well, that's interesting because it's not just applying to new saves. Because I can't see them in this current save. And players. Oh, I hope you can see players. Okay, at least it's been reported, and hopefully that should be... It might be one of those things that's a hotfix type of job, where they can just push out something fast. Hopefully. Okay. Obviously, because we're in the Champions League, we won't be able to see what our other Polish friends are doing until the Thursday, where all three of them will be in action. They're not allowed to play against each other, are they? Or is there a way where that could happen? I don't think there is. The one game we also didn't talk about from the Champions League was the one where I got my prediction the most wrong, I would say. Where I predicted that Bayern would draw 1-1 with Atalanta, and chat went, hang on, you think Bayern are going to score less than 3 goals? And I said, yeah, absolutely. I'm predicting based on vibes. So imagine my shock when they went 6-0 down to them. Not one of my finest predictions. Might be up there with the worst. Did I actually manage to go 0 for 8 on Champions League predictions? I think I did, you know. That's a badge of honour in itself. You can make good money just betting against whatever I do. I mean, what I'm saying is, do you want some Europa and Conference League ones after this game? Oh, it's deflected. Because I can give you some Conference Leagues and Europa League ones too. See, the problem is, when I'm picking off vibes, it's tough. After the match, remind me, I'll get the Conference League up and we can cook. And by that, I mean burn water. Because I want to find a way to do it. Curse all the English clubs. Did any English club win? Newcastle drew, Arsenal drew, Liverpool lost, Man City lost, Spurs lost. Wow, yeah, I did, didn't I? Huh. I just need to keep predicting bodø to lose or something. Yeah, saying that Spurs would beat Palace was... I thought at the time, I thought, you know what, actually no. This feels like the type of game where they'll finally wake up a little bit and then they just stayed very much, I sleep now kind of thing. Yeah, Atalanta... The amount of space they were giving Bayern in that game. With a Harry Kane-less Bayern, no less, as well. It's fine, Tom. All I need to do is predict them not to do well. In fact, would I be correct in saying that it's Rakov in the Conference League that are playing Fiorentina, who just about knocked out Jagiellonia in the last round? So they've beaten one set of polls, and now they're like, haha! A second set of polls has entered the chat. But maybe they're a better set of polls. Oh, go on. Out the feet. Ah, beautiful! Oh, dear. I'm gonna get this ready, yeah. We need to actually start tracking this better to see just how bad these are. I'm just going off vibes. I'm not trying to predict badly. I'm genuinely trying to make predictions. Like, it just ain't really working that well. We've done quite well defensively in this game, but we really could do with, you know, winning it. Maybe creating a goal or two. I'm not opposed to switching to the other tactic towards the end of the game if needs be, just to throw more bodies forward. It's good to see Polish teams at least performing in real life, right, for that. So the biggest thing, Sam, is that we had the deadline day. I nearly signed a couple of... I think I did sign a guy or two, actually. But now we're sort of progressing back into Champions League, and I want to get through... I want to get at least 3 Champions League matches done today. And the new tactic is not exactly cooking, to say the least. But we will win with it. And I reckon we'll do really well when we switch to it in the middle of this game. Oh, sliding through. It's easy. It's surely a goal, and it is. It's Job Bellingham. 1-0 Wisła. Come on. Job has bailed us out in Europe a couple of times. He got that crucial goal against Freiburg last year in the Europa. No! Yes! And other words of other affirmative words. That was a nice run. Agatha Sam. Thank you very much for the 22 months. A lovely finish.
L'Italia sei desta, del municipio sinta la testa dove la vittoria. La purga la chioma, che shavadi Roma idio la creo.
To win. Yeah, the score predictions... A lot of my mistakes, I think, come from predicting the scores. I just get this, like, a feeling that something's... I mean, obviously, the feeling is almost always wrong. So we're playing there. Wait, how did that... Oh, that was some smart shuffle. Forgive me there. Spotify doesn't apparently I didn't realise that was on Spotify. But we move. Oh, shit. No, no, no. We're over. We're fine. If we have to scrape a result here, then we do. Because so far, we've played okay. Then again, if it's anything like the last game, we will just concede to their first proper opening of the match. At least I feel like we're going to be better from defending set pieces now. Because Abdullahi is much better. Whoa, what a save. He's far better aerially than our previous two centre-backs were. And I'm not really sure what Adrian's like in the air, actually. He can't be that bad. Let's have a gander. Actually, 17 jumping reach on him as well. If we could just cut out the number of goals we were conceding directly from corners, that would be lovely. I think last year that cost us so dearly in some really important games. And we got Simon Bank that could sneak back there as well. Might have to think about some subbies soon just to keep this team sorted, because we do, I believe, have midweek games, as I think there is an international break. Not yet, because it's that double thing. Oh, same goal again? It could be. It's Bellingham again. No. Ah, he tried. That would have been an identical goal as well. I feel for him as well, Sam. I thought that it's one of these things where to pull a goalkeeper from a game like that, you have to be damn sure that it's the right choice. And I'm not saying it was the wrong choice, but ultimately he put him in the game in the first place, and it just sort of, I don't know, there was a sort of disrespect towards him upon him coming off the pitch as well. It's like, no penalty. Wow. Chat. What do we say to that? Real viewers? No. I'm afraid I only do bot viewers. 30 million for about 30 million. That's oddly not specific. He makes serious bank. He's one of those millionaire FM streamers I've heard about. I'll tell him a drain sent me. Oh, I couldn't possibly do that to my plumbing system. Well, there we go. It is, yeah. It's in! It's an own goal. He's got 0 goals in 1 match. We take those. It's 2-0. Must be expensive. I bet it is, to be honest. But apparently it is like a rife issue on Twitch these days. Disallowed? Sorry. One moment. I think Katala is offside when the shot is played, but the shot doesn't hit him, and he's not in the way of the goalkeeper. I guess he's interfering with play by sort of being near the defender, I assume. Yes, notice that Jinjo isn't here right now. He'll see this on the VOD, which makes it even better. All I'm saying is, Jinjo, right, be careful with the bottery. I guess he's deemed to be interfering, but it's certainly an odd choice. Oh, go on. Ah, over the bar. Yeah, it was exactly like the Galatasaray goal, potentially. Allegedly is. No, I respect him. He's just staying as a lurker to count. I was going to say count for the extra viewer, but as we found out, Twitch doesn't count that like that, does it? That's why I briefly made that lurk command, and then you all abused it because you're like, not that it really matters to me, right? I'm just happy you're here. Montperouse, surely to kill the game, as if we've missed the chance again. I'm just grateful that I get to do this 3 times a week, usually, when my throat is cooperating. 12 shots on target is a lot for 1 goal. I haven't made any subs. I am a moron. I believe so, he did, yes. Which is odd, because you'd like to think that it was a copy and paste job, right? But, hey. One of these things, this is about competence, right? Competency is a... Wisdom chases him, but he's too quick. Right, changes. To make up for the fact that I've just made this team run ragged for the 90 minutes and didn't realise I'd done so. No Sunday, what is... Yeah, will that be back this week? Oh, please no. That had better be offside. Teo Hernandez. I don't think so. We do have a guy called Thomas Fernandez. Sorry, Thomas Hernandez. This had better not be onside. Thank Christ for that. Yeah, so that Twitch knows you're here. That guy definitely did that test once where he just told his chat basically to write a 1 in chat, and it literally, his viewer number jumped up like 10% by just doing that because it just suddenly started counting lurkers. Not that I really care about that. It's just like weird that they would stop, like as if lurkers don't count. They're watching the they're also crucially watching the adverts that Twitch put on there too. How many subs? So yeah, fuck it. Whack a 1 in chat. See how many first-time chatters we can get for the one in chat. Can't see the weird message in the water. Ah, what? That's odd. So we had a couple of things today, Harv. We had this very strange set of people that were... I don't know how to describe it. Yes, I see you. And then, of course, just the usual sort of spammery. But that was today's... It's weird that you get two on the same day. Usually we go months without even having one. What? Oh, you got to be different, don't you, Perennial Paradox? Of course you do. My hands immediately... What? No, it's happened now. It's happened now. Even better, what's one in your native language? Look at him, he's engagement farming. I've been screeching back through. Where is he? Where is he? We are, Biff. We're finding all the numbers. White went out in chat. I may have said that. I may not have meant it, but I may have said that. I like that you went hunting for that, Half. I hope you read it first so you got an idea of what we're talking about. Probably should have banned anyway. Told that 21 has replaced it. Nah, you see, this is their mistake. If you're going to make a number funny, you've got to commit to it for a long period of time. You can't, like, look what we've done as a generation with 69 or 69, right? You can't just go, it's not funny anymore. You have to commit to it, otherwise it just loses its purpose. They must stay with it, otherwise it will no longer be a funny number. 9 plus 21 meme is right. Is it? I must just be 36 years old to know what that means. Genuinely, I have no idea what that means. And I don't hate the idea of not knowing what that means either. I feel I'm okay with it. I see you're above funny numbers. Brave. The thing is though, you're still going to be thinking it in your head. 2 million quid there is nice. That kind of pays for the guy we just bought off the Argentinian side as well, which is nice. The song bot is working, right? Hello, Dyron. That's how you know it's in your head. 106 in chat will be put into a pool of joy around the ban you. Don't worry, chat. Ignore him. He doesn't have that kind of power that I know of, unless he's been busy. Yeah, I suppose that's probably how you'd learn about those sort of memes. Unfortunately not, Dyron. We lost Pogon. They got beaten by a Greek side, a team called, was it Lavadiakos? It wasn't a team I was super familiar with. They lost on penalties in the third qualifying round of the Conference League. Everybody else, though, is in the imagine. Everybody else, though, is in the Europa League. So it's going to be a tough year to find a lot of points. With us being in the champs and them all being in the Europa, they're going to have to pull up some trees. But we've had 2 really good years. So as long as we can tread water this season, maybe go a little bit further ahead, it could be okay. Look from no computer. Isn't that the English or Great Britain Eurovision song? I'm going to try and convince my friends to, because we booked an Airbnb to watch Eurovision last year. I'm going to try and convince them to go to Poland and watch it, just for the memes. But we've got our first win, which is important. I had a little look through the group stage as well to see if there was any interesting teams in there. There was a couple of surprises in the Conference League. So there was an Armenian side in there, and there was someone else too. Champions League game's winnable. The one we just won was one of the ones we've isolated as being winnable, but it's not easy. So we have Real Sociedad and Athletic Club at home, but then it's Bayern, Sporting, Club Brugge, which is winnable, and then Inter and Liverpool. I think we've got enough to maybe get to the knockouts again, but I'm not convinced it's going to be a lot of... I don't think it's going to be a season where we can go super deep. But I'm okay with that. As long as we can tread water, look decent, and maintain things for a year, I'm okay. So Thursday... Wait, there's Champions League games on a Thursday? I did not realise they did Champions League on Thursdays. In that case, while we're here... God, all I would want is a little downward arrow here that lets you go straight to the Conference League or Europa League. The difference that would make in navigation for the game is crazy. Because at the moment, you still have to go back to this, then back to that, then back to that. Well, Legia have won. Cracovia have drawn, which presumably means that our other friends did not, in fact, do either of those two things. PS lost. Right. Let's have a look at the scores. Why is it only one match? I've never actually noticed that before. We do. And with 3 teams in the Europa League, we've got a chance of it happening again, I'd say, if they get their act together. So Piast lost 1-0 at home against Nuremberg. Wait. Is it not showing all the games? What's it doing? Wait, they put games on the Wednesday for the Europa? Okay, I'm so lost on these. Cracovia got a 2-2 draw away at Midtjylland, not a bad result. And Legia put 4 past Partizan. They mean business this year. That's great signs. 4-0 double on the opening day. Not bad. So we won, and 4 more points for Poland than the other one. Not too bad. I just want to see them all get through. So as always, FM's not quite modelled it properly because they've gone for 3 match days that week, but they've also put the Europa League across 3 match days as well. Yeah, Ilian Rodriguez at least doing some stuff there now. Of course, it will come back to bite them when they inevitably have to actually play him in a useful game. But maybe that's just his level, is Europa League. He'll take them as far as the final, but he can't take them any further than that, as we've already found out. I don't know why I'm entirely blaming him. It was very much Luis Eduardo's fault that we lost that final. That and Docampo being unable to save anything, really. And us for not taking our chances, to be fair. We've still got so many 5-star guys just knocking about here. That was another guy we signed that could definitely be something. There's so many of these guys that are just like, maybe. Probably Cornetto, maybe, yeah. Now that he's finally able to actually take them. Yeah, Naeem being missing for the final definitely cost us. Like, Coffey's a good player, but he's not Naeem good. Naeem is one of, if not our best players in some ways, in terms of his actual impact on the squad at least. Not quite Dyron, but not far off it either. Pogon, who are technically out of Europe, are in the rally zone right now. Piast are also still in Europe and are 15th, so not quite. Legia are having another shit season in the league. They'll have to win the cup again. And I've actually forgotten who else is in Europe for us. Cracovia are slightly better. Yeah. And then, of course, we've got Wukash Wodge, who are determined to concede the most goals ever. And if they carry on at this rate, it would probably be over 100, wouldn't it? Right, so this is a rotación. Oh, I might try this tactic out with rotated side in the instant result and see what it's like. Duru and Curans. Arola, Obradovic, no. Obradovic can't start this game. Who do I put in his place? Ranjbar? No, I can't. He's literally not registered. Nigel? Nigel, what a guy. Krishnovsky, JT Hernandez. Maybe not. Where's my goalkeeper gone? Is he just trying to put a goalkeeper in that I can't actually play? Or is it because he's not in the right squad? I put Zimmerbank in. I think he's in the wrong squad. Which might explain why I couldn't see him earlier. Yeah, he's got a moustache. Love to see it. Right, to the senior squad for you. He's the guy that I think could replace Docampo. Pitching down with rain again. Ooh, here's just a bit dreary. Apparently it's the only shit they were getting this week, to be fair. Second tier, it's basically Jagiellonia, Lech, everybody else. As you'd expect. It's pretty out there. I'll show you after this game. I'll let Diakite have another go. Why not? Right. Let's see how this tactic works in instant result, shall we? It will work perfectly in instant result. I hope. No. It was against Legia, to be fair. That's 3 straight draws. We're back to that again. We did have that one stream where we drew basically every game. Also, Polonia Beatom just put 6 goals past Lechia. And Wood only conceded 1. Love to see it. Multiban. Yeah, it does, but also they still seem to make something happen in Europe. Even when it's random teams every year. Obviously, consistency would be much better for us. But... And to think we actually had a title, we had a lead in the league, and now it's just evaporating because of the draws. Do we deserve the win at least? Pretty even game, to be honest. Now, obviously, this is because of rotation, and the games we've played lately have been against quite good sides. We have, you know, Cracovia and Legia, ignoring Ruud Herjov and all this. Really? So it's just going to absolutely twat it down later then. Not great. Oh, basically, Darren, off stream, I decided to build something that would allow us a bit more use of our better players. So the idea, basically, it has more midfielders in it. And in order to do so, it ended up with a bit of a menace, you could say. So it's probably not going to hit me yet. As you know, I'm very far north. Your team report scout left. That is an oof. Yeah, I don't know what you can really do about that other than brace for the pain, I think. So the men's national team for Poland. Oh, hello. That looks a bit nicer. I haven't looked at this page yet. Okay. So what's their squad looking like in terms of... Let's look by world rep. So obviously Jakub Kivi are in there. Grabara, Moda. There's a random dude. One of the better players is Santiago Heza, who plays for Górnik Zabrze. And is he Polish? Or is he like naturalized Polish? I might need your help with this one, chat. I genuinely don't know this guy. Argentine Syrian, but he's Polish now. Big up him. Then there's a guy Legia as well, who's worth a good amount of money. A Lazio fella. There's a guy playing in the second tier. Yeah, that was a weird season that happened. I don't think there's... Or there obviously isn't anymore, but we do have Kotovosh in there. And Damasiewicz. Lots of regens popping up, though. Nuremberg. Guy at Schalke. Guy at Karlsruhe. Look at how many of the regens that are in this squad are players that are in Germany. There's so many German Poles that are getting into this squad, which means those are the kind of guys we're going to have to find later to get some quality Polish lads in the team. Looking at German youth intakes instead, and just that whole partially Polish search. Forgot I made this earlier. Oh, God. No, why don't we zoom in on it properly? Also, if you missed it earlier, where's it gone? Is that one? I forget. That one's still fucking hell. Oh. Yeah, Nuremberg have had a... You say young, but they're actually not. They're like 20, 21. I mean, that is young, but it's not like young and we can sign them young. 13 caps. I mean, Nuremberg are cooking. Especially defenders, apparently. But, ooh. Mateusz Urbanski. Hello. No aggression. There's always that one little problem. I'm going to make my own centre-back. And he's going to have blackjack and hookers and going to be great. Other Polish youth teams, I mean, they'll have players in there as well. But, sorry, we were looking up... it was a look-up for the Polish national team. So, why is it not showing me properly? FM, hi. Can I search for the thing I'm searching for, or are we not allowed to do that anymore? Just to strike it in it. Bit of that. Wrong squad, Matt. Christ. How do I... Oh, it's in here, isn't it? So we've got under 21 squad. Mostly going to be more... Still some, like... German clubs in here as well. He's 21. What I want is basically players that are not in Poland that are in here. Other than this guy who's a goalkeeper as well. There's bound to be a couple that we might be able to get a little younger, so they're a bit cheaper. That's all domestic teams. They do feel like a third tier side, yeah. Wait, was Abaniko Strava in there? Oh, yeah. Oh, he's at number 10, of course he is. He's very good, though. Oh, we like him. I think the rest are all Polish. And then there is this guy. Big up Hubert. I might scout him anyway, just to see what he's like. We've had some good success signing out of the German lower leagues, to be fair. And then... Mostly second and... St. Pat's Athletic, of course. Naturally, a guy from St. Pat's is in here. Adrian Vronsky. Sorry, Vronsky. Loads of like Polonia and Górnik in here. We have surprisingly few, in fact. Lots of Wisła Płock, Górnik again, Lechia. It's good. I mean, it's good signs for Poland in general. Under 20, maybe, but he's not likely to be that great. What position did he play anyway? Second top guy. Oh, hello. New contract here. Probably not though, Adan, right? Because you actually do only have 2 years. Never mind. Oh wait, no, actually, wait. There is going to come a time where I do need to get Catalar a new contract. Maybe is now the time. He's on 16 grand a week now, but he only has 2 years left. If I let it go down too much, maybe. Perhaps. Oh, Europe predictions. Yes, one sec. Let me just sort this contract out. I mean, he might say no. I mean, he said yes. That's actually okay, because it now just means that I can do whatever I want. But if he doesn't have stupid demands, I'm not going to give him star player. That's fine. We just don't want any star players around the club because we can't rotate. That's not even that bad. Important player is okay. 36,000 a week. He's again not that bad. I'll get rid of this. Minimum fee release clause, of course, we get rid of that. This stuff is all absolutely fine. I'll bump his agent fee up a little bit too. See what he wants now. 46. Okay, I figured it would go up a little bit. What about 40? 40 and a half. 40 and a half. There you go. Starting striker for us. It makes sense that he should be on good money. Catherine the Great's lover in the... Maybe. That's the kind of knowledge I do not have, so I'll have to trust you on this one. You wouldn't lie to me about Catherine the Great now, would you? So which squad was that guy in that we were looking at? The guy from the really small side. Rolling Thunder, as far as the UI goes, the skins kind of make it less of an issue. Oh, this guy here. Oh, he's a centre-back too. Definitely worth a looky look. So the UI is still... It still has issues. But they're less noticeable now because of the... Why is that guy worth so much money? Because people have done a lot of work, basically, to make it more usable, I suppose. The thing I like about the skin the most is just that things are kind of where they feel like they should be for the most part. And the fact that Mr. Tini was able to do that and I would just immediately feel at home there suggests that there is sort of at least a semi-right way of doing things, perhaps. And I don't even have technically the latest version of the skin right now. I've actually got a slightly older version, but it's basically the same. DeCampo's injured. Oh, shit. It feels... That's a great way of describing it. It just feels more like walking into your house after you've been on holiday for a while and all the stuff is exactly where it's supposed to be, I guess. Me when I got back from Poland, except that, oh, that's not great. He's not on loan, in fairness. DeCampo being out, that he is going to miss this next game. Is Diakite going to have to play against Real Sociedad? That could be complex. Right, predictions for Europe then. Yeah, it has. It's kind of got an FM24 feel to the skin, but keeping the good shit as well, which is really important. So Europa League. Let's have a little looky look. Fantasia, I believe he is still around, but I believe he was released, perhaps. I'll have to check, actually. Because I think he was part of that release bunch. My God. I was expecting him to be like 20, 21. He's outrageously good. That level of CA at 15 is just truly ridiculous. Yeah. There's still rocks in the toilet, right? But they're not as bad as they were. Oh, wrong one. Intake. I believe so, yeah. Yeah, potentially. Right, Europa League. Matches today. What we got? So, that's... Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's because it's tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow? No, that's today. Oh, that's next week. I see. My apologies. Right, here we go. Okay, let me just zone in here on my prediction previews. I'm saying 2-0 Porto, 1-0 Roma, 1-1 between Panathinaikos and Real Betis, Villa 0-0 draw, Forest 2-1 to Forest, 1-1 between Genk and Freiburg, 1-0 to Ferencváros. Bold prediction there. That one you can feel free to follow if you want. And 2-2 between Celta Vigo and Lyon. Now, I will get all of those wrong, crucially. So what you now need to do is bet on the exact opposite of what I just said, crucially. As for the confo, what are we saying? Opposite of a draw. Well, looks like you're stuck with me. So, Rijeka versus Strasbourg. 2-0 to Bluco. Lech Poznan, I've got to back the polls for that. 3-0. I realise what I've just done by saying that. Alkmaar versus Sparta Prague. Ooh. Just for you, Fry. 2-0 Sparta. You probably don't want that, do you? I'm going to say Samsunspor 2-1. Palace win 1-0. Sigma Mainz. 3-0 to Mainz. 3-3 between Fiorentina and Rakov. And Celia beat Ike Athens 1-0. There you go. Last predictions were very good. I know. I got all of them wrong. Hello, Pog. Pog, look who's in chat. So there you go. Feel free to place your accumulators and make sure I get a cut. What was the Rijeka game? The Rijeka game was... I said 2-0 to Bluco. That was my prediction for the Rijeka game. Sorted. Thank me later. I feel like it's easier for the Champions League because there's less games for me to predict, right? There's more chance of me getting these right accidentally. And I am genuinely trying to predict these. I just have such a terrible track record when I actually try. I like that you can see the red cards on these. They really do stand out quite a lot. I think Rakov would probably give them a good go, but there's just something about, I think they get rep rolled, essentially. Hey, look, Spurs won a game. Just thought I'd point that out to you, because it's nice to see it happen occasionally, isn't it? For some. Right, Brady Williams. Get rack rolled. They need to get into Europe in this save before they could even get rack rolled. Post give me 2.5 hours of phone calls and research. Oh, God. You hate to see that. What could possibly be... Then again, I sometimes just go down the weirdest rabbit holes in general. Hopefully you managed to resolve that. $17 million. Do you know what? I'd settle for 1% of your winnings. Even if it is in dollary dues. One of these days I'm going to get this right and 17k. Oh! Right. And in pounds that's like 35 quid. Currency jokes. Could you give it to me in Zloty? I'd feel more comfortable that way. That's one of the downsides of using currency that's a bit out of the... Like, it's not like an... Well, actually, with Zloty, it was more like just like 5 to 1, I suppose. But you didn't realise how much you were spending at time. Haven't paid council tax. How do you accidentally not do that? Luckily, weirdly, I found out the other day, our council is the only council in the country that has not raised their actual specific council tax in 13 years. Like, not one. That's kind of dope, considering how good they actually are. Like, we have everywhere in the city that's parking is free as well. Which still confuses people to this day. To be fair, the first time we ever came up here as well, we parked in this car park. We're looking for the pay and display machine. And someone came up and was like, no, it's free here. And I was like, ooh, I think I'm going to like it here. Let go of Tycoon Takeover. That's the dream. We haven't really, from what I can tell anyway, had any Tycoon Takeovers in Poland yet, other than the ones that already existed. Boo! Boo and hiss. The worst team in energy drinks just beat our youth team. Icky. They do have a guy called Pistol, though. Who doesn't even exist. Oh, that's not great. Oh, to be fair, I did still get a letter from the council the other day saying the council tax was going up, but the one part of it that wasn't going up was the bit that was actually from our council. It was parish council, they want more money. The Greater Cambridgeshire District Council, whether they want more money. Various other things want more money, but ECDC, on the other hand, they're good eggs. Although the highways are from hell, so maybe there's a balance to be struck between those two things. Yet to reach the fence. It's very true, yeah. We don't have that here yet. We just sort of stand near our car and yell and hope for the best. Fellowship with the... Oh, you do. You've got to pay everybody. Pretty certain I owe a dowry as part of my council tax as well. Hello, Steve Harvey. Thunderingly useless. Yeah, ours are okay. I mean, we're getting new bins in June and everything. They're finally giving us a general waste wheelie bin. Church roof needs more lead. Well, if there's any area where they could complain about the needing to do stuff, it probably is the cathedral. I mean, it's a big old thing. Transept fell down 500 years ago and they still ain't fucking fixed it. Incredible scenes. Okay, right, next match only for this one. Just to make sure we get this all sorted. Docampo is out, sadly. Thank God Diakite's in. Which means we got the Momper up to there. Arella will fall out. And that means that Dahl comes back in. Bank comes in there. That's the wrong button, Matt. And then I want Obradovic, so I'll swap those two over. There we go, nice. This is going to be tough. And then Aguirre comes out, of course. And then I have to find someone else to put back in the squad in place of him. It'll probably be the same person as last time. Oh, it's Pena. Never mind. That'll have to do. Single children. There you go. That's a bit more like it. That's the kind of money we can work with. Just think of all the minor, well, lower league football clubs we could buy with that kind of money. The Pope mates of mine? You mean the rest of my fellow podcasters? 255 and matter. That's good. That's like Stack Overflow money. Wallet overflow money, indeed. Pogwa's, she's got a lucky coin now. She found a Polish penny coin, well, like 20 pennies, in the apartment block we were staying in. And she was really sad when she thought she'd lost it one day, but luckily she didn't. 100 Stack Overflow. It's ready to overflow. It's like when you fill your cup up and the laminar flow is taking place and it's actually above it. A grosh, yeah. Is it grosh? Because that just means penny, doesn't it? Because I found out that Zloty just means gold, doesn't it? Because the reason I figured this out is because I bought I bought a pack of Golden Bears Haribo from a Żabka, and it said on it Złoty Misia, or Misa? Yeah, Misia. And I worked out, I was like, hang on, these Golden Bears. So I realized that, yeah, the currency is just called gold. Love that. Right on the nose. Not that I actually saw what it looked like, so I have no idea of knowing if it actually is gold or not. Probably not. Next, me and KSI. Yeah, I'll take over my local, I guess. Or it's called Bears. If only it was called Bears. Originally, I thought Bears was actually Niedźwiedź, but apparently that's not the right use of the word bears. Apparently, bear is just mis. Not to be confused with mice. Good form. With the change of tactic and obviously rotating in and out, he's been decent. But I put Katala back in when his fitness levels returned, and he did kind of take to the new tactical style outside of the games that I showed chat, like a duck to water. So he has kept his spot. By Redbridge. Ooh, split the team up. Yes. There's a few of those you could take. We could do Aerith and Belvedere, and I could just take Belvedere. Golden Bears. I could see it happening, Hazard. Why not? Just pair them in Haribo. More friendly. Oh, I see. Oh, wait, hang on. No, I remember this now. I looked this up. One means like bear, but the other one means like teddy bear, right? You may feel free to... Don't want to be the bad news bear. Rah. Ignore that. I think that was what I was able to ascertain from looking it up. Rah. I'm a big gay bear, you know. So that's the third type of bear. Rah. Specialty lifestyle. Well, I mean, worked out for hashtag. I still love... Ooh, that is a very... That was another thing I was meant to say earlier. Is that was a Zach... what's his name? Fuck, what is his name? Zach Zucker. Yes, it was a Zach Zucker reference. I can't remember. We'd have to ask Mushroom Head. Not Mushroom Head. Mushroom Head! We'd have to ask the new metal band, Mushroom Head. Every time I have something to say to Pog like that, or like I'm breaking some kind of news, I cannot help myself but just saying I don't want to be the bad news bear, rah, no matter what it is. Oh shit in hell. Okay, he's taking a strike. Oh dear. You just really wanted to say it, Andrew. You were like, nah, I've got to get this point across. Currency in Fredos, to be fair, it's a good economic measure. Well, Mushroom Feet, you see, you're showing your age. Mushroom Head were a new metal band in the early noughties. A la Slipknot, may have even shared some members, don't know for sure. Wasn't a fan of them myself, bit too sludgy for your boy, but did end up with a few of their songs on a random like mix TD that my mate had made for me. And are we going to eventually score? No. Okay. We may regret missing that. On account of it being all the XG. Did they really? I couldn't think of a single song of theirs, to be honest. Wasn't really my vibe. This is where you're thinking of something completely different. Oh, Mudvayne. Yes, there was a lot of bands in that kind of era that referenced mud and soil and stuff like that. And mushrooms, I guess. Organics. But in a sludgy kind of way. Feels like bands like that had to have... to play everything and drop A or whatever, had to be called something like Sludge, Sewer Sludge, and such. Oh, that's nice. Cool. Just need to finally find space for a shot. It's going to be a long ranger, isn't it? Ay, ay, ay. The chance is coming, though. We look quite good, actually, against what I thought would be a very good Real Sociedad side. Death Compost, there you go. Yeah, that works. Are we just playing Name the New Metal Band now? Because I bet you half of these are just real. Stalin. That's the Soviet version you're thinking of. Bag of mushrooms. Fair enough. To be fair, I hadn't thought about them until today. Probably hadn't thought of them in about 20 years. There was a band called Puddle of Mud, yes. They were very Kerrang-core. You know? They had a song that... I can't remember I think it was called... I remember the lyrics. It was like, can you take it all away? Can you take it all away, yay? Can you shove it in my face? Blurry, that's the one. My memory of it was equally blurry. A bad news bear bit. When you go through some horrific news in a really happy voice. I need that. I need to have all of my bad news delivered in such a manner. It would soften the blow a little bit slightly. Can't spell properly. Limp Bizkit, one of the first bands I actually liked. Limp Bizkit and Linkin Park were like my musical awakening in about 2000. About 2000. Pretty much. Chocolate Starfish and a hot dog flavored what? What an album name. Too young to understand at the time what it meant. But there you go. I think that was just an enlightening time. That was I don't know. It's like not even a musical awakening. It was just like when I first got, I'm using the phrase music taste very loosely here. My own music taste, because ultimately up to that point you're pretty much just listening to whatever your parents listen to, or right. And this was like no, I've heard a thing independently of that and I enjoyed it. So what Stained was another band in that kind of era. They had this one song that was always played on Kerrang, like constantly. I believe it was an acoustic song, like a live version. And I can't remember what it is. And chat will already know by the time I finish. There you go. There it is. I love it. Chat's like the ultimate search engine because all I have to do is mumble for a little bit and chat goes, is this what you mean? I'm like, yes. Way better than Google. Probably less consistent, but on this case, pretty correct. Yeah, as like an 11 or 10 year, probably about 11, 12 years old in sort of 2000. That's what it kind of was. I feel like you have several of them. Like the kind of music I listen to now, generally speaking, I didn't really start enjoying until I was about 17, 18. And I first started liking shouty music, you know? And Bullet for My Valentine were my gateway drug to shouty music. Mostly just Tears Don't Fall. Can we score a goal, please? We've been so strong defensively, which is a good sign. Ober has not really cooked today, has he? He's very tired, to be fair. I don't know if my doorbell just went or not, but it's fine. It's probably just, what have I ordered? Oh, some shower gel. Your boy's going up in the world. He's ordered some stuff that wasn't bought from Tesco's. Because who knew that you could buy shower gel outside of Tesco's? Not directly outside. That's probably not shower gel. Holy flavoured shower gel. Ooh. Tell you what, if it smelled like Cola Koala, I'll be all about it. So as my dad, to be fair, so do I. Like, initially at least, not the heavy stuff. But my dad, I grew up listening to well, actually stuff like this as it happens, but also like Boston and ZZ Top, Foreigner, those types of bands. That was sort of my childhood, was listening to that kind of music. We had Joby on. Actually, I'll leave that as it is. I think he'll do okay. We are a bit... we could do with some more CMs. Which I never thought I'd really say, but we're going to need the CMDM fellas. Do you know what? Bellingham was so good in the first game. I might actually give him another chance to impress, and we'll get Domashevic in for a little bit too. Freshen that up a little bit. German Schlager. What is that? Is it like... I'm picturing polka music. Hearts Burst Into Fire is also an excellent song. I remember seeing Bullet for My Valentine at Brixton Academy, no less, in 2008. Which is a scary long time ago. Great gig, though, to be fair. Oh, shit. No, don't you fucking... As if... we're losing to Rails. That's their first shot of the game that's actually done anything. And we're a goal down. We just got rep rolled to high hell there. We've defended so well all game. And even that isn't a bad... oh, we don't even get to see... literally their first shot on target of the match. Christ. This is what I mean. I just didn't feel we'd be able to be consistent against the two slightly bigger sides that we might still be decent against. I reckon we still end up drawing this game 1-1. But it's going to take like 3 XG to make it happen. Here we go. It's a roller off the bench and it's immediately 1-1. The VAR flashed up very early there. Soul music. Yeah, my mum was more into like your Michael Jacksons, your David Cassidy. Big fan of David Cassidy. Well, that didn't take long. Sometimes you have to go behind to find out how good you've got it. It's a lovely pass from Naeem. And Aurora doesn't even really think about it. Just first touch, straight in the bottom corner. Keeper doesn't even expect it. Like Ghosts and Turns. I've never really been into either of those two bands, actually. I guess this is the great thing about music is it is so subjective and you can just enjoy what you enjoy, right? There's nothing I enjoy more than when I'm out running and just whacking on my metally Corey Worry playlist on Smart Shuffle, of course, when it's not playing Lost Profits accidentally. And I get an extra yard of pace every single time a Polaris song comes on. No. It's just going to be goal after goal after goal now. I'm also entirely at fault for that goal because I did kind of dare the game almost to do something like that to us, and it took that with open arms. I mean, I said we'd get 4 points from these home games against Real Sociedad and Athletic Club. And I guess this would be the first of the 4 points, perhaps, but we would then need to win the second game. Hoping that Suarez can just do something. He's been super useful as a sub this season in general, and towards the end of last year too. Bit more pressure. Okay. Be fair enough. Oh, please not again. Our goalkeeper's just standing up way more. So Athabal's just made it 2-1 to Real. So oh, Christ on a bike, right? Okay, attacking it is. These are the things that cost you. I feel like both goalkeepers in this game have just not bothered. Diakite has not had a couple of great games for us. I do kind of feel like Docampo might have done better. Naeem's done poorly there. He really should have cut that out. But both goalkeepers... Why is he going with his feet? You're not Thibaut Courtois. They definitely have changed, yeah. I'm noticing it way more in this specific game than ever before. But I feel like for all 3 goals, the goalkeepers haven't really dived for it, per se. So 2 shots on target against, and it's 2-1 to Real Sociedad. This is a really good performance outside of that as well. That's what makes it more annoying, that we just haven't been able to defend properly. And this is with the less aggressive tactic. Is crazy. I guess that's the other thing with music, because you don't even have it doesn't even have to be in your native language to enjoy it, because ultimately it's just melodies, isn't it? Oh, go on. 2-2 draw would bail us out a little bit. It's Fila. He's drilled it in, but I don't think that's going to count. I'm pretty certain that's going to be given offside. No? Come on. Oh, there it is. They fucking wait for ages. No, it's given. It's 2-1. It's 2-2. Sorry. Come on. Get in. What a pass. Was that Job? What a ball from Joe Bellingham. Their defensive line gets cut open completely there. The fact that he goes first time with it, that is a great finish from Fila. Is there still time for winners? I mean, I still feel hard done by about not winning this game to begin with, but we've deserved more than a 2-2 draw. But it shows that we've got the quality to actually compete at this level. Fully block that. Yeah. It kind of sucks as well, Andrew, because some of those songs, especially that song, are unbelievably good. And it sucks because you just can't really listen to it the same way. Like, you just can't. It's... There's all... it just... there is some bangers on those first 2 albums there. It does, doesn't it? It's such a heavy intro, and it's almost out of character a little bit.
He's made
incredible.
Them pay, and that completes a wonderful subscription.
It's... Yes. That's completes it. That's the end, is it? That's you done, is it? Thank you very much for the 16 months, friend. It's very kind of you. We could have done better in that game. It sucks. Dolly Parton. I like a bit of Dolly Parton occasionally. I mean, this is one of those things. I like that kind of music in the sense that if it's on, I'm like, oh yeah, this is a good track. But I would never actively choose to put it on, I suppose. I think a lot of music's like that. Like, I can listen to things like, for example, with Bullet, I wouldn't actively choose to like put Bullet on these days. But these first 2 Bullet for My Valentine albums go hard. Some of the bonus tracks on this album are wild. There's one that I think it was on the Japan-only version. I think it might have even been a cover. No, Ashes of the Innocent. That's what it was. It's absolute blast beats forever. Love Sabrina. Exactly. I do. That's because I would put Sabrina on. I'm a pink Pilates princess. And that's fine. I love me some Sabrina Carpenter, some Olivia Rodrigo. Because they Tate McRae, their songs are good. There was once a time when I was younger, I would have been too cool to like that, even though I clearly did. But as an adult, I'm like, it's okay to just like what you like, and that's good. And you should be encouraged to do so. We've got a draw. It's points. Does he really? Oh, let's have a look. I like that it shows the shot leader on these things. Or it certainly did. Is it on this one? Oh, where's he gone? Which screen is that on? I swear it was here. Because the reason I noticed is because I was looking for the stats like this earlier for us, because Hjörtur Dahl is actually the shot leader for the extra class with like a stupid amount. He's got like 30% more shots than anyone else in the league. Hasn't got a lot of goals. So this guy with the career path, he's 32. Oh my lord. When you have to start scrolling, that's how you know it's going to be good. Hello, comrade. Also love Sabrina, of course. I don't feel like her most recent album was quite as good as the previous one, but it still had some bops on it. House Tour is a beat. It's just, I don't know, wasn't quite as many proper bangers on it as there was before then. I've still never really been into Taylor Swift stuff. Like, I've just never really got... She's the one Princess Pilates princess or whatever that I've never quite vibed with. Like, that's a good point. Do you think there's someone in chat like, I don't know, I can't be seen here. They're worried that they may enjoy themselves. That's why they're lurking. They're like, if I type something, I might be one of them. And it's an understandable fear. But just know, just safe here. Promise. We'll take good care of you. Sabrina the Teenage Witch. To be fair, an incredible TV show, underrated, and unfortunately, sadly, completely bastardized by the time that show finished its run because the networks did all kinds of silly bollocks with it. Join the echo chamber, indeed. It's an anechoic chamber here, though. So just don't breathe and you'll be fine. I think that's the best ones, when you realise you just listen to a song and you don't know who it is. And it's just good either way. He's actually been quite prolific for Celia. And of course in the Champions League this season, naturally as well. What TV show? Oh, Sabrina the Teenage Witch. I not recently, I mean a couple of months ago, I was rewatching it as my like morning show, essentially, while I wait for my pills to kick in and stuff. I'll have my breakfast. And I was just enjoying it. But towards the end, there's a final season of it where basically it moved networks and they decided to make it edgy, but also had a lower budget. So there was just way less magic in it and it just wasn't very good, and it sucks because it was such a good show. And the other thing is, people forget that it wasn't actually an inherently kids show. Even though in the UK, at least, it was broadcast alongside lots of other, well, that's fine, kids stuff, but it technically wasn't. 6th season straight. God, I hope that doesn't happen in this save. I mean, if it did, it wouldn't be Real Madrid anyway. It'd probably be an English side, let's be honest. Right, shortlisties. Get the old Patreon regions back again. Ooh, bit of interest in James and Kathy from Stahl. And Ian Furno, also wanted by Stahl. Good news. Cougar Town. I've not watched Cougar Town, but I'd like to because, well, same guy that created Scrubs, isn't it? Right? Which is technically what Pog and I are watching at the moment, along with other things. So we've finally caught up on all the YouTube we missed over the weekend. Yeah, exactly, Gooseberry. I think people just don't realise that from outside of that, and that's why it does have quite a lot more random adult jokes in it. I'll always remember this one episode. I can't remember exactly what the built on, but it ends with Harvey saying it sometimes makes you wonder if Hitler was actually a good painter, and it's just, I don't remember that being aired on Nickelodeon, and apparently they did used to change the episodes and cut out bits of them for the Nickelodeon broadcast in the UK because of the fact that there were slightly more adult jokes in it sometimes. Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. That's the like CW style one, right? Which I don't think I have. The one that's a bit like Riverdale type thing, because aren't they from the same like comic brand? Is it Archie? Speaking of, I don't know if you've seen the latest episode of Shrinking, chat. I felt in my chest watching that. I won't say anything more in case you haven't watched it yet, but it's such a good show. It's easily my favourite in that sort of collection of shows, if you like. The is it Bill Lawrence? Or Ted Lawrence? Not Ted Lawrence. But that was that hit deep, I suppose. Might be one of my favourite shows at the moment. The West Wing, yes! I watched that during the COVID summer of 2020. I spent a lot of time watching that, and great. Just genuinely brilliant show. But that might just be because I really quite like Aaron Sorkin's writing style. So for me, it's just the dream. Mostly because everyone speaks really fast. It's perfect for you, boy. If everyone could just do that all the time in real life, I'd be a happy man. Let me tell you. The pot, of course there is, yeah. I'm going to have to get that rewatch. I have to convince Pog to watch it. That's the key thing. I need to convince Pog to watch it. Not as easy. But she liked The Newsroom. Like, so I feel like there's definitely an inward thing there. Apparently that's a common, not common specifically in ADHD, but it's to do with like safety or something, because you already know what's going to happen. And there's something comforting about that in the show. And I believe that's why people do that psychologically, or they just like it. It's really good. But that's what I've heard some people describe it as, potentially. There is a sort of a refuge in it in some respects, because it removes uncertainty, because you already know what's happening. I find that I tend to move towards stuff like that when I'm feeling down or blue. Cue my Pog's yearly rewatch of Top Gear specials and stuff like that. Finally done it. Oh god, did you actually? Twitch let me scroll. Yeah, we bastard. Right, there we go. Oh hell yeah. Oh, why does it keep doing that? Fair play. Timed it. My granddad loved that show. Every time he came over, straight on time team. Hello, Mr. Teeny. Thank you for updating the skin so fast. Oh, I couldn't be playing it without it now. The game is just not the same experience. Fair play. Well done. I hope to That 41 as well. That's like 10 years from now. It feels like I could actually achieve it. Which is even better. Like comfort foods, yeah. You know what the flavor's going to be. Only going to teams in your nation. Ah, right, one sec. Bugger. The way you do that, because it is hidden for some reason. I believe it's recruitment focuses, then scouting responsibility, then advice and reports, then customized advice, then offer via transfer. It's so unnecessarily different. I don't think there's a faster way to get. There might be a way to remove one of those steps, but it's still very, very hidden. WS Grobin, thank you for the follow. Friends booked online, US office isn't the great. The great, I've never seen that. But you seem well versed in it. Oh, Tom, yeah, Tom, just the work that people have done, Tom especially, in that is just wild. Search for it. No, I wish you could, Almaz. A lot of the things that you think you'd be able to search using the FMpedia thing just don't show up. Even basic menus. But yeah, that's how you sort it out. And obviously you'd set it for the second squads to just mimic the first team settings. Because most of the time the players I'm offering out are second teamers anyway. One show I would recommend actually is a show called North by North. I think it's North by North. North of North? It's about, it's a comedy about sort of a First Peoples or First Nations people in Alaska or Canada, I forget which. It's a little bit like Parks and Rec. It's incredibly funny. I'm not sure, Mr. Tini, because the version of the skin that they've got at the moment is not the most recent version. It's the one that you put out yesterday morning, so it's not got the stuff back on the player profiles yet. But this one's settling in nicely to me. I'm more of a... I don't use the polygons as much, but I do like having them visible because I know chat likes seeing them. You're right, there are still players. I knew I would do that. The second that they disappear out of sight, out of mind, he plays for the naughty team. So... Wait, did that not delete him? Ooh, interesting. It does a bit, Goosery, yeah. Schitt's Creek is exceptional. R.I.P. Catherine O'Hara as well. Pog's been rewatching Schitt's Creek sometimes. That's like one of her things. She loves watching rewatching Castle as well. The amount of time I'll go downstairs, I'll look in the queue and I'll just see Castle in there. Napoli, Rebel Salzburg, Sabadell. Area reach of 3. He can't even get things off the shelf, let alone come for crosses. Cartagena? Don't hate him either. We don't have the money for him at the moment, but... And there's also Daniel, who's... Actually, he's a bit more signable. I worry about the fact that he's... I don't hate him either. I'm going to shortlist these guys for when we actually get some money again. The board will probably give us some in Jan. There's another guy at... Wait. That's another goalie. I bet you they got him from a Spanish... No, they didn't. Wow, okay. He does, but he's from the naughty team. And I don't know if I'd want to give them money. And ultimately, I also think we could... We've got so... He's only 17, though. Like, if he's 20, it's like, is he really that good? But to be that level of quality at that age is actually not that bad. The guy... Oh, wait, this guy was at a different team, wasn't he? Ah! He went on a free... That was another guy I was vaguely interested... Oh, Finn, there's another guy. Oh, this guy. Not bad. He's only 16, so he's very, very strong for his age brand, at least. We just have no cash. I did, and it wasn't even that bad, honestly, Frank. People have requested much more ear-splitting things on stream, I promise you. Usually when it's hard bus, occasionally that will get me. I love occasionally just seeing a player in here and being like, wow, who is this? And wow... Went all Christopher Walken there. Wow, it's this guy. Ah, it's because he's been out on loan for a couple of years. And he has developed. It's a shame he's not on that right now. Do I bring him to the first team? Potentially. Ooh. It's weird how well some of these guys truly do develop out on loan. That actually reminds me we haven't done the VOD comments today yet. 1 second. That's the wrong screen, Matt. Back we go. Right. Friendlies against the B team from time to time. Certainly something I would consider doing. I just forget a lot of the time when I'm arranging friendlies that is even an option. But I don't think it would be inherently bad, but I don't think it would make much difference really because the B team playing against them, they play a lot of friendlies every week anyway. And like, on the topic of the B teams again here, the reason I loan players out like that, even if they may not play, is because they might play. And if they don't play, they just come back anyway. So it's sort of a way of throwing a lot of shit at the wall, seeing what sticks, and then what doesn't stick comes back and they can develop here potentially anyway. But I would still rather take the risk of them playing, because ultimately, them getting football is going to do more for them than just being sat around in our B team, because the reputation of the B team leagues or whatever is so low, particularly as it is in the real football pyramid, that them playing in the second tier is so much better for their development if they are actually playing. If they're not, then they just come back and they get put through the system. But it's the only really way to like fight them there anyway. The facilities ultimately aren't actually the be all and end all here. It's the playing time. A player could be at a club with incredible facilities, but if they're not playing, they're not going to develop as much as if they were just playing at a much worse side. It's why there was that trick you could do in the past where you could loan a player to a high rep league and then they would develop even quicker because of the reputation of it. Oh, a bit of Carly Rae. I can't remember who it was, but one of you had an obsession with Carly Rae Jepsen for a little bit, and every single stream would start with a request of a Carly Rae Jepsen song, and I'm fine with that. Just pointing it out. Oh dear. Yeah, we definitely do want some more CMs. Pete Walk, and the best kind. Carly Rae Jepsen, Owl City, it's where it's at. I might actually go and get that guy from the B team and bring him up. I'm on CD. Yes. You're a man of culture, I see. Let me just do the unavailables. There's quite a lot of 5-star guys there. Actually, not that many, but enough.
I hope everyone has a lovely day.
I just respond to your Discord message. Thank you very much for the 2 months, my friend. I hope life is treating you well at the moment. Sounds like these. Oh, yeah, so do I. It's my Pink Pilates Princess playlist, which I definitely need to update because I haven't done so for a while. It was Enrique, wasn't it? There's Pazos also. But he's another... God, he's really good too. Particularly as Enrique isn't even playing for the B team at the moment. So it would probably behoove us to bring him to the first team squad anyway. Give him a bit of extra football. $2. Hey, that's a good deal. You've done well there. What's the game? When is the next Champions? Oh, there's loads of games in between. That's fine. So we can get all the way up to that. And perfect. We can finish off with Athletic Club. Because I don't know if... there is an international break after that as well, isn't there? Of course there is. But that's okay. Your boy's going to spam the spacebar loads. Ignore the draws. There is quite a lot of draws all of a sudden. It's nicely sandwiched, very symmetrical. I might just play the normal tactic for this game. But we can... Oh no, we can play the other one, but full strength squad with it instead. What the hell's happened here? Oh, I'm showing the wrong players. That would help. So De Campo's still injured, which means... Unfortunately... Do I start Windles? Unfortunately, our lad here hasn't really had the best time of it thus far. Peña, Hurtadar, Arola, Montparus, Catalan and Fila. Oh, that's okay. It's actually remembered who it was. I think the rest of the team is okay. Yeah, sick. Brought them in the first place. No, they just collapsed on their own. I had nothing to do with it. I would not stand for this kind of slander, other than what I'm doing right now. But please don't let that distract you. Might have to be instead of someone like... We do have quite a few. Instead of a JT in this particular system. Coefficient, it's looking okay. Oh, we didn't look at the other Polish sides. Thank you for reminding me about that. Let's go check what the other Polish sides got up to in the last round of matches. It's not looking like it went well. Oh, Cracovia won. Legia lost. And Piast have lost again. Okay. They lost 3-0 to Anderlecht. Cracovia beat Celia, albeit somewhat narrowly. And what was the other game? It was Legia who drew. Who did they drew to? They're in there somewhere, I'm sure. Oh, they lost 4-3. Wait, hang on. Oh, no, they didn't draw. They lost. 4-3 to PSV Eindhoven. That's not bad. All their goals were scored very late. But they're giving as good as they get. Sitting, I couldn't possibly sit on stream. Also, Man United narrowly beating Karabakh there. It's good signs. Narrowly beating Karabakh. Also, what are they doing here? I guess they won the Europa Conference League, didn't they, last season? That'll do that. But yeah, it's some points, but this is definitely not going to be one of those seasons where we get, I don't know. If we get 12, 13 points this season, I'm considering that a really strong success, just because of the sheer amount of teams that we've got in the Europa League. No one in the Confo. 5-1, there we go. Although it was Watch. And the fact that we're in the Champions League and have already had a bit of a poor result against Real Sociedad too. Okay, that's good. Finally, some delicious food. 2 for Fila, 1 for Hurtadal, an own goal, and 1 from the Red Mumbler. That's more like it. Good, the realism. Well, yeah, they were in the Conference League last year as well. God, their goal difference is actually a crime. Once VAR answers, I'm not sure that would have fixed it there, bud. Really? That's actually quite unusual. I find that of all the leagues, if you have them switched to playable and stuff, I found the Eredivisie, with a few exceptions, can actually be quite stale. You tend to just get, well, the usual suspects. Although, wasn't it the last save where we did actually have some weirdness going on the Eredivisie? It was either Utrecht or Heerenveen that actually were good. Like, seriously good. What the Hang on. So they get a red card when you're 1-0 up, or someone's 1-0 up. Then it's 5-1 by half time. Then a red card evens things out again, and they get one more back. And it was their only shot on target of the game. Yeah, that seems like FM. Seems absolutely fine here. Do not know what the problem is. Whatever do you mean? Oh, was it 5-0 at half? Of course it was 5-0. Yeah, not 5-1. I guess at least the bottom of the league, for the most part, doesn't look quite as silly. In fact, we're potentially losing a double watch as things stand. How's Fila getting on? Stats-wise this year. Oh, it shows the club overall now. Lovely. Or does it? Yeah, no, it does. That's much nicer. Love that extra addition there. So 5 goals for Fila. Does need to add a couple more, maybe. Yeah. Oh, they had a tycoon. Then again, we got quite a lot of tycoons in the last save. Original hatred for a club in FM. Ironically, Dinamo Zagreb is one of them, Steve, as a result of what they did to us 2 seasons ago in this save. But HJK is one I have a irrational dislike for the exact same reason, actually. After they knocked me out of Europe twice in the same season, before we'd even got into the group stages once. I can't remember who I was managing at the time. I think it was an Icelandic side. It might have been the Sportsbirds. Possibly. So yeah, HJK are definitely up there for that reason alone. Like, they beat us in one round. I think it was the Champions League qualifiers. We then dropped down and eventually met them again later, and they knocked us out a second time before we'd even got to the group stage. It was bad times. Oh, Lex B team up for the good ones. Yeah, what else is on the list? I forget what some of these teams even did, actually, as it happens. Navarro, I remember. That's from the very first Twitch save. Binner, we all know about the Binner situation. World Award winners. Wait, what? Naeem's just won FIFA Men's Best Under-21 player, and Duru was 3rd. Hell yes. I mean, I can't believe that Naeem is still even eligible for that. He strikes me as someone that's much older than he is. I'll talk to you about that. I'll say that. I'll say that. Annoyingly, I can't have... Oh no, don't inform me again. Nice. It's like, I'll ask him once, but I won't ask a second time. Shamrock Rovers. My hatred for them was just because they came about... Hey, nice. Particularly to a 69th minute goal. Just because they could sign players that are way cheaper than everybody else. For some reason. 2 feet Ganem, yeah. Wait, what did Sturmgratz do? I've actually completely forgotten what... Some of these are so, like, old. They need to be refreshed, I think. We need a new of the list, perhaps. That adds in things like Dynamo. Which is sad to say, because I've got a lot of love for Dynamo, of course. I had to hide their scarf, sadly, after that. Right, international duty. Oh, now would be a perfect time, actually, to... New contract, nice. Set up a friendly against the B team. Why not? This is where the B team are actually busy that day, and we're not big enough for them. Right, training, fixtures, arrange friendly. Choose opponent. These for 2. That's probably why I don't notice it, because it's always just there. Wait, what am I doing? 23rd? No, I want the... What's that? Oh, we want 2 friendlies, in fact. It's the double international break, isn't it? So we'll go for the Wednesday? No. The 4th, I think. Maybe? And then... We'll have a bit of... Don't think they'd really be willing to travel that far. But who's bigger? But a foreign team that's higher rep. Pyramids! Yeah, why not? We'll do it. The B team are not going to want to travel that far, exactly. It's a stretch. To be fair, for all we know, the B team's accommodation is much further away, just on account of, you know, we have had to build an entire block of flats just to sustain them. Krusnach. Unfortunately not, I don't think. I feel like this translates to something. And I feel like one of the words in it is bad. Call me crazy. Oh, Jesus Christ. I do not feel well. This is giving blanket after stream. It's giving sofa and a blanket. And maybe... Actually, chat, what's your best sort of like sore throat, I've got a cold remedy? Or what's your comfort thing that you do when you've got like... Not like a bad illness, where you're just like off. Basically, sleep. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that, unfortunately. Stimulant medication will definitely prevent me from doing that part until much later. There's always that thing. Wait, was he not on that already? Okay. Passive part. So basically be a pillow princess. Fair. Ginger. Interesting. So I fucking hope not. I can't afford to take any more Sundays off. If I was going to do it, it would have been today, thankfully. But we've got some friends over tomorrow, so hopefully I'm feeling a bit better then, because it's our late birthday little, not party, but a get together. And then Saturday I'm going to get a haircut, and Pog and I are going to see Project Hail Mary, which I'm really excited about, particularly as we got free tickets. Eat a good meal. I think Pog and I are going to make some burgers later. I've still got the podcast to do this evening as well. I'm going to be dead. Holy Energy Trial, but oh, Apple Alligator. How's that working out for you? Because you've got the whole lot. Honey, I've heard, can be good for that. Pasta. I had pasta last night. Maybe that's what did it. It was preemptive pasta. I've already had a cold and flu, but I will be able to take another one after stream, because I took it about 7 o'clock this morning. Yeah, it's the throat more than anything else. It nearly gave up halfway through the stream today, and then it seemed to sort of bounce back, which was pleasant. I was really worried there. Because I can go on if I'm feeling a bit shit, but it's if the voice goes, then there's no... That's what happened last time when I had to take that Sunday stream off. I couldn't speak. Hello, Ben. How's he looking? Which one's that? Because if it's a Royer or a Roller, then yeah, he actually has been getting minutes. Mostly because I switched to a system that plays 3 central midfielders, and he got to be one of them. Did score a very important goal against Real Sociedad for us, though. Hang on, he's not playing. What is this guy doing? Oh, I hate the fact that it goes off of that and doesn't let you agree with the rest. Oregano oil. Yeah, the steam... One thing I did before, when I was ill before, and I had a few streams, I was feeling better again, slightly, but everything was still congested. I would run the shower to basically turn the bathroom into a bit of a steam room without the extractor fan on or anything, just to sort of clear the mucus a little bit. It sort of did the trick, kind of, maybe. Team report scouting, get that in. Haven't actually looked at this for a while, and apparently that was a reasonable decision. Oh, are we getting like big old beard, or is he just fully grey? His eyes are seeing through me. I feel like he knows my future and he can smell tomorrow. Terrifying. Just... Has anyone seen like a really old regen? I want to see how some of our guys sort of develop their aesthetics, if you like. Your Chud's son. I don't think you guys had a son yet. If you did, he'd probably be a better footballer. Another trial box. True. Put off the commitment. That's what I always do. I think I've very much locked down my 3 favourite flavours now. Although I do like the iced teas as well. Today I've had to stay off with the caffeine ones, of course, because I already had caffeine in my cold and flu and didn't want to mix them all together. Clog at a time. Yes. Or when your nose gets so blocked that every time you swallow, it feels like the pressure in your head's going to make it explode. I don't know. Like, you know when your nose is really blocked and there's nothing can get through at all. And when you swallow, it creates this weird pressure difference and it makes you feel like almost like you might be sick. That's how I know if I'm really unwell. Thankfully, today was okay. Speaking of okay, your hair is not. And still no games. Oh, dear. And there's still 2 years left on the contract. You could be 26 by the time this contract ends. Horrifyingly. Freund's loan agreement. I mean, don't take it out with me. You want to get it. Talk to Freund. Wait, where's it gone? Continue loan. I probably should do the don't talk to me again about that kind of stuff on those. Unknown personality. Oh, really? That's definitely a thing they have to fix sooner rather than later, I'd say. So you're playing and won't pop. Oh, God. Or then you try and do it and your ears start popping and you think, maybe I won't do that because that could cause damage. And I've already got weird ears as it is. Moyo. Wait. Benza just got Zimbabwe caps. Shout out to you. I actually forgot he was still here. Wait. Stasiak got a Poland cap. Oh, amazing. Youth prospect on the world stage. It worries me slightly that Poland are calling up players from the second tier, but I'm still happy for him. We created a guy. We created him in a lab. The Milan lab, no less. And Bakic just got a Serbia cap. I'd forgotten all about him. Can't breathe through it as you see. Oh, yeah. That's why I've been trying to stay hydrated as much as I can today. It's not great. I drank about probably more like 1.5 litres of water before I even started stream today. Before the sickness takes hold. Unfortunately, I'm gripped by it, Pep. There's a phrase they use in Crusader Kings that's riddled. No, is it riddled? There's a phrase that they use to describe that. That's what I feel like right now. It's not that bad, ultimately. It's just sniffles and a cold. But you know when they just give you that kind of low-grade fever, like where you know that you've got a slight temperature because you're fighting off an infection, but it's not that bad. It's just enough to feel unsettled and feel the sort of heat behind your eyes. It's the fucking worst. So there is Garnacho. He's at Chelsea still, but he is also injured and will be for quite some time, in fact. Has he played much for Chelsea? He's been quite irregular for them in the first few seasons. Well, it's weird that we've even had that many seasons, but it has somewhat tailed off. And this year, of course, with that injury, he's still only 27, though. I could totally see him end up somewhere else and turn that around. Cornrows. We've got a lot of players who have suddenly rocked up with cornrows, including the guy we were trying to put in witness protection, who has now left. Not left, but gone out on loan. Safer there. And no, I won't tell you what his name is. You'll never find him. Unless you were here earlier when I changed his name, in which case you probably know who it is. Class Kelsey Netneck, still at Nacional. Oh, wow. Okay. Maybe a resurgence for the neck. He's never really been prolific for them until last year when he didn't start very often. Oh, he wasn't really starting before then either. See, if they just play him, he actually scores goals. Who would have thought it? But yeah, Nacional, 4 goals in 5 games. This is the breakout year for a 29-year-old. He'll get late developer. Don't worry. Rivas is in that squad too. Ooh, we're losing a few of those kind of games lately, actually. Bendel Insurance. We're obviously into the... I might go through at some point when I get a chance and I'm not drowning in fever, to go through and add some more team reports on. We've still got a good amount of them as it is, but the more the merrier, right? I'll just do the exact same thing as before. Rafinha not in the Brazil squad, which is surprising. 4 jumping reach, yeah. Or just invest in not being a goalkeeper at that point. I suspect it's not likely to do a great deal. There you go. Beat the B team. Always a good sign. I just have a horrible... Actually, I think we might beat Athletic Club. But we'll beat them in like a really lucky way, and I'm totally fine with that. I take luck where I can get it. Because we don't seem to get a lot of it in Europe. Oh, look at the hair on you. Preston Perez. He sounds like a rock singer. Arola. Oh, this was the new guy, wasn't it? Adria Arola. Yeah, whoa, look at the value. How much did we pay for him? 4.4 million, which is a bit more than we normally pay for these guys. But in the new tactical setup, for the league at least, he looks absolutely exceptional. And that goal he got against Real Sociedad was incredibly useful, which I think was off the bench too. Has Shokri got that role nailed down yet? He should be a lot better than he actually is. He is very good. It seems to... Wait, attracting interest from takeover rumours? Hello? I mean, at least we can't get sacked because of it, but that isn't always a good thing. Not the sacking part. The takeover part. Okay, a few more call-ups. None for the first team. Under 23, so... Perusati will definitely be useful for us next season. Ah, we got a cup draw. Please tell me it's against not someone really good. Are you joking? We'll play either Wisła Kraków or Legia Warszawa. What? In the second round? Also, why are we not in the second round? Is it because we've... Have they changed the cup? Because I swear we were in the second round last season. Or is it because we've moved up further in Europe that they no longer put us in the second round, like the Carabao Cup in England or something? That's weird. Either way, we're either playing our boring local rivals or Legia Warszawa in our first entrance to the cup. Not ideal. I was kind of hoping that we'd get a chance to play maybe a Wall of Death style system in the cup this year if I could build one. But it looks like the game has said no, and you're not allowed to do it. I mean, I suppose we could play a Wall of Death tactic and just lose to it. Draws it on rep. Ah. I guess it's maybe an indicator that we've possibly moved up in rep as a result of reaching the Europa League final last year, even though we did kind of shit the bed there. But it's okay. Because I definitely took it well and didn't sell both of the centre-backs to start that game. It is a good name. I think cups need to be, particularly secondary cup competitions of nations, they need to be a bit zany, you know? They can't just be the League Cup or something, because it's like, who really cares about that, ultimately? They need to do something to separate themselves. Also, I hate that the spacebar now seems to require 2 presses to go through one of those reports for some reason, and I don't quite fully understand why. Ah, Adrian's making good progress. Nice. I think his model citizeniness could be very useful. Papa John's, at least it's something. But they need to steer into the skid. Like, I want to see man of the match awards that are really off kilter and relate to the competition or the name of the sponsor or something. Like, actually hand out pizza to the player of the match or something. I'm here for it. Apparently Woods are under a takeover rumour as well, which frankly could not come at a better time for them as they're already 7 points from safety. Who on earth is True Juice? I really did scout some very bizarre teams, didn't I? God, that Champions League match is absolutely miles away. Pepperoni of the match, exactly. Then you find out that the player is actually lactose intolerant and doesn't work quite so well there. Right. Let's see, get rid of you. It does that nonsense again. Campos is... Oh no, he's quite good. Give you... Actually, in the interest of expediency, I will just send them all around again for the time being so I can actually get to that goddamn game. The Milk Cup is the one that stands out, yeah. Rumbelows Cup. What was that? A little Isuzu truck? Yeah. You did really well. You just ended up with a whole field full of Isuzu trucks. And I'm weirdly okay with that. Start your little dealership. Start a rental car company. Don't usually hand out money. Yeah. Oh, is that why? I didn't realise there was a prize, like an actual FA mandated prize for man of the match. I just thought it was a thing. For me, Carabao Cup, they've been the sponsor for such a long time now that I have started to customise to it a little bit. But Carling Cup, Worthington Cup as well. Back when there was a whole spell of just being beer. Ah, shit. 9-0 though, we take that. Wow, against Pyramids? Early 90s. Ah, it's a bit before my time. I didn't really start watching like club football until the early noughties. Improved contract. We know we're not going to do that, are we? No, good. God, Dusan Abramovich is saving my ass at the moment. Little plane through the ball in. Oh, that's good. So not like a drone, but like, or is it like a paper plane? Describe the plane. I love it. Give me a new contract right now. Johnston Spec. What was it? The LDV Vans trophy as well. That was a thing. I nearly declined that because I thought it was a player. Yep, 5-year deal. Nice. We'll take that. Ooh, speaking of, South Africa, Kaiser Chiefs. Does South Africa still do that thing where the league is broken down into 4 random stages and you get like prize money for winning one of the 4 stages, but then there's still like a Master League table as well? Because that always used to confuse the shit out of me when we were in South Africa. I love it, but oh, hello. Okay. Effiong Uche, Remo Stars. Oh, right, now we're treading fresh ground finally. Team reports are chefing here. He's got 12 jumping reach and he's 5'9". He's a we've got Zebedee here. Please tell me it's time for us. New contract. But he's only 17. That's all right. He's very like him. Stamina for days. Yes. Finally. I feel like the team reports haven't uncovered as many gems, although it might just be because they were getting flooded by a lot of bad reports, but I guess that is the issue with you have it. When you cast the net as wide as we have for team reports, they're not always going to be about ballers, let alone affordable ballers. But that guy, when he turns 18 and we get him fully scouted and actually is willing to sign for us, could be a really nice signing. Yeah, they have to throw him up. It's like, it's either like rugby or cheerleading. You know where they... Well, we've all seen cheerleading. We know what cheerleading is. That kind of thing. He does flips while he's at it. That's why you need that extra balance. God, there's so many loan agreements now. I don't have to yell at their managers every single time because that is a pain. I will have to make a macro. What does it for me? Don't think I can quite do that. I'm just going to don't it for me again. He'll come back from loan anyway. If it's not working out, they won't extend it and he'll come back. Just want to make sure they've got a chance. Oh, go on then. So basically, when a person in a short skirt, or usually a short skirt, and another group of people, and sometimes men as well, big burly men generally speaking, throw random women usually up in the air to the beat of music. And you now understand cheerleading. You're welcome. This guy just got a Ghana cap. As if he's another CM. Are they just trying to break my bank? Because it's certainly feeling like it. I might have to start doing Mark all as red instead, actually. It's just faster. Other sports. Yeah, it always feels like, as much as we sometimes ape on FM, right? I don't really believe that many other sports games have the same level of depth available in their management games. I feel like out of the park baseball might be close to it. A loan manager, no, he could never. No, you're welcome. That sounds like something I've said, but I don't believe I did on this occasion. They are huge, yeah. Well, I suppose you'd have to be. You're literally throwing people around. That's not easy to do. The ball plane. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, wow. Have they got like an airline sponsor or something? That's cool. I respect it. Hello, Chris. Ooh. Oh, really good. That's true, because at least if they're a wemp, you can be like, obvious no. And if they're really good, obvious yes. None of this mediocrity. But to be fair, you'd know all about mediocrity from watching me, so just go, would Matt agree? Direct control. I guess with baseball, yeah. Right. This is... Fuck it. Just play that team, right? Did I just switch back? I probably could bring in Obradovic now, actually. It's a tough ask because of the other guys that are around as well. Enrique is also nearly ready for playing, and perhaps Pisani and Arola. Arola probably should be on the bench for this. Perhaps instead of, unfortunately, Nige. I'm actually surprised he's still here, but no one was interested in the summer, which I will not believe. Okay. I like how we've got painted with three. All three of them have got like 3 goals. This is going to be another year where loads of people get into double digits. Wait, who's missing? Ah, Eloy sneaking in there. Oh, and also Herrera. Wow. Wait, why are they still on international duty? Or is this one of these annoying little tournaments that, you know, silly little tournament, go away. You got Pisani in there too. He'll find a place. There we go. That's more like it. I try my best at good at being okay. I set the standards nice and mid where they should be. That way it's tough to disappoint, but also occasionally I surprise. And a 2-1 win. That's actually quite a useful game. Because they're probably quite good. Fila and Olafemi. John, decent. Well done, lads. I feel like they might actually be one of our bigger title threats. Tottenham linked with Montparnasse. Oh, no, you're not. Don't be silly. Tottenham linked with Montparnasse. Chan, oh, mate. We lost so many players to the Chan last year. I forget when it was. But I believe they ended up missing some really important Europa League. The final 2 group stages in the Europa League, basically. I'm pretty certain we lost, like, John. Oh, there was a couple more. Duru. I think it was... Oh, and of course, Naeem as well. And Coffee. Naeem and Coffee. Both of our right backs went to it. Kukona apparently is not scoring a lot of goals anymore, which is a little shit. Vidget. Wow, both of them two are going to get... It's just a bad day for the city of Łódź in general. Poland's starting to right itself ever so slightly now, although Korona Kielce appear to be back in business. Declare himself French. Yeah, I mean, thankfully Montparnasse, as far as I know, has no way to not be French. On account of having France caps now. Yeah, they're aiming a little bit lower for the Red Mumbler. They don't... Wow, 5-0. They're actually kind of legit. Plus 18 goal difference is extremely healthy. What did Łódź do? Haven't played yet. Right. That means Doom is approaching very soon. In fact, I think we play them next. Yeah. Concerning. One of the other things I find with those like reports you see here, like the Spurs are interested in him or whatever, it's the fact that this is truncated. Just show this in here. There's no need for me to have to click an extra thing. Those are still the things about the game that just have to be sorted. There's just no need for that to be there. Just show the data in the thick 5-0 to Rakov. My God. Rakov aren't even good. They are truly generationally bad right now, Watch. They've lost 11 out of their 12 league games. And in the process have managed to concede 40 goals this season. 40 in 12 games. That's 15 more than any other team in the entire division. Their XG cannot be that bad. Hilariously, they're still not even the worst on XG. But their goalkeeper's not having a very good time and has conceded 13 more than he should have done. And even then, they just can't... Their manager, actually, I believe, is the former Legia coach. Which is surprising. I believe it is. Anyway, it's Papshin. Is it Legia or Jagiellonia? No, it was the former Legia coach. He's the guy that got sacked from Legia last season. Can you hazard a guess as to why he got sacked from Legia last season? Oh yeah, because he nearly got them relegated. Like, it's impressive to make a team that good, that bad. Like, truly generational effort from him there. Not to be believed, as we expected. Sands is injured. Don't believe there was a team report in there. Yeah, I don't know when we next play them. Remember, this is the team that actually did exactly that to us on the first day of last season. They did beat us 1-0 while we battered them. But that sort of angered us and set us on a crazy good run after that. So it was okay. Haven't heard us scatter them in the slightest. Yes. Although sometimes those are quite useful because it's basically just free scouting information. One of my favourite things was at the start of every transfer window when it used to bring up that report that you'd get that would just say, you're linked with X, Y, and Z. And it was just... I think we actually found Emmett Doran through one of those. Oh, yeah, we were talking... So, Jacob Wanker. I never actually did get his proper name earlier. It's one of those names that I've always just... figured it existed, but I didn't realise it was... I don't know. Changes there for Emma's. That will start a save. I find 5 is usually a good starting point for that kind of stuff. To start in a game world that's a little bit more different. Although, I don't know how well FM26 handles that kind of stuff. I was actually going to do a video with some... what's the word? Some scenarios for people, basically. Like I did back in the start of... I think it was actually FM23. Because it's all very well being like, oh, you should do this save. But I think it's cooler when you give people an actual save file itself and it's like, I don't know, Roma being relegated to Serie B or something like that. There's a bit more of an interesting scenario. I just wish the game gave you the possibility to actually create scenarios from scratch yourself. Like, how amazing would that be? Kind of like challenge mode, but you can just sort of create the game world or the state of the game world in any way you see fit. And then you have them on the workshop and you can just download them into a file and it just loads you straight in. I realise that, from a licensing standpoint, that's probably where that becomes a problem. But my goodness, that would be such an incredible feature to the game. I really need to find a way to get all of these Patreon people on the same schedule. Hello, the only Athmos. Thank you very much for the 4 months, my friend.
Hello, Matt and chat.
So far, we're more
Are we bodø glimting this Champions League?
We've won a game, which was fine, but then we drew a game where we were massively better against Real Sociedad. So, on the one hand, good that we were able to play that well against Real Sociedad. Bad, because we should have won. And those games aren't going to come along that often. What? It's always these ones, these trial ones. It, will not acknowledge it with a simple click. And I don't know why. Scouting update. I think there's some Patreon regions in this one, actually. Some of you are not looking... Actually, there's mostly... That also implies to me that we need to find some more players to add to the scout report soon, because I think it's going around again with some of these guys. And that's good, because it means at least when we finally have a chance to look at them next stream, they will be fully ready. Yeah, I think they made some changes to the pre-game editor this time around, didn't they? For the most recent update or something? Or was that the in-game editor? It might have been the in-game editor, actually. But it doesn't really feel like the in-game editor, the pre-game editor has changed much since I've been playing the game, actually. And I guess there's a case if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But sometimes it do be feeling a little bit broken. Oh my days. Pep, thank you, man. That's very, very kind of you and extremely unnecessary.
You aren't well.
Oh, when... Thank you, though. When you're not well and you start to get that kind of lightheadedness, but like a feeling in your chest that feels like laboured, I suppose. Not like any trouble breathing or anything like that. You just feel... Ugh, I guess. That's me right now. Other sports too. Oh, hugely into ice hockey. Football and ice hockey. I mean, I think I still prefer football just because it's, I've always loved football, but it's football, ice hockey, and then everything else. Oh, and motorsport, probably after that. Yeah, he's only got 1 cap for Hungary, and he's still actually at Ferencváros, which is surprising. Oh, I say still. No, he's not still at Ferencváros. He's gone to Ferencváros from Liverpool on a free transfer where he's kind of chefed. Doesn't look like he's starting all the time for them, though. If he only made 12 appearances last year, though, that could have been mid-season that he moved, perhaps. On free transfer, maybe they terminated it. Your database... so, I actually don't believe I had any nations turn on them. Oh, no, I did. I had Poland down to, level 2, playable. Then I had England, Germany, France, Spain, and Italy down to level 2 minimum viewable, view only, and then England all the way down to level 6. I've just tried so many times to get into the hand-eggery, and that's okay. I'm just going to stick in my little stick puck corner. Bushra pick is confirmed to be 30 no matter where they finish and what happens in the lottery. Wait, really? Is this just a meme I'm not familiar with, or has it actually happened? Also, Florida protecting that pick that they used to, I think some, was it Knight? Is looking better and better each day, because they might actually be in a bottom 10 spot. Actual news. Wait, how does that work? What have the Senators done? I feel a bit bad for them. If they could just get goaltending, they would be a genuinely good team. College hand egg does seem to be the thing that closest matches football's fan style, I feel like. I say quite a lot, but I feel like people don't... people shit on sort of fan culture in the NFL and stuff. And of course, but American football for me, it's like lower level. It's just... Oh, is there different rules to it as well? I don't know. I would say I blame Europe, but lucky aren't even in Europe. They're just doing their regularly scheduled tanking. They're obviously trying to tank for a better draft pick. That must be what's happening. Get these two switched over. Don't really want to start Obradovic for this game if I can avoid it. And Ranji's injured. This might be the perfect game, actually, for that new guy. Or Herrera, perhaps, who's on international duty. Never mind. I assume that means Enrique is also on international duty. No, he's not. Right, Enrique, in you come, bud. Different rugby codes, I see. Oh. Wow, that's quite a steep penalty. I wonder what made them modify it. Or was it just an appeal? Okay, we'll take that. Polonia Beatom should be beatable without us having to think about this too much. But I are concerned still. 60-yard kicks. Oh, I see. People shit on kickers, but like that seems like not an easy job by any means, but a job that if you could do... Oh my god, we lost at home to them. As if we lost at home to them. That's what you get for rotating the squad, I suppose. But Jesus, this is with the proper tactic as well. A penalty from Mateusz Kowalczyk. And somehow the gap is... We could actually not be top of the league after this. We've won every game coming into stream today, and somehow... Wait, Duru's not scored this season, has he? That is actually quite impressive. Then again, he hasn't had a great amount of XG. Ufi. Probably won't criticize that right now, but that is 18 games undefeated and then that. Other hidden menu things. God, there used to be... What other hidden menus? Well, being able to see your scouting knowledge is a little bit of a pain in that you can't actually see it unless you've got an active recruitment focus. So you can't see the exact nations that you have scouting knowledge of unless you set up a recruitment focus. Then it appears in the menu. And then, oh my god, we're not top. As if. We've been better. We should be higher, really. Good. Well, it's Poland, isn't it? Yeah, so I'll just show you right now. As if I'm running over today, but I did say we were going to play the athletic game, and we're going to because I'm a man of my word. So what you do is you set up any random focus, just any position or whatever, and then just that. You'll see there that it will say assignments, and then you can get into this screen because you've now got assignments, and then you can look at world knowledge. Admittedly, the menu is absolutely shite because it still doesn't really tell you anything useful, and there's a giant box where something's supposed to be, but something isn't. But yeah, as far as I know, there's no other way to get to that menu without having an active or at least a recent recruitment focus. Too many playmakers? No. Also, the tactic's fine because we played the same tactic last year. I think it only has 2 technically, and they seem to work quite nicely together. That was just a rotated squad. I just expected that they would be able to do a little bit better because what's happened recently is that most of the time our rotated team are another 3. They're even losing to the only other team that are nearly as bad as them now. That's heinous. And they are starting to pull in the likes of Legia and Lechia again. How are they doing this? On the plus side, we'll get the other 2 back at the end of the season because there's no way in hell that those 2 are not getting promoted. In fact, I think it's more a case of how many points do they win the second tier by as a group. They were 5 points clear last time we looked, and now the gap is actually still not as big as it was before. And they're not really they're scoring so few goals in the second tier right now, which is very strange. I think the dev list would be harder to add back. Listed in one area. Players you have listed. Oh, what, like the dev list? Yeah, I think what you'd be looking for there is a dev list. Sadly not. The only thing I did find earlier was that you could see a list of players that you'd offered out, but I don't know how accurate it was because I'm pretty certain I only saw it after we'd already got the thing that said that they had no offers on them. Because on the transfer out thing, I'd have to test it properly by going, like, making a transfer out thing and then looking on the activity page, basically. Wait, why is there... options here. They surely can't loan him now. We're not in a window. But it doesn't have any players there, which suggests there might be a way of keeping an eye on that. I don't really know if there's anything we can really do to use that to our advantage anyway, as it happens. Right. It always messes this around, even though I didn't change the tactic. Swap those two back over. Pena isn't starting this game, even though it seems to believe he can play... Why does it believe that? When he clearly can't play the... Oh, it's because he can sort of play it. But it's obviously here to dial. Even though Bradovic is a bit tired. And now Pena's at DM. Oh, then the bank comes in, and then... That's okay. John's there, Naeem's there. Abdullah. Yep, nice. The bench is going to have some players missing, of course, because we've got players either suspended, missing, or on international duty still. Or just unregistered, to be fair. Okay. God, does Matty Cash make the bench here? Suarez certainly does. Screw it, Matty Cash to the bench. Why not? Okay. Is that the lineup I want? I'd say it bloody well is. Champions League game. Let's go. If they win, then I'll just feel better. A little bit better. And I'd settle for marginally better at this point. Oh, mother of God. It's crazy how quickly these illnesses come on. You sort of just feel a slight little tickle, and you just kind of know that you'll wake up the next morning and you're going to feel like death warmed up. Champions League is just Basque, I suppose, yeah. Just have to throw in... I'm trying to think of other Basque teams now. Is there a French... There's got to be a couple of French ones, right? Okay. Let's have them. They don't have any good players or anything. They've got a transfer ban. They can't even increase the quality of their squad. Wow. Terrible weather. Also, shout out to Ika Rumba in their team. So we're actually playing against the Patreon regen today. Bay Hudson's regen is in their starting 11 for this match. This is not great. Pamplona. Wasn't Pamplona... I swear, whenever I've seen Pamplona, it was always just the you've not got your name fix installed team. Unfortunately, I think these guys might actually be better than Real Sociedad. So we may have to catch them on the break. But Naeem has stayed forwards. Okay. Switch tactics back. Well, the tactic was not for Europe anyway. The tactic was just to mess around with the league, to try to find a way to utilise more of our better players, and also to allow us to assert a bit more dominance in league matches where I felt like sometimes we were a bit too timid. And we'd have dominance in games, but not enough chances created in there. Real San Sebastian. Well, Real San Sebastian is just Real Sociedad. That was just... they were called San Sebastian in the... Wow, John's very short. In the no-name fixed versions, I think. In the same way that you got, like, Parthenope. And what was the Roma one? Oh, that's a good ball. Knocks it down. Ah! The pressure's building, though. I can feel this. But yeah, the idea basically was just to allow us to have a different option that would pretty much just allow me to have Abradovic, Montparus, Pena, all of these guys in the same team at the same time. And it worked quite nicely. Psychological warfare. You mean Blunieri? The very same. We've started okay. See that cutting edge. Or back post header, maybe. Go on. Oh, it's in. Go on the ends. That was not what I expected to happen on that highlight. They'll find a way to disallow this now or something because someone was within 9 feet of the goalkeeper. Jens with a big goal in Europe. He's not scored a lot this season. That is huge. I did not think the Mumbler was going to pass this. The fact that he actually takes the touch. Oh no, he takes it first time as well. That is a beautiful assist from the Mumbler. Exactly what he's in the team to do as well. Huge goal. Because if we were to get this win as well, we go into the really tough stretch of matches next stream with 7 points already on the board. And that's nearly enough for qualification. Flaming whole pig. There you go. So if you... There's one for you, chat. If FM suddenly lost the license to your team... Oh, please not from set piece. What would the name change to? I guess they'd all just sort of sound like Pez names. 9 points should be enough for top 24. Although, as we saw last season, Legia actually needed 11 points to get through the Europa League group stage. So it can be a bit weird like that. But 9 is usually enough. So that would mean that basically one more win, which would almost certainly be the Brugge game, would be enough to see us through. Small Health Alliance. Fulham Manor. Yeah, just the newest castle. Oh, he's nearly scored again. Oh, he's offside. I love him just being sat there taking pop shots. Yeah, Jens being in the box is a weird one. I forget what Fulham were actually called in pairs back in the day. Was it West London White or something? That sounds about right. It's the kind of nonsense they normally pull there. Not a good day for Mike Rumba so far. Just man red. Fen Edge Blues, I guess. Is that for Peterborough United, perhaps? I like just trying to guess these as well. Man UFC. I suppose they would, yeah. That was weird, because that one was, compared to some of the other sort of unlicensed name-fixed teams, it was closer to the actual team name. Like, should be. God, I miss PES. I miss when FIFA actually had a competitor, you know? We've done okay. Nobody's been that bad, really. Catalar's been a bit... Hello, Pog. I'll be finishing stream in a minute, Pog. I know I've overrun, and I said I wasn't going to today because ill, but I had to finish the game, right? I'm a committed man, and I'm just going to pass out when I finish stream today. I'll capture the highlights another day, which will probably have to be Monday now, which means there's going to be a lot of highlights captured that day. Christ. It's just been all of Monday capturing highlights. Oh, because tomorrow I'm making panna cotta. Probably. If I'm well enough. I joke, of course. I'm always well enough to make panna cotta. I'm balls it up. Okay. West Midland Village. That one actually kind of works. Obra's not had the best time of it there either. Maybe Job. Katala's not done well, but we've got Suarez. I don't want to replace both of them. But I could bring Pena on here, actually. Just not because Montpellier has done bad, but because Pena exists and is excellent. Modded football life. Interesting. I love how that just sounds like an advert. Are they paying you for this? Do I have to write a hashtag ad in the description now? You with the dodgy... Oh, yeah. I mean, PES 6 is easily my favourite football game of all time. The physics and just general gameplay in that game were next level. Please no. Oh... I've never actually heard of that. There's a lot of like football related games going around, one of which of course is Nutmeg, which does come out in a couple of weeks, I think, which I'm excited about. Is that a euphemism? I wish. No, I just really like panna cotta. I had some lovely panna cotta in an Italian restaurant when I was in Poland over the weekend. It was... I can't remember what I had actually. It was just delicious. PES 20... Oh, is it? That's cool. Okay. Different boot selection, better pair from Japanese. What did it change about the boots? Weird buttons. Yeah, the controls were sort of almost the opposite of FIFA, weren't they? So what you'd think would be shoot was actually, I think, cross or lobbed ball or something. But I kind of like that they were a bit different. Kept you on your toes. Looks, I must admit, Andrew, I've spoken to some people that have played it, and I could have actually, but I wasn't checking I basically went into my spam box for some reason. And I'm not super convinced by it. Oh, Eloy Suarez, come on. Huge. We really should have beaten both the Spaniards. That must be onside, right? Yeah, loads of time. Suarez off the bench, does the business. Master... Oh, yeah. I never really played much of that. I had a completely edited database I used to use on PES 6 where every year I would basically create new teams and stuff for it. I mean, every in-game year. And change all the stuff around, move the transfers myself. I had a great time. And also, did anyone else used to watch computer v computer matches in either FIFA or PES back in the day? Because I did. I was that guy. I would create teams and stuff and watch them play against each other because back then the match engines were actually good and it was built in such a way that that could actually make good football, whereas after a while they stopped bothering with, oh, what a build-up! He's offside, isn't he? I have a horrible feeling he's going to be offside, but that's such lovely play. And I think that's why I was so predisposed to enjoying FM, basically, because you essentially have to do that. Disallowed, that sucks. It's probably also why I find it so easy commentating on the matches in FM a lot of the time, because I used to just do that even when I wasn't playing, back when I play FIFA and stuff. This is beautiful football. Ah, he is offside, but God, that would have been so good. Offline, well, yeah, there's just ain't money in it anymore, is there at all? And it's so tough for them to get any kind of competition. It happens with most sports franchises, it seems. That is a brilliant result. I love that we can play this well against Athletic Club, but not against Polonia Beaton, my new enemy. I'm a fan of what Abdullahi and Adrian have done in Europe this season, though. Machete Gaming. Ooh, okay. Yeah, could you send me a link perhaps somewhere, AC, just so I remember? That is intriguing. I haven't even bought Slay the Spire 2 yet. That's been on my to-do list all week. I just haven't had a chance to A, buy it, or B, even play it. Tottenham are now the strong suitors for him. They're not, though, are they? They're just lying. That's huge. Big win for us. Another bit of money. What was the bid being banded around? 89 million. Get away from that. So going, yeah. And then simpler times, right? Just much simpler in general. I'm going to go to Thursday so we can see the Europa League fixtures as well. And then I will go to sleep. Oh, I had that shit as well. 100%. I told you about how I had like a made-up football league in my head as well. a completely imaginary football league, but there was semi-based on real life, but also semi-not, and this weird thing. And I had stats for that. It's almost like it should have been much more obvious that I wasn't entirely... like, you know what I mean? The job just brought it out of me more. I was destined for this. That's the Wednesday, of course. He wants to be called out on low. I mean, they're just beating us. He's coming back out of shame more than anything else. But it's okay. 2K, FIFA, Madden, floor game. Yeah. That's why I don't really play any of them. I bought the last EA or whatever it's called. Not the most recent one. The one from last year. So I guess it would have been 25. And that was the first one I'd bought in 6 years. And I had a little bit of okay time with it. But I mostly bought it to play pro clubs. But other than that, it's just not my vibe. Honestly. I do think that it's cool that people are doing more football-based games, though, in the space, in the more indie kind of things. Things like Nutmeg and Football, or what's it called, Football Academy Manager and stuff. They're taking, like, elements of FM and stuff and making games that are more specific around one mechanic, and I think that's cool.
Oh, yes.
Medicos, thank you very much for the follow. I suppose at this point I should probably shill for myself. If you are new to streams today and you've enjoyed the ramblings of a man who's very unwell, drop a follow. I really appreciate that. We're back on Sunday. Let's just quickly check the Europa League while we're at it. See what they've let us down for this time. I'm not seeing... Oh, hang on. Cracovia have cooked. The rest of them, however, have burnt water again. So, Cracovia beat Istanbul by 6. That's a good result. The rest of them... Piazza, I got a 1-1 draw with Braga. That is a good point. Cracovia only narrowly went out to Braga in the Champions League qualifiers, as it happens. And then Legia drew 1-0 with Sturm Graz. Okay, not the end of the world. That's, what, 5 more points, essentially, for Poland on the day. Piast are going to need to start winning a game occasionally soon, though. But Legia are looking okay. They're on good track for what they need to be. And, well, Cracovia are kind of chefing. Big fan of that. What does that do to the coefficient, though? Is the final quiz. I hate seeing Newcastle as the reigning champions there. It just makes me sad because of what could have been. Belgium are kind of chefing again. We have got 4.3 on the year. I don't really know whether that's good or bad, honestly. We're so far ahead of the Netherlands that we're unlikely to be caught anytime soon by those guys, but we are sort of losing a little bit of ground to Portugal and France. We weren't going to catch them straight away anyway. Oh. It's definitely in a much better state, Hadrian, I would say. It's just lovely to have you here, my friend. I wish I'd messaged sooner, honestly. It was on my to-do list, and chat always asks, like, have you heard from Hadrian lately? And I'm just like, ultimately, don't want to pry at people, right? It's tough to navigate and know like how to come across, I suppose. Because I care about you guys, right? So if someone's not around for it, I go, ooh. My first thought is obviously just that they're not enjoying the game and stuff like that. But then you do kind of go, ooh, maybe, just to make sure people are all good. Fear not, he's always good. Right, okay. Oh, speaking of good, let's go and raid into someone so I can have a little sleep. Oh, Dan's life, perfect. This will make this so much easier for me. I'll be back on Sunday, though, and we can have our first Sunday stream in what feels like bloody ages, because, or something will drastically, the illness will take me, and I'll have to stream from bed. I'll be bedridden. Oh, the cold and flu I can hear it calling for me. I was going to say, haven't the Dutch, like, dropped off quite a lot in real life as well this season? Oh, a neutral mod? I feel like Inferno does a good job of that. Oh, remember the first time we streamed from bed? That's a good point. But I'm a new man. Anyway, I need to lay the fuck down. Oh. Right. Thank you so much for joining me today, friends. Thank you very much for the resubs and just being here. And I'll see you guys in the VOD. I'll see you lovely folks on Sunday. And hopefully I'm in a better state physically. I'll see you soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. I need to hit the chat button there. Carlisle, honey. Bye-bye.